This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And it's a warm good morning, ladies and gentlemen, because it is a sunny Saturday here in Santarem. There's a bit of alliteration for you. It is a super Sunday here in Santarem as well, because today is the day where we find out who plays in the finals tomorrow on Sunday in this Challenger Division. Phil G alongside Tina G here. We are G-Force, and it's wonderful to have your company. Tina, today is going to be a huge day for 3 teams battling for just 2 positions for tomorrow's finals. Who's it going to be?
Good question. It's moving Saturday, isn't it? We've been looking at the table before we came on air, and there was about 3 ifs in one sentence, and at that point I've decided it's too early on a Saturday to work out what's going to happen. All I know is it's going to be very exciting. Don't want to go anywhere because there's 4 games coming your way, and every single run, every single wicket will matter. It's going to be a big day. I totally agree with that sentiment too. First game we got this morning is going to be, of course, match 17. It's Falco back against the Lisbon Panthers. And thank you to Rado for the coin toss information. There it is there. The Panthers have won the toss, and they want to have a bat first, get a score on the board on this brisk early Saturday morning. Would you say 14 is about 15 degrees at the moment, so it's cool conditions. There is not a cloud in the sky. There is blue sky as far as the eye can see. Looks like Irfan Hussain for Falco has got the ball. Brand new Grizzly. We're about to start. Super Saturday kicks off right now. And we start with, I was going to say leg side wide, but umpire just indicates it's flicked the pad on the way through, so we don't start in the regular ECN fashion there. It is going to be a little sedate start there with a dot. Jawad Shah is facing up there. Mohammad Tabish at the non-strikers end for the Panthers. And yes, a big important day today, as Tina and I will be discussing throughout this match and the next as well. Irfan Hussain goes down, trying to put a bit of extra hot sauce on that delivery, and he ends up pushing it a little bit wide down the leg side. So there's the leg side wide in the first over. Hopefully Irfan's okay. His teammate gets across there and just scuffs the carpet and says, all right, I got that for you. Nice to have a friend like Mohammed Mehdi Tamim who can come in and just dry that little patch for you. There was a little bit of dew on the ground this morning when we got here. It was a cool night overnight, and that's going to burn up pretty quickly. First runs off the bat is a quick single pushed in towards mid-wicket. So, big day coming up as we're talking about here. If you have a look at the standings, please check the ECN website for the standings. It's got all the great information for you there. We can see the Fighters and the Werewolves sitting in 1 and 2 at the moment, but 3, 4 and 5. Falco, Lisbon Panthers and Team Tigers Portugal all battling for those coveted 2 positions in tomorrow's final. So one of these teams is going to be disappointed at the end of today. There's not much between the net run rate either, is there? The Fighters well ahead. They're actually the only side with a positive net run rate.
Yeah.
But between the other 4 teams, I suppose Team Tigers, bit cut adrift at the bottom, but because the points totals are so tight, a couple of wins here or there, and suddenly everything changes.
Yeah, big time. It is quite astonishing that, just one team has got a positive net run rate. It does sort of show the Fighters' dominance in the first stage of this competition. Uppercut, slashed away. It's vacant back there, and that's a long chase to retrieve the Grizzly for the man who is at third. There's a nicely played shot too from Mohammad Tabish looking for that uppercut. One of his favourite trademark shots there. And he gets the first boundary of the morning on this lovely Saturday morning. It's a super Saturday morning here in Santarem. And one team, as I said before, is going to be disappointed at the end of the day. 2 teams will be very happy to come back tomorrow for a big finals day.
It's good to see umpire John out there in the middle as well. Big hello to him. First time joining us for this series. And the umpires have done a brilliant job so far this week.
I reckon they have. Totally agree. Hoiked. Absolutely hoiked, and that is going to carry the boundary line for the first big 6 of the morning as well. 6 of the innings. Crash. Well, have a look at that. Apologies to Mohammad Tabish. His previous shot didn't go for 4. It actually went for 6. That was back-to-back Maximos from Tabish. So it looks like he's had his proper breakfast this morning, and he's coming here with a real attitude. Panthers need a big score here, because Falco have proved themselves to be pretty feisty in run chases, and they've been pretty good in this competition so far.
Yeah, it certainly won't be a coin toss that they would be too upset to have lost the Falcons. I think they're more than happy to chase. You'd say especially early morning, as you said, Phil, there is a bit of moisture on the ground, so as we get further along into this game, the outfield will just get quicker and quicker.
So the Falcons, yes, they lost the toss, but I think more than happy here. I think maybe just they need Irfan Hussain to find his lines. A bit wayward so far. Probably just guilty of being a touch short as well, and it just sits up nicely, especially with a bit of moisture on that pitch. It's not going to zip through like it will do later in the day as well. We have a grizzly issue early in the day here. Umpire John on the mic to his team.
I suspect they've picked up an errant grizzly from maybe previous matches.
Well, remember early morning yesterday, there was about 3 or 4 grizzlies that ended up in the farmyard before we'd even had time for our morning coffee.
That's right, yes. So, yep, that's an early start for a fresh grizzly, but there you go. Dems the works. 14 for no loss. One more to come in the first. Goes to play that slashing uppercut to get over the infield, looking for that vacant area there. There is a boundary rider now, square of the wicket for Tabish, but Tabish was looking to go a bit fine, and that ends up with a dot, and it's 14 without loss after 1.
Very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. I see Paolo there, Chris, 2 Chris's, Julian Dawson as well, and we're on weather watch as well. Julian, envious of our 15 degrees, 7 degrees over in the UK. Warmed up to 4 degrees, says Chris. I think he's a bit further north. So, yeah, it's nice to be here in this sun. I was having a walk this morning, and it's about 12 degrees, shorts and T-shirt weather.
It's nice, isn't it?
The sun was rising. Yeah. I know that those in England and Germany have been suffering a bit with the cold and the snow. So we'll take this, won't we?
Yeah, you mentioned there was some unusual snow in Hamburg a couple of days ago.
Yeah, my partner, as I was saying to him, I've just caught the sun a bit on my cheeks. And he was saying, well, I was cycling to work with gloves on and the snow was getting through the gloves. So
no.
He had very little sympathy for me and my flushed cheeks.
Fair enough. Now, the weather here has been fantastic. They always turn on the weather for us when we're here, Tina. So whoever is taking care of that, thank you very much. As now we kick on with the second over. Well, pushes that a bit wide and wide enough for the umpire to agree that was indeed wide. So the supercomputer boffins are hard at work at the moment, and currently this match is sitting on a knife edge early on in the piece. 50-50 split. Fair enough call, I'd say.
Well, we've gone hard early with the golden ball, haven't we? We thought we'd get one. Maybe we got a bit too greedy. As soon as G-Force was back together, we thought golden ball, game 1. We're in, and we've had a few close ones, but nothing where we've really had that true, authentic tingle. A couple of final over chases, but even then it was maybe 9.1, 9.2.
True, yeah.
So anytime it gets into that Goldilocks zone, I start to get a little excited.
Clubs this one, miss it though, but that ball is going to run away from the fielder across the deck, 4 runs. You see there how quick the outfield can be, and as you said before, Tina, look, there is still a little bit of moisture on the ground, so as that is completely dried up, as the sun just starts to pick up in the sky in its height, you're going to see that burn off, and that deck is going to get faster and faster. By about the start of the next innings, I wouldn't be surprised if we could describe it as being like glass. Shouts to catch it. Oh, he split the 2 fielders just for a moment there. Mid-wicket, thought they were in with a chance. Gets a bit closer mid-wicket than the mid-on fielder, but no, skips through another boundary. So Shah and Tabish here, they know what they've got to do, and they're pedaling really hard here. That run rate already at 17, just a couple of balls into the second.
Both of them just faced the 4 deliveries so far. Relatively equal. Tabish hitting the boundary on a few occasions now, and it's a solid start here from the Panthers.
Whoa. That one, I reckon, is going to go all the way this time. It does indeed. Got every little bit of that. Been looking for that shot all over, pretty much, has Shah, and this time he does connect beautifully with a big 6 over the boundary line. So Panthers going well. However, Falco need to be careful here. The power play is starting to get away from them, and they really can't let the Panthers get out of the gate too quickly.
I do think bowling short early on is just not the right tactic.
No.
Because you still have a bit of that moisture in the pitch, so it just sits up nicely. Oh, there's Paolo and Paolo Jr. Luca there.
Mini Paolo.
Mini Paolo. Great footage there from our roving reporter, of course, Ricardo, doing an excellent job. And you got to say as well, given that he was brand new to cricket just a few days ago, the level of growth that he showed with trying to capture the action. It's not easy. It's not easy even if you're the most experienced of cricket fans to see where the ball's going. You've got left hand, you've got right hand, you've got scoop shots, you've got backsimos. I can't keep up, and I'm just trying to watch with my own eyes.
So true. Yeah, no, we give Ricardo give him his props, proper shout out for him. And that is a really proper wide as well. A lot of props going on. That goes way wide. The orange-shoed Mohamed Mehdi Tamin there just struggling with the radar there, having been belted a little bit hard in that first over. But yeah, I agree with you, Tina. You can't bowl short first thing in the morning. You think what's in the batter's mind when they come out first innings, the fresh batter on a cool morning, they're already thinking, anything short, I'm going for it. That's what they'll be thinking. So if you're going to bowl short, you will get punished. And it happens every time. Steaming in again. Well, that's been picked up. And that is been put away one more time. There is a fielder deep, I'd say probably a wide, deep mid-wicket now. But no one can be set the field for that, as that carries the boundary rope and then some. And this over has now been blown out of proportions. It's gone magical already, 22 off it, still one to come. This is a cracking start for the Panthers. They know that their competition here is on the line. They need to get at least one win, maybe 2 wins if they can. Remember, the Panthers have got 2 games here today. Falco also have, it's 3 games. Falco have 3 games. It's Team Tigers Portugal have only the 2 games. This one's gone very high in the air. It probably will fall safe. It's gone very fine. 2 fielders converge. 3 fielders converge. I saw another one just pop out of nowhere there.
He was down under the bottom half of the hill.
I think that's where he was fielding. He was actually down on his haunches, the bottom part of the field. Suddenly had to do something. Well, it doesn't run to the boundary, but still, that over was full of carnage. They get a couple to finish there. 38 for no loss after 2.
Good start here from the Panthers, isn't it? Tabish and Shah proving to be quite a formidable opening pairing. And it's been the case the last few games, actually, that we've had an opening partnership worth quite a few runs. We've had, I think, 2 opening partnerships worth 100. Certainly one yesterday.
Yes.
And on both occasions, actually, the teams ended up falling away a little. It's often the case you have that opening partnership, both are set, and then you lose 1 or 2 wickets, and there's suddenly 2 new batters in say, the 7th or 8th over.
Yeah.
They have no time at all to get going, and suddenly an innings that looks like it will be getting 150, 160 ends up more at 120, 130.
So true. Yeah, you do see that. The little maybe the bowling team gets like a double hit or something like that. We've had a couple of open partnerships in the 80s as well. So yeah, you're right. That really does set a tone. Maybe also the next batter's coming in, just maybe getting a bit too relaxed, sort of cooling down a little bit as well. It can happen. Just a reminder about the Share the Meal, our chosen charity, the UN World Food Program. Get behind that as much as we are. That's been spooned towards the man at point, who just pushes it down in front of him. There was an anxious moment there as it did get a little bit of airtime, but it bounced a few meters in front of that player. And that's the start of the 3rd. They just get the single there, turning the strike over and finding the boundaries. These 2, Shah and Tabish, are really putting together a really good start here. Good partnership, 39 currently.
It's just been steady so far, hasn't it, really, from these 2? They've watched the ball. They've waited for the ones that they can hit to the boundary. And, well, magical over in the previous one, going especially with those extra wides as well. And Falcons just not quite hit their mark so far. When they have got it on the right line, it's been too short. And otherwise, they've not been able to find their lines. That's already, I think, the 4th or 5th wide in just the opening, 13 balls.
Khan screaming it again, the left armour. Gets between player and stumps there. Hands on the head. He feels that he could have had his man there, but has to be a bit straighter for that to happen. They're going to run a bye. Good running between the wickets between these 2. Very quick calls and quick running. Good to see. Tabish was complaining about a bit of a hamstring problem a few days ago. Looks like that has been completely resolved. He's moving very briskly. Oh, that's not too good. That's going to go leg side for just one of those dirty little wides. Again, as you say, Tina, just these couple of wides shows that the Falco team, they're just a little bit slow to sort of get into the groove, get the radar in the right place. And that's another one for the over.
It is a very unforgiving angle for a left arm around the bowler, bowling at a right-hander. Because you want to go across them, but anything that basically starts on even middle and off is going to tail away. His action always is going to take him across the bowler with that slingy arm. When he gets it right, though, it's not too bad, although that's going to be chipped down the ground. And well, the slow outfield does allow the fielder there to pat it back. That's Mehdi Tamim doing the work. I think later in the day that one's going to race away, but because of that moisture out there, he manages to escape without a boundary there.
Does indeed. So remember, these three teams that are playing today, the two teams in front of you here, which is the Panthers and Falco, along with Team Tigers Portugal, they are the three teams sitting in 3rd, 4th and 5th in the standings. Those three teams battling today to see who plays tomorrow. Remember, we can only take 2 teams through to the finals. One of these teams is not going to make it, and we do not know who that's going to be. There's only 2 points separating the 3 teams. For Team Tigers Portugal, they have 2 matches today, but they have quite an inferior net run rate compared to the other 2 teams. So they're going to have to work a lot harder. If they can pick up 2 wins from their 2 matches, they're going to give themselves every chance of playing tomorrow at the expense of one of these 2 in front of you here. Carved over cover, all the way towards the boundary line. That's a nice shot, and that is 1 bounce, 4 runs. So continuing the carnage here. First boundary of the over, after a couple of wides and a bye, and a few singles as well. Have a look at that Maximo rate. Been talking about the Werewolves the last few days. They're constantly at the top of that number of Maximos per 10 overs, and they're still leading that charge as well. Interesting that Falco in 2nd place, but they have done well. That's a bit short. It's probably too straight and a little bit easy there for the batter Shah, just to work it around the corner. Doesn't have to go too fine. Pretty much on a 45 and easily negotiates that one to the boundary for 4 runs.
A bit of a wild over there, wasn't it, from Khan in the end? There was the 2 wides and then let himself down on those last 2 deliveries, both hit to the boundary as well. And that's the 50 up for this partnership, 51 at the end of the power play for no loss. So a solid power play here for the Panthers. Anything 50 plus in those opening 3 overs, you can say certainly that's a win for you so far, especially having not lost a wicket. So
yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it?
Perfect platform to push on, and look at that win predictor. It was pretty much 50-50 this morning before a ball was bowled, but now the expected score up at 170 puts the Panthers as favourites, but we both know, Phil, it's way too early to call this one.
Oh, definitely. This is European Cricket Network. This is T10, and it is unpredictable. The pendulum will swing in many ways before it's all finished. It's another wide there as we start the 4th. Just slowly rolling the arm over there. I think it's Mohammad Faisal Ahmed there who starts the 4th, and just, not getting the radar in at all. Obviously, breakfast still digesting possibly. Just can't quite get the arm in the right place. So more extras to the score. As it goes all the way actually for a mini-mo. How about that? Swings hard at this one. It just squirts away. Trouble. And big trouble there, as it was Shah who backed up a long way. Tabish is a little bit disappointed. I'm not sure whose call. Well, it was definitely Shah's call, and Tabish didn't respond, so Shah couldn't get back in time. The throw back to the bowler was pretty good, and that's a run out at the non-striker's end.
It's a frustrating way for the Panthers to end their opening partnership, which was worth 56, but ends in disappointing fashion because Shah, it was his call. I think there probably would have been a run there, given that he saw that the ball wasn't picked up cleanly by Rahul Ahmed, who was fielding on the 45, and he pretty much got sold down the river there by Tabish, who sent him back. Should have probably just trusted his buddy and said, okay, if you're running, I'm running. And it's 2 in 2. That one goes straight through. So again, the cricketing gods are just there. Tabish skewered his partner on the previous ball and now gets skewered himself as stumps go flying. Bat goes flying there as well. He drops it. And that's 2 in 2. And that's exactly what we were saying about that momentum shift for the Falcons. 1 wicket brings 2. And the Panthers now 56 for 2.
We've seen a few teams get the old double punch wickets falling in this series so far. We've called the hat-trick ball company, things like that. Clearly this is not the case because of the run out. But it's happened a few times already, that double punch. And suddenly the batting team goes, well, now we've got 2 batters out there who haven't faced the delivery and we have to start again. And this is exactly what we've got here after that very good start in the power play. And now we start also with a mini-mo, and then bang, bang, 2 wickets fall. And now, well, the good thing for the Panthers is that Tabish and Shah can now just clear the air over that run out as to whose call it might have been. And there's something in that, I guess. But for the Panthers, well, Siraj Bhatt, who's at the non-strikers end, has now been rejoined by his counterpart, who spoons this one up towards the covers. But it bounces a couple of metres in front of the fielder, running across some extra cover. Can't affect a catch, just goes through at about ankle height. So, yeah, now that's going to change the complexion of this game quite a fair bit. Looks like that's Diamond Pavez who's joined out there. Oh, good delivery. Push her a bit quicker there. Has Siraj Bhatt just stepping out to the offside to try to collect that one, and he's missed completely.
Morning to Steve in the chat. It was lovely to see him at the ground yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he got back safely. It's always lovely to see our friends from the chat in real life. It was
Yes.
like, do you remember during COVID when we had meetings for 2 years, you basically didn't see anyone.
Yeah.
And then you suddenly saw these people in person, maybe for the first time, and you think, oh, you're taller, shorter, smilier, whatever than I thought you were.
Yeah.
The height was always the thing for me. I don't know, because you just see people's faces
Yes.
on a screen, and then you see them in real life, and you know, you're either towering over them or they're towering over you, and you thought, oh, you gave me you gave 6'3" personality and not 5'4".
I always copped, you're shorter than I thought, and also you look different with that headphones on. That's what I would hear. Yeah, good morning to Steve McVeigh. Wonderful to catch up with you once again. Always good to catch up with Steve. And yeah, safe travels there. Looks like you've gotten to where you needed to, so good on you, Steve. And hello to everyone in the chat. Haven't had a chance to say hello to everyone yet. Thanks to Chris Smith for posting the scores from the AFL, which is going on concurrently as well. Chris Addison also there. David Swan. Good morning to you, David Swan. And everyone else, wonderful to have your company. Hello to Free Pockets. Good to see you, Free Pockets. And everyone in the chat this morning, wonderful to have your company on this Super Saturday at Santarem. This one goes high in the air. It's going to land safely, though. It lands just on the other side of where a regulation mid-wicket would be. And the two deep fielders at deep mid-wicket and long on come together. Have a rock, paper, scissors moment to see who's going to pick up the ball and underarm back to the bowler. As Rahman continues on the pads, work towards that fielder, and it gets through that fielder as well. There's going to be trouble here because he is not going to catch that, is he? Goes down the slope. That is quite a slope on the far side of the ground. Tina, we've talked about that part of the ground a fair bit. It's definitely more sloping at the back than towards us here, straight down the wicket.
It's unforgiving there. As soon as that ball goes past the fielder, despite the best efforts there of Ruhal Ahmed, you know, there's only going to be one win. It was a nice shot, actually. Just an elegant little glance off the hip of Diamond.
Whoa, goes for a really aggressive hook shot on that one. Misses it. Just a little bit of extra hot sauce on that delivery from Rahman. Pushing it through a bit quicker after being taken for 4 off that previous delivery, I reckon. And Falco would love to sneak in another wicket here just to get some extra pressure back on this this top order of the Panthers, who have started well, but that run rate has dropped now from 17 down to 14. Well, that's going to help things along for the Panthers. That has been walloped. That is a really good sounding shot. A cracking shot into the dugout. It sends some of the dugout scurrying. And the other half are just sitting there clapping, saying, I didn't see where that landed. The sun's in my eyes. Good shot.
That landed on the tent. That's one of the biggest hits we've seen so far.
Yeah.
I know that the tent was penetrated, I think yesterday or the day before. The Grizzly went straight through the roof.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Luckily, we're having good weather. So that one is well fielded, just about on the boundary by Mohammed Tamin. Because if we had a few of those rain showers that we had last year, then the tent wouldn't have provided much protection.
Yeah, fans will remember the conditions we had last year, especially at the start of the Challenger Series. It was all sorts of weather. And then actually we finished the Premier Division last year with weather as well, didn't we? We started with rain. It got really good in the centre there, a couple of golden balls as well. And then, unfortunately, we didn't get to have a finals day for Premier Division last year. All 4 matches rained out. Don't think it's going to happen this year. The forecast is looking pretty good, but I'm not going to jinx anything. I'm a great jinxer. I'll just keep stum on that one as we have a look at the scorecard. 70 for the loss of 2 wickets after 5.
It's another one of those, isn't it? As we said, Phil, that it starts like a runaway train with that opening partnership. But those 2 wickets have just slowed the momentum just a touch. I mean, that previous over went for 12, so it was not a bad over by any means for the Panthers. But the Falcons here actually now ahead on the win predictor because of those 2 wickets. There's a big appeal here. A protracted, long, impassioned appeal by the bowler, Mohammad Faisal Ahmed. But the shake of the head there from umpire Asim. I think a fair call. He did go down into the sweep, but it's a pretty bouncy wicket out there and probably also drifting a touchdown leg side.
Yeah, fair call. 100% agree with that. Mohammad Faisal Ahmed, though, it's a good start to the over. Swings at this one. It's going to go out towards deep mid-wicket. Notice that Irfan Hussain, who patrols the boundary in front of us here at long off, apologies. He's a bit of a conductor of the orchestra here, and he shouts out, you know, calm, calm. They're only taking one. Let him have the one. You see that all the time. That's his role out there in the field, showing his experience there. Just hope his counterparts can hear him sometimes. So doing the singles here. Good over so far. Diamond Pervez might put paid to that. Ooh.
Friendly fire.
Yeah. So Diamond has a big swing. Couple of balls to come. Cracking over this one. Only 2 from it so far. That looping left armour. And again, another dotting up here. You start to get the feeling when you see this happen. 3 dots in an over, 1 more ball to come. It's either go hard or go home. Could be wicket or it could be a 6 coming. Oh, it's banged down a bit shorter. Chance of a catch on the boundary line. No, it's not. It clears the boundary rope just as fielder was getting into position there. Poor old Tamin. I thought he was going to be keen for a catch. It does go for a 6. Well, I called it. It's either a wicket or it's going to be a 6. It goes all the way. So that over is slightly foiled there, but still 8 runs from it, Tina. It's still a good over. 78 for 2.
Yeah, a bit of a pressure release there for the Panthers to get that boundary after going... what was that, 7 balls without one, but you can see by the Manhattan there that it's just slowed up the last few overs because of those wickets. If we plot those wickets, that would have been in about over number 4.
That's right. Where
they fell, and since then just slowed up, and that's thanks to some decent bowling by the Falcons. The extras that we saw in the first couple of overs have dried up for them. You can see how important that is just for the momentum and getting through those overs as quickly as possible, putting the pressure back on the batting side, showing them that they've got no time at all. With now just 24 balls left in the innings.
So things down again at the start of this over with Sabir Ahmed. Just miss hit to, again, just a regulation mid-wicket position. Long on, coming off the boundary to field. So struggling here a little bit. The infrequent visits of the Grizzly to the boundary line are becoming noticeable. Ooh, now... Well, keeper's asking the question, and the umpire concurs. That is a stumping. And the player, the batter, doesn't even remonstrate. Diamond Pervez has been stumped. And there's some very happy people there. Very happy.
They were doing a strange odd celebration there. It looked like, I don't know.
Like chicken dance. Wasn't it?
Like
Isn't that what you do with the chicken dance?
It looked like the chicken dance. No, I mean, they were certainly happy. It was a great piece of fielding, a great piece of keeping from Faisal Mansour.
Yeah.
Quick as you like. Went for a bit of a rash shot, but it wasn't like he fell forward or anything. He must have just sneaked out of that crease with his back foot, and the finger of doom raised by Asim there, the square leg umpire, and the 3rd wicket goes. And certainly the Falcons now on top with that 68% on the win predictor, 79 for 3.
Yeah, I'm guessing that the back foot just elevated, and that's why Asim was very quickly squarely to put the finger up. He didn't have to think about it too much. Saw that it was in the air and said, "Yep, you are gone." Good work by Mansour back there. Mansour the monster, as I like to fondly call him, because when he gets out there with a bat in hand, you'll see what I mean. But 3rd wicket falls. Panthers just lost that momentum after the power play. 51 in the power play, and since then it's been a bit of a struggle here. Just delicately pushed into no man's land. Bowler just took a few seconds to get out of the blocks, didn't realise that he was the closest fielder, and the ball was really just trickling to a stop, probably 5 metres from the pitch. So, interestingly poised here. Yep, the supercomputer has swung that pendulum in favour of Falco, as there's only been 2 from the over, plus a wicket, 2 to come. Siraj Butt facing up. Swings hard at this one. He hits the ball very hard to Siraj. And that's why it goes all the way. Well, it goes for a couple of bounces and 4 runs.
Ryan Khan was slightly interested in that one. Standing there at conventional mid-wicket, he put his fingers up, and I think, well, maybe I'm doing him a disservice, but it looked like he just retracted them a touch when he realised just how quickly that ball was coming. He wanted to keep all his 10 fingers on his hands, and, well, the result is 4 runs. In fact, he's wringing his fingers now, so maybe there was just a little light touch as he tipped it over the crossbar. But that was hit with some force.
Yeah, Siraj Butt has got some real power in those arms. That ball might come back with one of Ryan Khan's fingernails in it. That'd be a bit nasty.
Oof. Yeah. Halloween style.
One more to come in the over. Oh, just adjusts his shot at the last minute, just taps it away. Happy to take a single. Oh, Mohamed Umair, I thought he just lost his footing there, maybe trying to turn for a second, but there was never 2 on there as keeper runs. Field that one. So, successful over and 7 runs from it as Falco turn the screws here on the Panthers, get them locked down at 85 for 3 after 7.
It's hard to underestimate how big a game this is with the Falcons and Panthers locked in that mid-table, and they've got kind of mirror image records so far. Falcons won 3, lost 2. Panthers lost 3, won 2. So you would say it's the Panthers that really have to go out and win this game because they want to keep in touch with the Falcons, and if they win it, then it would put them on level records, 3-3. As for the Falcons, I think if they win this one, they can pretty much book their ticket back to Santarem for tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Falco did themselves every bit of favour yesterday when they came along and they won 2 matches from 2 games. Werewolves identical. They played 3 games, but they won their 2 matches, so they have helped themselves in a long way. Unfortunately, T10 Portugal were winless yesterday. We'll talk a bit more with them later. As this is swung out towards the leg side boundary. Turning, going for 2. The throw's coming in. The throw's a little bit wild. And that ends up being quite an easy deuce that they've run. Good running too between the wicket between Butt and Umar. It's going to be a funny old day today. We keep talking about what could happen today. Obviously, we're watching these games with big interest to see who's going to be in the finals. I'm sure you are as well. This game, Panthers and Falco, should be replicated later on. So the last match today will be these 2 teams again. And taken, gone, edged. That's another wicket falls. So the wickets are starting to tumble here. The middle order is now going to be exposed in these late overs. And Umar has to go. Only bothered the scorers for 1 from 3 deliveries faced. And that's disappointing from him. Doesn't get to fire up and doesn't get to really contribute to the scorecard for the Panthers.
Good fast bowling there from Shafiqul Islam. Just bowling it on a length, slightly outside off stump, teasing the batter into a shot and a misfired shot as well. Good hands as well by the keeper, Faisal Manzoor, who of course I'm sure will have a thing or two to say about the run chase. As for the Panthers then, well, it's exactly what we said, Phil. We thought with that opening partnership, if they carry on, we could be looking at 150, 160, but has more often been the case, that partnership is broken and suddenly the wickets start tumbling and the run rate starts tumbling as well. That expected score now under 120.
Well bowled by Islam too to get that one. As you say, good pace there. Oh, that's a bit short down leg side. Doesn't follow up with a really good pressure delivery there. Just takes the gas off a little bit. And unfortunately, that's going to be wide. Rebowl that one, please. Yeah, win predictor well and truly now in favour of Falco. Panthers, well, that run rate as well, just under 12. And it just keeps falling. Every time I flick my eyes up, Chris Addison in the chat mentioned it as well. Just watch that every time. This will help. This will help big time. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Irfan Hussain cuts it off. He scurries across the boundary line. Had to make a fair bit of distance there, and he does it. Can't prevent 2. Now, just watching the Panthers here. What's going on? There's an animated discussion there. Oh, apologies to Umar. It was actually Siraj Butt who was caught behind earlier. I was looking at the scorecard and see it hadn't actually ticked over that previous single.
Hi to Kroom in the chat who's joined us, and Rowan says, I'm watching from Australia and love what cricket in Europe has to offer. Well, we do too, Rowan, and that's what we're looking to bring you hopefully throughout this year, and of course next week as well. The finals of the Challenger Division tomorrow. It doesn't stop there. Monday morning we're back at it. No rest for the wicked, straight into the Premier Division. Same format, culminating in finals day on Sunday with maybe a cameo from Mr. Maximo himself.
Indeed, we certainly will. Struck out hard towards deep mid wicket, all the way along the deck. Yeah, so thanks for that shout out, Rowan. Appreciate that you're watching from Australia. Whereabouts from Australia watching from? Let us know. There's a few Aussies in the chat, and there's a few. Well, there's one here in the commentary area.
Not me. That narrows it
that
down.
That narrows it down slightly, doesn't it? Yeah, but thanks for that shout out. And yeah, you're right, Tina. We're not even halfway through our stint here in Portugal, and this series comes to a close tomorrow night. And then we start the brand new Premier Division on Monday. And Tina, you'll be around for that, so you'll get to see a couple of games before you have to speed off back to the lowly Lords Cricket Ground, the MCC, away from this magnificent Santarem cricket ground.
Oh, it's from one home of cricket to the other, isn't it? And I think one of them is winning on the weather front at the moment. But, you know, it's going to be an exciting year at Lords as well.
Yeah.
With a lot of cricket coming up. Of course,
Totally
Women's World Cup as well.
Yes.
With the final at Lords. And I think I might just try and hang around until next year as well, because there's that little thing called the Ashes happening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, I might just...
That's worthwhile.
Drag myself to the office every time the test match is on. And, well, it's a tough job. Someone's got to do it, Phil.
Well, if you want to see a real team playing cricket, you've got to watch the Ashes, right?
Let's not start. It's early, it's Saturday. I don't want to ruin the vibe.
Okay.
G-Force needs to remain intact for the next 48 hours.
Let's leave this conversation for 12 months, and then we'll pick it up at a future time.
I'll send a picture from Lords in the pavilion when England are lifting that urn.
Oh, it has started. 91 for 4 after 8. 2 overs to go. Where can the Panthers get to? Wow, that's a good dot. Dot ball's a good ball, as we like to say here. Shafiqul Islam has bowled a terrific first over. 1 for 6 from the first over. He starts us with a dot here in the 9th. Sorry, it's a wide delivery. It was shown wide. This one in the air. Irfan Hussain under it. He puts it down. Can you believe it? He's a vocal, passionate player here. He does call out to his troops all the way around the ground throughout the entire match. And can you believe it? He skied a sitter. That was a sitter. Didn't have the sun in his eyes. Straight down his throat. Put down. Disappointing.
Rowan says he's watching from home in a small town. And I'm going to let you pronounce it because I have bad form with
Yakandanda.
Yakandanda.
Yep, I know Yakandanda.
It's got a population of only over 1,000. So 1 in 1,000 residents of Yakandanda love ECN, allegedly.
Oh, great. Rowan,
minimum.
Put out the good word and we'll increase that percentage at Yakandanda. But thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I know Yakandanda.
I'll tell you how I mispronounce my Australian name in a sec. So that one goes high and long and threatening the dugouts again. But that'll be a Maximo. It takes Panthers 1 shy of 100. So just a little fight back here towards the end of the first innings. So I was in Melbourne and Sydney at the end of last year.
Yep.
And went to the coast to visit one of my friends. And I was like, yeah, I'm getting the bus to Geelong.
To where?
To Geelong.
Okay.
Because what else would it be called?
Geelong.
Oh.
Yeah, we go easy on the first syllable. Geelong.
He's not going easy on that one. That's back-to-back Maximos from Umar. And he does get the Panthers over 100, 105 for 4. Well, you try pronouncing some of the British town names, and then we'll see who's laughing.
Well, I got to say, I mean, I moved to Reading. When did I move to Reading? In 2014. And for the first couple of weeks, it was reading. For me, it was reading. Until I got into a taxi, and then the taxi driver said, "What you talking about, mate?" That's a big hit. That's what we're talking about there. A massive strike. So, rush of blood here in the 9th over from Umar. And that's what he can do. He's a tall lad. He loves to strike the ball down the ground, and he's doing so. That's back-to-back Maximos. Just getting a little bit of respect back into that road. Have a look at the Manhattan. That's why this over is so important there. It's picked up nicely. It's gone magical. Still got one to come. Tries to replicate it. It's going to fall safely, I think. It does. No, just the one. 21 off the 9th over. Oh, that's a big over for the Panthers. Exactly what they needed going into the last.
Absolutely, and you can see it's the biggest over since over number 2. It's the only 2 magical overs. It's just unfortunate for the Panthers. They had that pretty barren run from overs 4 to 9. Better late than never, and it's mostly thanks to Umar out there in the middle. 21 off 10 for him. Mushtaq just playing the supporting role, a runner ball 3. So the Panthers here certainly want to get that score into the 120s. That would be probably just about par for what we've seen here so far.
Yep.
Certainly the Falcons still, I think, happy with how this has gone, given that the Panthers did get off to a bit of a flyer. But if they can get another magical over here, maybe get up towards that 130 mark, Panthers will be a bit happier with that as Muhafazur Rahman bowls the last.
Ooh, everyone has to get out of the way there. Bowl it, non-striker. Umpire had to do a quick skip and 2-step at the same time in the air. It's going to be just the one.
David Swan saying there's some crazy pronunciations up in Scotland. I know there's a few around Northumberland where my friends laugh at me when I try and pronounce them.
Yeah.
If you can't even pronounce your own country's names, then you're doing something wrong. But it's always fun to see that some of the village names in the UK, and I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same in Australia as well.
Yeah, we've got a few classics in Australia. Yakandanda can be a tough one for the unaware. Shite the stumps from the slip fielder. They're going to get home. So just running the quick singles here. It's a good over so far. 2 good deliveries from Rahman. Yeah, have a look how popular is leg side here in this innings for the batters.
Looks like one of my wagon wheels.
Yeah, you like the hoik towards cow corner?
Well, I wouldn't call it that. I'd say the elegant stroke over fine mid-wicket.
Sorry, I should never address your shots as hoiks. There's a certain bit of a larrikinism attached to saying, oh, he's just hoiked it.
Well, they need a bit of hoiking here, don't they, the Panthers? Just two runs off these first 3 balls of the last. He tries to go for a bit of invention when power and brute force hasn't worked so far.
Yeah, every now and then that shot gets pulled out, and you do have to ask yourself, why?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, step to the line and crash it through the covers. There's no one deep on the cover boundary. Once you get it past that single lone player in the covers, it's going to go all the way to the boundary line. You can use them forward to maybe give a bit of airtime as well. Let's see how we go. Well, he's hit this one, hit this one up in the air. It's a couple of bounces. Or Irfan Hussain has to negotiate a Tortuga there. And he does. Oh, well, that throw has bounced a couple of times and it's hit the stumps. Keeper doesn't have to break stumps, and that means Umar has to going for that second run. A little bit slack coming in at the second run. I think he was watching the keeper, but the keeper didn't have to take the ball, and the throw ended up hitting the stump. So Irfan Hussain with a 50 metres, no, call it a 45-metre throw from the boundary line, has hit the stumps at the striker's end to affect the run out. Well done. Maybe dropped a catch last over, but he has backed it up now by running out the man that he actually dropped the catch off.
Brilliant effort, wasn't it? We were saying yesterday, I think, that there's not been too many direct hits because of the way that the pitch is laid. You've got it's just fractionally below the turf either side, which means if you throw on the pitch, it bounces away, and if you throw on the turf, it's also unlikely to hit the stump. So you really need to aim it pretty much on the full at the base of those stumps to have any chance. Because otherwise it's going to fly agonisingly past. And I think, is that maybe the first direct hit we've had? At least from a distance.
From distance? Yeah, I think it might be. I think we had a shy from the infield, but definitely not from the way in the outfield. An underarm from the wicketkeeper doesn't really go anywhere. And that is going to be the innings done. So the Panthers, well, do they have enough on the board there to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons We'll throw the Panthers amongst the Falcons here because we're going to find out very shortly what's going to happen there. Hello, Phil G and Tina G here in the commentary here. Great to have your company. Hope you've enjoyed that innings. This match is only half done. This is such an important match for both these two teams, as we've talked about so much. You've got 3 teams battling for 2 places in tomorrow's finals. Panthers, they end up being a run out on that last ball. So 2 wickets on those last 2 deliveries. What a great last over that is too, Tina. Only 2 runs from it, 2 wickets, 2 dot balls. Rahman has done very well, 115 for 6. Is it enough?
Probably not, especially the win predictor saying 80%, but stranger things have happened. I think the Panthers got off to a brilliant start, more than 50 opening partnership, fell away a bit in the middle, and then that 9th over looked like it could have been a turning point, went magical, only one of 2 overs that went magical, and we thought if they could push on in the 10th, get another 20, 25 to the score, then they might be able to defend that. As it was, brilliant last over, goes for just the 3 runs and those 2 wickets as well. So it certainly did put the Panther among the Falcons. I'd love to see that, by the way. So I think Falcons at the halfway stage will be the happier side, but Panthers, they need to put in a great bowling performance if they want to take those points. Very important points they would be for them as well.
I agree totally. And interesting you raised about that magical over the 9th one. Could that be the difference in the final sum up of this game? Well, we're going to find out very shortly. Stick around, don't go too far. We're going to be back here in about 10 minutes time for the run chase. And let's see if Falco can get 116 to lock in a point and potentially lock in their place in tomorrow's finals action. That's probably all they need to do is to win 1 game. Phil G, along with Tina G, we are G-Force. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is ECS Portugal Challenger Division. Back shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to sunny Santarem on this beautiful Super Saturday. It's a Super Saturday because today we find out who plays in the finals tomorrow. And Tina, we've just been entertained by the Panthers and probably more entertained by Falco and their fielding display there with 3 run-outs, a stumping to keep the Panthers to 115 for 6. Is that enough runs? Me, I'm going to say it. I don't think it's enough. What do you think?
I tend to agree with you. G-Force is always at 1, and I think Falco would certainly be the happier here. The supercomputer puts them at 80%. It is one of those awkward chases, isn't it, where if you get a few early wickets, then suddenly that target looks a bit further away. That's certainly what the Panthers will be hoping for, as both teams really need these points to secure their spot on finals day.
Yep. Absolutely 100% there. Panthers really need to win here. They're sitting below Falco in the standings. Falco will love to get a win here because one win for them, I reckon that secures them in Sunday's final action. For the Panthers, I kind of feel they may need to beat Falco and get a win over Team Tigers Portugal to secure their spot in tomorrow's finals action. So this is a really big game for these two teams. For Panthers, not a lot of runs for the bowlers to play with here. Well, they're on though. There's a lot of chat, a bit of noise there, and look how fast all the Panthers players are running in to take the stumps there, just to come into that inner circle area there, just to try to be part of the action. Good to see, good body language, and they need a good start, the Panthers.
Oh, we already saw a few run-outs in that first innings, as you said, Phil. Certainly, the Panthers here hoping to cause a bit of carnage, a bit of confusion between the two batters.
Ooh, full toss. That's just hit down. They're going straight to Mohamed Tabish. He throws to the keeper's end a bit wild.
I think you went for the wrong end there. That's exactly what the bowler, Shah, is saying. Direct hit at the non-strikers. I think the batter there, Shafiqul Islam, would have been a goner. As it was, though, just a single to the score. That is the figure of Mohamed Tabish. Fielding at mid-off. Of course, in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring, and they've gone for a long on and a third. Just seeing him hiding behind the pillar. These green shirts get camouflaged into the lush Portuguese backdrop.
Way down the back there. Can't see the colour of his shoes from here. That's the curve of, well, not the curve of the earth, but the curve of the ground.
It's not the curve of the earth. We all know the earth is flat, Phil.
Sorry, silly me. Silly. What was I thinking? We continue here. It's a wide ball, swings wild. This one does Rahman. Now, Suhan Rahman, he put together a pretty good innings yesterday in, I think, the third match, wasn't it? Belted a very good 80-odd, 86, I think it was, and set his team up with a very good victory as well, Falcoish. That was an excellent innings from him. And, of course, Shafiqul Islam, he's out there as well opening. Doesn't usually open the batting. He gets his chance. Just plays it with a bit of an open face, just looking for the single, not really looking to clobber it. Well, the fielder is very animated in getting a throw very fast back to the keeper. It gets past the keeper. There is backup though. And that is still going to be one more to come in the first 4 runs on the board. So a cautious start here from Falco, but they're only chasing 116. I guess they can afford to have a couple of cautious overs.
A couple, but maybe not more than that. That's what we spoke about yesterday as well. You can't be too complacent on these shorter chases, and certainly a big swing and a miss won't help the cause. So that's an excellent first over from Shah. Just 4 coming from it, including that wide. And for the Panthers, it's just about creeping into this game, keeping themselves in touch, and hopefully, from their perspective, pushing up that run rate as well, which at the moment is 12.4, which you'd say is relatively comfortable for the Falcons, but as soon as that gets up towards 14, 15, then suddenly we have a game on our hands. Warm welcome to Jacob, saying good day in the chat. And of course, Ray's there, Paul is there, Kroom, and everyone else who's joining us, wherever you are on this Saturday morning. I hope you're well. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. I know me and Phil are enjoying every moment here.
It's been fantastic, isn't it? It's been great to have G-Force back together again to call the action here in Portugal, where it all started and where it continues as well. Remember, Monday is our day for Golden Balls. So if we don't get one today, don't get one tomorrow, we've got Monday.
All is not lost.
We'll always have Monday.
Is that a song? Maybe.
Possibly. We'll start the second over. We'll have to Google that one. Miss hit just goes down towards the long on fielder. There's no mid on. Mid on is dropped back as a long on. That's one of the boundary riders here in the first power play session. As Tina said before, 2 allowed out. That's one of them. And the other one is a long off. Matabish drops back from mid off down to long off. Hit hard in the air. Catching opportunity. Grasped by the person at long on. Can you believe that? That's Muhammad Umar. He's put down a bit of a sitter here.
Yeah, he saw that all the way and just never looked confident. Kind of tall figure hunched over rather than taking a step forward. He gets the high five from Mohamed Tabish. I'm sure Mohamed Tabish is wishing he were under that one because it should have been taken there, and that would have been a big wicket for the Panthers.
Would have been massive, yeah. Well, this one's gone straight up in the air as well. I think everyone's looking around, looking for it. Tabish a bit slow out of the blocks to see it. I think he's lost it, but it was always going to carry the boundary line for 6. Tabish lost it straight away. Did you notice his body language? He literally put his hands out and went, I can't see it.
He's got the floppy on. Certainly didn't help. And I suppose it's that blue sky. It's the sun glinting off the grizzly. He certainly got his excuse in early. Luckily for him, it dropped over the rope anyway.
Totally, yep. Oh, he goes for a massive hook, does Rahman. Looking to go leg side. He's just mishit that one. It just drops down on the offside, so it's going to be a dot. So starting to put down a bit of acceleration here is Rahman. He wants to get going. Let's see how we can go there. And I'll just say also good evening Australian time to Jake Stewart. Hello there, Jacob. Tuning in from Brisbane. This also goes in the air. Shouts a catch, but that's gone behind point. Oh, it's a good effort there to flick it back from the boundary line and also get a little bit of support from a couple of extra fielders down there. Well done. Panthers very vocal in the field. Tabish is trying to make a lot of noise down here in front of us and trying to get the team G'd up, making sure that for the next 8 overs and 1 delivery, they're all on here. They've just come off their innings scoring 115. They had suffered 3 run-outs and a stumping, so they saw how good a fielding Falco turned in, and they want to be able to do the same. Swing and a miss to finish the over with. Not bad from Diamond Pervez. He does go for 10. That's less than the run rate required, so they'll consider that a win.
It's been an excellent start here from the Panthers, hasn't it? They're doing everything they can to pile the pressure on the Falcons. If you contrast that to the Panthers start, at this point they're already on 30 odds before making more than 50 in the power play. And this is exactly what they need to do. When that's a small target there, they just need to have little overs that go their way. Anything that goes for 10 or less is a big positive here for the Panthers. And while they started this innings at 80-20, so 20% chance of winning it, and now they're slowly creeping up 31%.
Yeah. Yep. Just chipping away at that, and you got 10 overs to chip away at that percentage, but it's all about, what does the score look like? How many wickets are we losing? Momentum shifts and things like that as we start the third. Just been mishit in towards mid-wicket area. That's going to get through mid-wicket, but across the boundary line there is no deep mid-wicket, just a regulation mid-wicket. And he's a little bit filthy with himself there. Here's the player at mid-wicket. That's Najib. We didn't see Najib with the bat, unfortunately. Might see him with the ball, maybe in the middle overs here. Oh, hit high again. This is coming down towards us, and that is another big 6. Mohamed Umar was skipping across the turf to see if he can get to that. He doesn't get to it. That's another 6. So Shafiqul Islam this time with a good strike. So 4 and 6 to start this over. 24 on the board, still inside the power play. Falcoish looking like they are on their way here.
Well, that's how quickly these things can change, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just two balls, both go to the boundary, and suddenly you've almost doubled your score, which is like gold dust when you don't need that many runs. And that one's hit more conventionally through the covers, but it's well fielded there by Diamond Pervez.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, that one. Just need to go a couple metres left or the right, and maybe could have gotten through. But Diamond all over that one. Diamond in the rough. He's doing well, though. That's just one.
Must be more Diamond puns out there.
Oh, definitely. Oh, dances down the pitch. Goes for the slash and doesn't connect. probably better off just keeping your balance and just playing your shots, really. I mean, hindsight's 20/20. If he had to connect it, might have been a glorious shot, but made it look a bit silly. And I think he telegraphed that earlier. Bowler just put it just out of his length. Shah is a very experienced customer here when it comes to the bowling. He's only got a couple more deliveries to go. Was that pops up in the air? It just lands about 3 meters to the side of the pitch. No one can get to it, though. Thanks to Chris Smith for giving me the update on that Bombers North game. The Bombers just didn't have a good third quarter. We'll see what happens.
I read that message and I realised I have no idea what that meant. I'm afraid AFL has passed me by. This one goes up in the air. Will it pass Tabish by? Yes, it will. He certainly thought he was in with a chance for that catch, and well, I suppose you've got to credit him for going for it in the end. Probably not the right decision because it dropped about a metre in front of him. Not only that, it rolled past him and over the rope. Yeah,
it was funny because it happened just in front of where Tina and I are sitting here, just a little bit to the side, and we could see Tabish wanted that catch. He wanted to be the man who take the catch, get the breakthrough. But unfortunately, he doesn't protect the boundary line. Put the hand down, put the foot down, gets through for 4 runs. What a way to finish that over. That was 15 off the over. So Shah's second over unfortunately gets blown out a little bit there, and that is advantage to Falco, in contrast to Shah's first over, which was for 4 runs, which started the proceedings off rather well in this defence by the Panthers. But 29 in the power play, haven't lost a wicket, and these two start to sort of gear up a bit here. Win predictor, 65% chance for the batting team, 35% chance of the Panthers. Giving the Panthers a fair bit of credit there. 87 from 42 is what's needed as we look to the 4th over to cut start. And Dandywile, who has been impressive with the ball, very economical, and he does sneak in a few wickets when he bowls. So let's see if he can make an impact here against these two set batters. Oh, he took that around the corner. Well, that's a bit of a loosener to start with there, isn't it? And that is going to go for 4 runs.
Elegant shot that. He just rocked back, knew that, as we've been saying all day, anything backward of square is going to race away, whether you just tickle it or if you absolutely bladder it. So he knew that he didn't have to put much on that, and he got it around the corner. And for 4 runs, we are out of the power play now, so they're allowed 5 out of the circle, 3 of which are now on the leg side. The other 2 fielders out of the ring and on the rope are that man there, Mohammed Tabish, long off, and deep covers, which I suppose in an ideal world as a bowler you'd have 3 out on the offside, but especially on this bouncy AstroTurf pitch, and they're not quite hitting those offside lines, you do have to protect that leg side, don't you?
Yeah, I agree. Oh, good Yorker. Good Yorker. Looks like it was drifting a bit, so the shout is turned down. It was just not a fully blooded shout for leg before there. You see the umpire very quickly to say, no, definitely going to be tapering away, drifting down leg. Score stays on 34 for no loss. Halfway through the 4th. 82 from 39 needed for Falco here. Oh, that was a red-blooded swing there, looking to go downtown, misses the light, keeper misses it, and they'll scamper through for a pretty straightforward bye. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over, the most important thing, of course. Dandywile, a bit of a dangerous customer here. His first delivery did go for 4, but since then he's looking good. Just a single and a bye. Wouldn't they love to get a breakthrough with it on his bowling, the Panthers? Another dot. Just mits it down to the ground. Panthers a bit chirpy out there, a bit chatty, getting behind their bowler as well. Every ball here is vital. Panthers, well, their series is right on the line here. I really feel they need to get this win to really feel good about themselves. They got 3 games today, 2 more after this. They have a break after this, and they'll be sitting on the sidelines watching another 2 teams who could sneak into finals and knock them out.
Well, it makes that final game of the day today, the repeat of this game, very, very interesting as well, because it could be all on the line there, of course, depending on what team Tigers Portugal. But let's say, for example, TTP win, well, at least one of those games.
Yes.
Then certainly the Panthers and the Falcons will be looking over their shoulder, and it might be that we then go into that final game with both sides potentially needing a win, one side needing a win. So it's great how this tournament has thrown up so many surprises, and each team is capable of beating another, which means it's so tight there. If we take away the fighters, who of course aren't playing today and safely watching from the comfort of their own homes, as they know they'll be back tomorrow, and they will be back in that top spot as well.
Well, that's the other thing about the fighters. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They will come back tomorrow. They will play in Qualify 1, and that's the second match tomorrow. So even then, they don't have to have the early morning tomorrow. So remember, first versus second in the Qualify 1 is the second game tomorrow. The eliminator will be third versus fourth. That's the first game tomorrow morning. So it's going to be another early morning for a couple of these teams. Falco get a win here. They could go up to second place and knock the Werewolves down. Oh, swung hard. That is going to carry the boundary line. I reckon it's gone all the way. Watching the umpire get those hands in the air. I believe he does care, though. And that is a big 6. Massive strike there towards leg side. Not a good delivery. Considering that Dandewell's over was quite tight there. Only 6 runs from it. And then we've had 6 smashed off the first delivery of Mohamed Tabish's over. Just pressure relieving their score. Races up to 42 for no loss.
That equation now, 12.7 runs needed. So again, you'd say Falcons on top, but 1 or 2 meager overs and it could swing again.
Yep.
And any dot ball is precious, and you were saying, Phil, about how there's a lot of chatter in the field, and that's exactly that kind of pressure that they need to build. They need to make it out as if every dot ball here is really the most important thing in the world to
Very
put
much
some pressure back on those batters.
Yep, gets a tickle on that one, and there's the breakthrough. Tabish does get the breakthrough. Persists with that short, fast delivery, and just swiping. Shafiqul Islam has to go. Caught behind, and that is good persistent bowling there. Having been hit for 6 off the first ball, he backs it up with a dot, and then a wicket with almost identical deliveries there. And so the breakthrough finally comes, and that is a big moment for Panthers here. Just gets that door open a little bit. The run rate is at 13.5, so Falco haven't exactly put the foot down here. It's been some good tight bowling and good tight fielding. Okay, Mohamed Tabish grasped one which maybe should have taken, and so did Mohamed Umar just in front of the sight screen. But apart from that, they've been really hustling in the field. They know how important this game is. They want to make sure that they are playing tomorrow in the finals action.
Left-handed batter comes in, so it's a slight danger zone here for the Panthers. They can't afford any sloppy bowling now. We've seen it quite a lot this series so far, that the left-handed right-handed combination has played a bit with the bowler's lines, but Tabish needs to be right on the money here.
Yeah, Rule Ahmed, the left-hander, starts with a big swing. He was looking to go fine on leg side. It ends up squirting away on a 45 on the offside. 3 players are chasing after it. And between the 3 of them, they have managed to cut off the boundary. There's a lot of high fives down there. I feel like throwing the headphones off and running down and joining them. There was a lot of slapping action going on down there for succeeding in stopping the boundary. I know. I see a get around. I just want to jump into it. I think it's a lot of fun.
We can high five after every innings if you want. Good call. High five.
Love it. 44 for 1. 2 to come in this over. Goes leg side this time. Deep mid wicket running in. Completes the catch. Oh boy, a double blow in this over to Falco. Tabish, arms aloft. He's very happy indeed. Picks up a second wicket. And that is a very dangerous left-hander. Rul Ahmed has to go.
This could be a game-changing over here for the Panthers. Mohamed Tabish is the one that's dealt the double blow, and there's a great catch out there in the deep by Mohamed Umar, who was the one who dropped the opportunity earlier in the innings long on. So I know how he would have been feeling with that ball coming towards him. A few shaking knees, but he managed to hold on. It was a good grab, and look at that. Panthers suddenly, they're ahead in this one, according to the win predictor, 58% now, with the Falcons having lost 2 wickets and just faltering, not finding the boundary regularly enough. That's why that required rate also creeping up. We said if it gets towards 14, 15, suddenly it's a different game entirely.
Oh, big time. Here we go. Tabish. Just leg side wide, trying to get it sort of in the block hole. It ends up drifting down leg side, so it's going to be shown a wide. Have that one again. He won't mind having another crack at the monster, Faisal Mansour, wicket keeper. for the Falco team and also their big hitter. This guy is a monster when he gets going, but if they can get him early, then they're going to be real red-hot favourites if they can get him. A lot of ifs going on there. He is off the mark, though, with that single just drilled out towards the boundary. And the boundary rider secures that one, and that is going to be the end of the 5th over. What a so successful over that one was from Mohamed Tabish. Well bowled for him. 2 for 10, 2 big wickets there. And it is 46 for 2 after 5.
He's such a key player for the Panthers, isn't he? With both bat and ball. Proved it here. Be interesting to see if they give him his next over straight away or whether they hold him back for those important 8th, 9th, 10th overs. Surely the Panthers, they've got to go hard early here. They can't leave anything to chance because they need to keep the foot on the throat of the Falcons here, knowing how important those 3 points would be for the Panthers. It, in fact, would take them, well, assuming it's not a bonus point win, it would take them level on points with the Falcons. They'd both have 12. Falcons would have the better run rate, I'm imagining, but it's all so tight. We need to get our calculators out. We need to get our spades out to dig that one out of the farmyard. That's gone all the way beyond the tents as well. You could see that the heads of the players of the tents were swiveling in there. Paolo, he's going into the farm. Let's hope the farmer's put away his shotgun.
Let's hope the livestock in there don't get spooked as well. Seeing Paolo running in there again to look for that leather jacket potato. Siraj Butt continues. Oh, good delivery. Cramps him up. Given out leg before wicket. Well, he was walking already. He knew he was gone for all money there. Oh, this is game-changing moment here. This not just swings the pendulum, that puts the pendulum in the lap of the Panthers here. This is a huge wicket as that Monsoor has to go, and he goes for cheap too. 7 from only 3 with that big Maximo off the first ball of the over. Now, 52 for 3, or Falco, you're right up against the wall now.
That's huge, isn't it, Monsoor? I've never seen someone walk on an LBW before, but he was already halfway to the shed, wasn't he?
He was.
Knowing that was not going to go in his favour as the finger of doom was raised. He had to go on his not-so-merry way, and suddenly the Falcons looking way off here. It's not even halfway to the target. More than half of the overs have been bowled, and they still need 64 runs.
Yeah, what a moment this is. Suhan Rahman is still out there, the opener. He's at the non-strikers end. He's been down at non-strikers end for a while. And he's watching a bit of carnage happening at the other end. And he must be thinking, I need to get up there. I need to anchor this innings. Because he's a talent. Irfan Hussain, who has been opening the batting mostly of the last couple of days of this competition. He's dropped down to middle order. Let's see if he can stick around with Rahman for Falcosh. Slog sweep in the air. Going to go all the way, I reckon. It does indeed. So he finds the boundary rope. 64 for 20 from 27 goes down to 58 from 26 deliveries. That's going to help big time. So the big wicket does fall. A couple of Maximos as well, but that required run rate is still over 13. And yeah, like you were saying, Tina, at this stage, when it starts to creep up like that, teams can sometimes get a little bit complacent. They need to make sure they don't leave too many too late in the game. Well, back-to-back Maximos there as Hussain goes down the ground for a second time in a row. Oh, needed that, did Falcosh. There it is. There's the peel. Good work from our Ricardo, the roving cameraman there. 64 for 3. One more to come in this over. It has gone for 18, but the big wicket did fall. So Siraj Butt, I don't know, in his head right now he's probably thinking, look, I got the big guy, I got the monster, but yeah, I've just been taken out of the park 3 times this over. Looks like he's switching up here. He's gonna try a different angle to Irfan. Let's see if it works.
He's put fine leg back, which is an interesting tactic when you're going around the wicket across a right-hander.
Yeah.
If I was this batter here, I'd be looking to hit it over the covers. And he's just, I don't know what he's doing here. Just maybe lost his rhythm. Maybe a few mind games here with Irfan Hussain. But putting fine leg back is a interesting move.
He's played that well, hasn't he?
It's exactly what I expected to happen. If you're if you're angling across a right-hander, you've got to have protection on the offside, and they have all 5 fielders inside the ring on the offside. So living in upside down land at the moment, but it's the end of the over, and it's an expensive one despite that wicket. The trouble is the Panthers don't have too many runs to play with, and just that 4 alone has now flipped the momentum on the win predictor once more. How quick did that change? Again, this is what we talk about, the pendulum swinging. In that over, it swung both ways. As simple as that. Yeah, I kind of feel that Siraj Butt, he faltered on 2 occasions coming into bowl. I bet there was a tickle in the back of his head that said, if we're going to do this, can we get protection on the boundary maybe at third? I reckon that's what it was. That's why he kept stopping. There's something not right about this setup. And you nailed it, Tina. Exactly right. 68 for 3 after 6. 48 from 24 required. Punch down the ground towards the covers. It's fumbled but fielded and thrown back. They're going to take a buzzer as well. So that's a bonus run for them as Muhammad Umar got a little bit overexcited there. Tried to effect a run out. Couple of runs to the score. Takes it up to 70 for 3. 46 off 23. That run rate at 12. 2 runs per delivery is what's required. Big swing. Goes nowhere. Just bounces off the body and just easily fielded by the bowler on this follow through. Every dot ball absolutely huge now for Panthers. Tabish continues. Successful in his first over. Ooh, cut up in the air. It's going to be chased on. 3 players run around. It bounces. It's fumbled across the line. Oh dear, oh dear. That's not good. Of the 3 players running back, the one who was closest to it put the hands out to grab the ball, which bounced quite far inside the rope, and he's managed to palm it right across the rope for 4 runs. Tina, even you put your hands to your face. Yeah, that was a bit of a face palm moment there from Dandual. He tried to somehow reel it back in and ends up just palming it forward. Anti-fielding, I think they call that, when you make the situation worse. Probably would have stopped short of the boundary had you not intervened, but
true,
there you go.
He had a bit of a volleyball moment there. Clip off the toes, work towards the boundary rider on the leg side. Just going to be the one.
It's certainly going to go down to the wire, isn't it? And it's interesting that the Panthers have played their ace in the pack quite early. Tabish, of course, picking up those 2 wickets in his first over. Comes back to bowl the 7th here, which still means they need pressure bowlers to bowl those 8th, 9th and 10th overs, because it feels like this one is going to go down all the way to the final over.
Oh, lofted, but into the hands of the fielder, who not only fumbles the catch, also the ball rolls ever so gently and just settles on the rope for 4 runs. Oh dear, oh dear. Jawad Shah, I would have expected him to swallow that and run in for celebrations, but I can't believe he's put it down.
Just a little complacent again. He kind of just stood still waiting for the ball to come to him rather than making sure he's in the exact right position.
Yeah.
So it dies on him last moment. It's that deceptive hill once more. And then it goes through his legs and just caresses the rope. That's a nice shot.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? He's cut that perfectly. Bisects the field. The infielders all turn and run. They stare at each other as they turn and both run, and that goes to boundary for 4. Oh, this over from Tabish. Again, the pendulum swung. It's going to get away from them. And that is another boundary. So that is going to be 15 off the over. If you're a Falcoish fan, it's just what you wanted. If you're a Panthers fan, you're thinking, what could have been? I know Shah is thinking what could have been. He's given his right hand a bit of a ring. I think that's just trying to send signals out, which may or may not be entirely accurate. 33 off 18 now required.
Be interesting to see who bowls this 8th over.
Yeah.
They say it all happens in the 9th, but they need this 8th over to be a big one. It looks like it will be Dandual, who of course has some making up to do after palming that one over the boundary in the previous over. And he'll be hoping the ball doesn't go over the rope at all in this 8th, because it's just the 33 required now. The required rate at 11. They certainly here, Panthers need at least one of the next 2 overs, I think, to be in single digits to keep themselves in it.
100% agree with that one.
Well, that's not going to help because that one's gone long. But has it not gone long enough? It's taken.
Oh,
Somehow he just plucks it out of the air. It looks like he underran it. I think that's Mohamed Amar out there. And for all the money in the world, it looked like he just went underneath it and he just stuck up his arms. He's quite a tall lad and manages to hold on to that one. So that's a big wicket to start the 8th.
I thought so too. We got a good vision there of Mohamed Umar as he walked in. You described it perfectly, Tina. I thought, oh no, this will carry, definitely. But he's probably one of, if not the tallest player in the Panthers. So credit to the captain. The placement was perfect. And he only had to shuffle in just a few metres, a little bit to the left. Big wicket, that one. It's going to be, Suhan Rahman has to go. It's 22 from 19. Looking to fire things up with Irfan Hussain and try to get the Falco team over the line here. But a wicket at a very vital time, start of the 8th. Oh, Dandywell just took a bit of pace off there. He was going for the full toss base of the stumps. He's just missed it. Just missed it. And there was a bit of an agricultural swing from the batter as well. Could have easily been 2-2 there. Oh, we're seeing a very good close game here. This game should definitely go to the 10th. Who knows? It could even go to... No, I'm not going to say it. Too early, Phil. Too early.
You've jinxed it now. Come on. Well, the win predictor certainly is hedging its bets.
Slashes this one out towards extra cover. They're going to allow the single. I think that's Tavish, though, who picked up and refused to shy the stumps. Probably looked at the background and thought, well, the nearest person to back up this throw is round on the boundary on the other side of the ground. We'll cough up 2 if I release. Doesn't. Dandywell just misses his run up there.
Just a few nervy moments now. I think they can feel the tension out there in the middle. They know how important this game will be in the context of both of these sides' tournaments. And it does feel like could still go either way. 32 required off 15.
Punch down the ground. That's going to be Shah, who, he puts the body behind the ball, but it ricochets off his elbow, and it's gone for 4 runs. Oh dear. Shah having a bit of a mare down here in front of us. I'm sure he could probably hear us too, so all apologies, but we call it as we see it, and that has bounced off your elbow for 4 runs. Should never have been 4.
How important could that be? Significant misfield. The Panthers just let themselves down on a few occasions, giving away runs that shouldn't have been there. And, well, there's the injury and the insult has been added as that one is carved away. Brilliant shot, 4 runs. And what an innings this is as well from Hussain. He moves up to 32 off just 8 deliveries. Another game-changing hand from him here.
He's stepping up here, isn't he? I was a little bit critical of Irfan Hussain, only because when he's been opening, he barely lasts the first over. He usually hits a couple of boundaries and he's gone. But this coming in at this time, maybe he's found his niche. Maybe he's found exactly his calling for his squad here. That 32 off 8, that's looking pretty good. It's now 24 off 13 required. And there's still 2 to come in this over. There's been 9 off the over, a wicket's fallen and a dot. So, sorry, 1 more ball to come. Carves that one. And it goes through the fielder. Not to the left, not to the right, but straight through the fielder at point. And his teammates are standing hands on hips, giving him the daggers. Oh dear. So the over finishes with 3 boundaries in a row. It started really well for the Panthers.
Yep.
Panthers got the first part of the half of this over in their pocket. A wicket, a dot, a 1. And then the Falco team burst back to life through the bat of Irfan Hussain, who goes 4-4-4. Oh boy, 20 off the last 2 overs. It's still going to be a bit of a nail biter here for both teams.
Well, certainly the win predictor is firmly flying with the Falcons, but I don't think it's that cut and dried. 1 more wicket, especially the wicket of Hussain. If he falls, then suddenly we've got another game on our hands. And see here who will be bowling the 9th. I suppose it's either keep Ahmed on strike or get a wicket. As long as Hussain is at the non-striker's end, he can't deal any damage for now. Once he's on strike, suddenly the alarm bells will be ringing for the Panthers.
I don't wonder if they're going to ring in some changes then, the Panthers in the field. Maybe try to get regulation mid-wicket and cover into place just to try to prevent or to sort of put a bit of hesitation in the mind of the batter who might look for that single. Maybe try and drop it on the leg side. There's nobody on the leg side apart from, well, the bowler on his follow-through with Nku Weave, and everybody's back on the boundary on the leg side. Easy single there if he wants it. Oh, he goes for the big swing. Irfan Hussain, did you see the body language there? He raised his hands as though to say, what was that? I reckon that was against what the orders were.
Did you hear my sigh of...
Yes.
Come on. This is the most obvious play in the game so far, is just get bat on ball. There's no one within 30 metres of the bat, and you've got Irfan Hussain at the non-strikers who's on 36 off 9. Oh, by hook or by crook, he's going to get Hussain on strike. Wisely there. Diamond, who's bowling the 9th, doesn't launch the ball at the non-strikers because it would have been, well, they probably wouldn't have taken the buzzers in all honesty.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, probably would have,
But it could have been a 5. We saw that, of course, yesterday.
Yes,
So
that's right.
the Falcons have what they wanted, which is Hussain on strike. The Panthers, they need his wicket.
Yeah, it was, as soon as that ball got released, Irfan took off. Absolutely just put the head down and barreled his way through, gets on strike. Let's see. Irfan Hussain, it's on you. What can you do in this 9th over? Goes up in the air, and that is going to clear the rope. That's what he can do. Big 6. He may be small in stature, but my goodness, he's got some strength in those shoulders. That goes across the banjo arm. He's raced to 42 from 10 deliveries faced. Gets the 100 up for the team as well. 103 for 4. At 13 off 9 required. And maybe a couple of hits away from a bit of glory here for Falco. They could go second on the table in the next couple of minutes.
Absolutely nailed that one. Right off the middle of the bat. It sounds like some military personnel maybe joining us in the skies. We should watch out for flying grizzlies with Hussain there. And that one's back-to-back 6s. And suddenly the Falcons flying to victory here with now single digits required thanks to Irfan Hussain. And, well, if there's any justice in the world, I think he'll get to his 50 and he'll see his side home.
It'd be an excellent 52 if he can just pull off a couple of runs here. Yeah, back-to-back Maximos as you subscribe, Tina. Diamond Purveys. What have you got in the pocket? Oh, there you go. He clips the top of the stumps with a great delivery. He misses out on the half century. It's a 48 from 12 deliveries faced, but he's got his team within touching distance of a victory here. It's 7 required off the next 7 deliveries. Oh, can the Falcons finish this game off? Can they finish the game, or are they going to get stuck? Oh, we've got a great finish coming up here, folks. I reckon, well, it's good. Clearly, I think this game's going to go to the 10th.
Yeah, I don't quite think 94% tells the story there for Falcons. Also, there is no justice in the world because I said Hussain deserved to get his 50 and deserved to see his side home. He did neither of those things.
Yeah.
Pressure on the new batter here because he's got Faisal Ahmed at the other end, who's not exactly hit some runs so far. 1 off just the 4 for him. If he does that again in the final over, then the Panthers could snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here. It's a big ball coming up, last ball of the 9th.
Yeah, huge delivery this one. Worked way to the leg side. There's a bit of effort there. It's going to go all the way. Does it for a big 6. Well, there you go. Scores are level. Oh, boy, oh, boy. So, 9 overs gone, 115 on the board. Falco on the cusp of celebrating a big win here over the Panthers. And as I said before, Falco just 1 run away, and they've got 6 deliveries to get it. And they will go to second on the standings, and they have pretty much booked themselves into tomorrow's Qualifier 1 match against the Fighters.
Yeah, Falcons flying high here. And, well, Werewolves, we did say, didn't we, that they would be sitting at home today looking over their shoulders, and, well, they've just been pecked by the Falcons as they swoop by into second place. As for the Panthers, well, assuming a 1 is scored in this final over, the Panthers will fall to 2 and 4, meaning that they've really got to get something. You'd imagine 6 points from their remaining 2 games to give themselves any hope of getting through to tomorrow.
Yep. Swings hard at this one. That's the match. All the fielders had come in. Every single fielder worth their salt had gotten in there to try to stop the single. The game finishes with 5 balls to spare. The shot is played down the ground. It goes across the boundary for 4 runs. So the Falcons finish on 119 for 5 after 9.1 overs. It's an emphatic victory with, by 5 wickets plus 5 deliveries to spare. So well done, Falcons. Thank you for sticking with us with that. Phil G, alongside Tina G, we're taking you through that fantastic contest. It went to the 10th, and we always say this, get that game to the 10th, anything can happen. That's the way it works. But if you only need 1 run, it makes it a little bit tough for the bowling team. What a great game, but well done, Falcons.
Well done to the Falcons. Commiserations to the Panthers, who have a bit of a nervous wait now. They'll have to see what TTP do against the Falcons, which is the game coming up in just about 25 minutes' time. But then the Panthers have the final 2 games, knowing that they've got to leave everything out there. They need to get minimum 6 points, hopefully 7 and 8 if they want to give themselves a chance. And you'd say they were in that game. I mean, I started getting whiplash from the win predictor, but in the end, it was the Falcons that got their victory. And I think they'll be happy because they'll pretty much be secured coming back tomorrow.
I agree.
The rest of the pack, well, it remains to be seen in the last 3 games.
That's right. It looks like it's going to be, as you say, Team Tigers, Portugal and Panthers battling it out for that coveted 4th place in the standings. Oh boy, so we all breathe a sigh of relief there, and we look forward to the next game starting in about 20 minutes' time. So match 17 done and dusted. Match 18 coming your way, as we said, Falco versus TTP. That's starting in about 20 minutes' time. We'll hope to see you back here soon. Phil G alongside Tina G. This is the European Cricket Network, and this is the ECS Portugal Challenger Division. We'll see you back in a few minutes for the next match. Great day today coming. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning and a warm welcome back to sunny Santarem, where we're into the second game of the day. Just 3 games left today before we go to finals day tomorrow. The G-Force is here taking you through the next one, which is Falco against Team Tigers Portugal. Team Tigers Portugal, Phil, had a bit of a stinker yesterday, didn't they? They've got a lot to do today.
They had a stinker indeed, yeah. I mean, you come to the ground, you've got 3 matches and you walk away with none. Ouch. That is a capital ouch. So, yeah, they got a lot of work to do today. And their season hangs in the balance. Well, their season, their challenger division here hangs in the balance. And honestly, looking at the tables, I think they need 2 wins from these 2 games just to be involved in that conversation. Even this match, just to get that single win. Okay, fine, back it up in the next game as well. So yeah, they got a lot to do.
Well, the good news for TTP is that they got the little win on the board before the game, which was the coin toss, and they managed to win that one, deciding to have a bowl. So it would be the Falcons out there in the middle trying to set a commanding total, and TTP, of course, then will know exactly what they have to do. Remember, bonus points are in play. We haven't had too many bonus points victories in either way so far, but TTP in particular will be hoping that it'll be 4 points going their way, as they have just those 2 games today. Of course, that's Falcons, right, we saw already, and we'll be seeing them later again. So all still to play for as we go into the opening ball here, bowled by that man Azam Johnny. And it will be a dot ball to start, fielded there at mid-wicket by the skipper, Asif Attar, who has decided that he'd rather know exactly what he has to do. His Tigers side, of course, Azam Johnny with the ball here. We imagine that he'll have quite a lot to say with the bat as well. He's been their key performer so far, as that one is swiveled away by Ahmed, who is opening the batting with the familiar figure there of Suhan Rahman. That one will be the first boundary of this innings for the Falcons.
Interesting change-up to bring Ahmed to open, the left-hander to open the batter. Usually he comes in at the fall of the first wicket, so this is the first time we've seen him open. Maybe just a bit of an attempt for Falco here, maybe to check a few things, maybe try something different before they go into finals tomorrow, and also to maybe just upset the whole fielding momentum with a left-right-hand combination early on in this match.
Maybe taking a leaf out of the Tigers book, who of course have the left-handed Azam Johnny at the top of their batting, as that one's a full bunger and it's been given the treatment. That's been hit a long way, knock to the scorers, as that's landed right in front. And oh, look who does the fielding. That's the one and only Conrad Greenshields, who has come to say hello. He thought he'd just have a nice little sit in the sun, watch the cricket, and it's taken him all but 3 balls to get involved in the action. There
you go. Say his name 3 times and he appears. Conrad. Nice bit of fielding by Connie, getting his practice in for next week for the Premier Division.
Yeah, lovely to see him here at the ground, maybe eyeing up a few opposition players, maybe next season. One of these teams has ambitions of going up into that Premier Division. As that is just knocked away to mid-wicket, so that brings the right-handed Suhan Rahman on strike, and all change in the field with the offside being brought in. You can see there Azam Johnny directing his troops, and in fact he does send out the covers, so we have 1 fielder out at deep cover, 1 fielder out at deep mid-wicket, 1 either side, mirror image, so there's no one out straight. Certainly something that Rahman will be eyeing up. Well, he goes offside, there's calls of catch it, but Mohamed Rassel can just jog behind him and pick that ball up about a good 15-20 metres beyond the boundary, which is where it landed for the second maximo of this over. And a brilliant start here for the Falcons, 17 runs coming off the opening 5 deliveries. Win predictor suggests there's not too much between these 2 sides. Both sides have had mixed tournaments so far.
Yeah, I do feel though with TTP with those 3 losses yesterday. Oh, well, how can you believe it? I'm not sure he was going to get to the ball, Shazad. I don't think he was going to take the catch. I think he'd even pulled up to stop that, but he slips over on his moneymaker, and I don't know, maybe a quicker sprint could have affected a catch there.
Yeah, he just got caught a little cold there, did Amir Shazad. Just checking his footwear, making sure he's all okay, but there you see him. Well, he's certainly okay, because he'll be the next to bowl here for TTP. Good first over, though, for the Falcons, 18 runs coming off it. You were going to say something, Phil.
I was just going to say that it's pretty hard for the Team Tigers Portugal coming off the day yesterday, which was absolutely not their day. 3 matches, 3 losses. It didn't matter whether they bat first or bowl first. They just couldn't find enough in the tank to either chase a score or defend a score. So they come here today with only 2 games under their belts to play, and they have to basically win them both. Winning one is not going to be enough. So it's a bit tough. And of course, they play really hard today to get those 2 wins. If they do get the finals, they've got to come back tomorrow straight away.
On the money there from Amir Shahzad. Very optimistic appeal going down leg side as they scamper through for a leg bite. Yeah, as you say, Phil, TTP at the moment propping up the table in 5th position. Have the worst net run rate as well. The 6 games so far. They've lost 4 of them, 3 of which came yesterday. So they actually went into yesterday with a positive record, 2-1. That very quickly changed to 2-4. So we know they're capable of wins. They managed it earlier in the campaign. Goes for the uppercut there, and he's fuming with himself. Is Ruhal Ahmed that he doesn't manage to get anything on that as it zips through to the keeper, who is, of course, Foyers Udin for Team Tigers Portugal.
Yeah, it set up for a little while there, didn't it? And yeah, he'd be a bit filthy himself. It set up for quite a while there and basically sent out the invitation, said, where do you want to put me? Doesn't quite get it. Shahzad steaming in again.
This time he targets those stumps and it's swatted down to mid-off, but the fielding is done there by Adil Halim, who will have a thing or two to say with the bat as well. He's often the right-hand man to Azam Johnny. It's all change in the field once more.
The
right-hander.
And the right-hand bat. And the right-hand man to Azam Johnny's left-hand bat.
Exactly. The left-hand bat, the right-hand man. It's all going on.
A quick shout out in the chat to everybody. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hello to Ray Tipping. He says hello to you and me, Tina.
Hi, Ray.
And Steve McVeigh as well. And Monty's in the chat. Good to see you, Monty.
Oh, that one's a big one as well. And that's certainly going to be one for the over. I'm surprised, actually, that the previous one that lifted on Ahmed wasn't called one, but that certainly will be. So he's played his hand here. Shahzad, final 2 deliveries. We know that they won't be bumpers. Well, they might be, but will then be called by the umpire. But a good over so far. Just the 2 runs coming from it. And he does dart that one at the stumps. It's excellent bowling this by the man in yellow. Decent fielding. And they do manage to scamper through for one. It was the tumbling figure there in the covers who stopped the ball but wasn't able to throw it in quite quickly enough.
As always, Shahzad putting together a very good first over here for him and second over for the team. Only 3 runs from it so far, including that leg bye. So he's Mr. Reliable when he gets to bowl his first over. I've noticed that. Doesn't usually go for too many. He's a bit of a class act in this team. Let's see if he can finish strong. Maybe even sneak a wicket. Try to remove Ruhal Ahmed, who's facing. Just taking a few moments to get that field right, Team Tigers Portugal. They want to get everything right today.
Yeah, no room for error for them. Blink and you miss it, and that's exactly what they had yesterday. 3 opportunities to bag a win, 3 missed opportunities for them. And they can't afford to miss those 2 chances today. Well, he kind of gets away with that one, actually, Amir Shahzad, because had the batter there, Ahmed, stepped inside of it, probably would have been a wide. As it is, he's giving his thigh a bit of a rub because it careened off his thigh for a leg bye, but an excellent over there from Shahzad, Mr. Reliable, giving away just the 2 runs off the bat. Of course, 4 coming off it with those leg byes. So the score after 2-22 for no loss.
There you go. So good start the first over. That second over just clawed things back a bit better there for Team Tigers Portugal. And they would love to contain this Falco team, don't want them to get away too much. But 22 after 2, that's the score on the board. Steve McVeigh made a comment in the chat about today. I have a much more sober, I love that choice of word too, a sober choice of shirts today after yesterday's Peacock Friday effort that I put in. So, yeah, fair enough. But, hey, Peacock Friday, you got to, you need to put your foot forward, don't you?
You do.
And I did.
I mean, it's only sober in comparison. These are relative things, aren't they?
It's a relative term. True. There are degrees.
I've got a question, a laws question. Let's go. Let's go early and deep.
Okay.
Leg byes don't count against the bowler, should they? I mean, I'll take that as an example. We'll come back to it in a moment as Adil Halim bowls the third. I mean, he bowled a delivery down leg side.
Yep.
Had the batter just stepped inside of it, it would have been a wide.
Yes.
That would have counted against him.
Yes.
It ricochets against the batter's thigh and goes for a run. And the bowler says, thank you very much. That won't impact my figures.
Yep. I'm in the camp that says that should go against the bowler.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're in agreement there.
Oh, yeah.
G-force aligned as always as that one goes high up in the air. Calls of catch it. The keeper's after it, and actually he almost lapped Nahid Ahmed, who was the closest to begin with, but didn't really fancy that steepler. In the end, no one quite got near it as it went down that hill. Lucky escape there, as they managed to scamper through for 2, and the post-mortem begins between those fielders.
That had a ridiculous amount of hang time, that Grizzly, didn't it? That was in the air for one run and almost about a quarter of the second run before that actually hit the ground. And it's then being grassed. So we continue now. Rahul Ahmed, what can he do?
And that's crunched into the leg side. Should just be the one, and it's carefully fielded there by Azam Johnny as that win predictor cannot separate these two sides. Early signs again that this is going to be a close one.
Ray Tipping suggesting my shirt yesterday. He thought I was just a messy eater.
Those fish tacos were quite, I mean, they were
special,
outstanding, but quite difficult to eat at times. So, I mean, if you did spill, you wouldn't have noticed, because I'm going for the risky white T-shirt, and it's a miracle that it's lasted this long.
Ooh, haven't seen what's on the menu for lunch today, Tina. Yeah, you could be walking into a world of pain there.
I need to get a bib, or wear one of the substitute bibs from the fielding team. So that one is miss-hit out for a single. So the two boundary riders in this over, or at least for the right-hander, were both on the leg side at deep mid-wicket and cow corner, and they do indeed push to the mirror image for the left-hander, so remain out at deep mid-wicket and long on, or cow corner, probably more accurately. And this one, well, doesn't go to either of those fielders. It's hit much finer, and it's gone all the way. It's a Maximo for Ahmed, who's been the more productive of the two batters so far. He has actually had more of the strike, and that's a big boundary as well, because the Falcons were just stuttering a bit in that power play. They'd gone a good 10 balls without finding the rope, but they've got one now with one ball left of the power play. And even with that 6, TTP have got their noses in front, and I feel like this one's going to be another one where that win predictor gives us a bit of whiplash.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, sort of a bit of hypnotism, watch it going back and forth as well. That did go quite a long way back. It did take a while to get back there, and the player has got jogging quite a long way to get back to his position. So we're just pausing a moment here, and he's almost back. Now he's back in his position, I think. No, just circling around, parking the car, put it in park. Now we're good to go.
Got his steps in there. Oh, that's a miscued slower ball from Adil Halim. Fortunate there, that actually wasn't called a no ball, almost went off the pitch. Tried to just push it across the left-hander, but ended up pushing it more towards the slips. You see there, the Falcons taking in a bit of the sun, but also taking in the cricket action, hoping that these two openers get some runs on the board. That was an unexpected bumper there from Halim to finish the third over, finish the power play as well. So 33 runs coming off it. Taking a look at that Maximo rate then, the Werewolves, who, well, we've praised their batting throughout the series, sit top of that pile of the Maximo rate. TTP near the bottom, that kind of suggests their struggles. Interesting fighters, the runaway leaders in the table are sitting very much mid-table.
Yeah.
But shows it's not all about hitting those sixes.
It's not all about power hitting, is it? No, it's exactly what that table describes there. Look at that over rate as well, the Manhattan situation there. And it tells a story that Falco got off to a flyer and things have calmed down a bit.
All the threes, 33. No 3 wickets, fortunately, for the Falcons.
I'll tell you what, if we get a hat trick, it'd be 33 for 3 at 3.3 overs.
Please.
How's that for a number, Wayne?
We've had similar ones, and I'm always quick to take the screenshot because it just fills me with absolute joy when things like that happen. As Habib will be bowling over number 4, the man with 4 on the back of his shirt.
Yep.
It's all falling into place, Phil.
It's a rarity when the universe works like that.
It's the Illuminati. So that one is hit into the covers and, well, almost knocks Asif Attowa's block off, almost called the vice captain in there because the captain was almost out for the count. manages to dodge it. Unfortunately for him, the ball does race away for the boundary. That was probably the lesser of two evils there, because that one took a vicious bounce.
Love to see Scotty from the European Cricket Network Supporters Club of Australia from Melbourne tuning in. Hello there, Scotty. Wonderful to have your company. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday evening down there in Melbourne.
That will be a wide, just slightly too wide for umpire John's liking. I'll have to re-bowl that one. And that expected score around the 120 mark. Say TTP, if you offered them 120 now as a chasing side, they'd probably say, yep, thank you very much. Well, that certainly won't help. Well, that's caught. There's no signal from the square leg umpire, so it was a dipping delivery. It was on the verge of being a no ball. I think it was the right call there that it wasn't given. And I think Rahman there will be fuming with himself, because that was a hit me ball. All he managed to do was hit it into the hands of the man lurking at 45, and the opening partnership for the Falcons is broken at the start of the 4th over, and it's the wicket that's taken by Habib Masum, and it's 38 for 1.
Yeah, I suspect maybe on the way past the square leg umpire there, Rahman just raised his eyebrows and said, height, and the square leg umpire said, I'm 6'1", thanks for asking, on your way. That was absolutely fine. It's fair enough, though, because, I mean, to the naked eye on the first look, you might think, oh, height, and it was fair enough that you called it, Tina, but, I think it was definitely dipping. And the wicket stands, of course. So, big breakthrough here. They finally managed to get stuck into this top order with a wicket. Do the Team Tigers Portugal, 38 for 1, 2 deliveries into that 4th over.
New batter on strike, right-hander. Well, there's certainly going to be the no ball called there. If the previous one was marginal, there was nothing marginal about that one. A bit of an ugly one. Luckily, it seemed to be a bit of a slower ball, so it didn't come quite so viciously at the bat, and he managed to, I think, get some kind of equipment on it. It's Monso out there.
Yeah.
I think he got a bit of glove on it just to avoid any further damage. But he's got a free hit now coming up. And, well, squeezes it away. There is a man down at 3rd, so he misses out. Almost yorks himself there by charging down the wicket at the bowler. And it's, well, almost a lucky escape there from Habib Masum. You can't say it's been the most impressive of 4 balls so far for him, but he has managed to pick up the wicket. Only given away 7 runs so far. It's been a bit of a mystery box of bowling so far from him. Can he find his line to the left-handed Ahmed, who's going well so far? Well, he doesn't. It's going to be another no ball. And you know things are going a bit wrong for your bowler when you've got basically 2 backstops in. There's a very fine leg and there's a very fine 3rd. And I think he's just maybe struggling to grip the ball here a little. And that is the second one. You will say at least he's not bowling with so much heat that the batter's necessarily in trouble, but he needs to find his line in quickly here.
There's a question in the chat from Montalist. Obviously, I missed part of the chat here, saying, what's the difference between a king and a super king? Talking about maybe the IPL there. I think a super king wears a cape and a king doesn't.
I thought we were talking about bed size.
Oh, okay.
Super king, more comfy, more room, especially if you're 6 foot.
Oh, super kings are great. Get lost in there.
I think we have even bigger than a super king. It's the whole monarchy.
Yeah.
It's outrageously large bed, just how I like it. So that no ball free hit was another lucky escape there for Habib Masum. He's clearly been saying his worship to the cricket gods, although again I feel like that probably would have been a wide, must have touched something, as it was then stopped down the leg side by Foyez-Uddin with the gloves.
Tell you what, you know it's a big bed when you have to text your partner to let them know you're getting up.
In a different postcode.
Or send smoke signals or something like that.
Just needs to get out of this over. It's not been actually the worst over in terms of damage for Habib. He does manage to get that one on the money. And the wickets are dislodged at the non-strikers. No chance of it being an unfortunate run out. And it will be the end of the 4th. Finishes there with 3 dot balls in the end, Habib, and picks up that all-important wicket. So the Falcons now, after 4, they've ground to a halt a little here. 42 for 1 with TTP looking to strike again here.
Yeah, have a look at that run rate. 10.5 on the run rate. So well done to Team Tigers Portugal. They've done everything, well, pretty much done everything right so far. Only, not too many boundaries, really. They do have a couple of dangerous batters out there at the moment. Obviously, Mansour is there. Rahul Ahmed, the left-hander, is still going. He's on 21 from 13, looking to get going, looking to fire things up. They just haven't managed to find that fluidity that they got in the first match, the Falcons. But there's still 6 overs to go. Team Tigers Portugal still maintaining the pressure. And they're going to turn to, it's going to be Nahid Ahmed to try and see if he can rattle the stumps, get another breakthrough possibly. Just continue to put the pressure on the scoreboard for the Falcons. Maybe give TTP a decent score to chase after in about half an hour's time.
And he comes the diminutive 94, and that one's hit away into the leg side. Will just be the single. It's fielded out there by the boundary rider. Of course, we're at the power play now. So 5 fielders allowed outside of the ring, and they're going to be switching around for the right-hander. It looks like they'll be sticking with deep covers, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. And I'm trying to see where the last one is. Maybe they've gone. Well, they've got the third. Looks like he's probably not all the way to the boundary, but kind of in that fly slip kind of backstop position, which is quite a useful one here because it's a slope going down that way. So if you can just stop anything and mop up anything that comes loose from the wicket keeper. Miss hit into the leg side, and it'll be a dot ball, well fielded by backward square leg. And well, this is very much a barren spell, isn't it, for the Falcons? They haven't had a boundary since I call that the third over.
Quite a while, yeah. It has been a while. Look at that last 10 deliveries. There's been really nothing for them to celebrate at all.
This is a great little over so far from Ahmed. Just that one wide, but otherwise just the one single. And Mansour, well, he needs to get going now, doesn't he? We know exactly what he can do, but he hasn't been able to show it so far. And he skies that one straight in the air. Who wants it? There's 3 players settling underneath it, and in the end, it's dropped. It was a tough opportunity. Skewed high off the bat of Mansour. The wicketkeeper was trying to get there as well. In the end, he couldn't make it. It would have been his catch with those big gloves on. But he just couldn't make up the ground, and it's a lucky escape for Mansour, who looks very much out of sorts at the moment. 2 off 8 deliveries.
This is not the Mansour that we saw at the start of this contest way back on Tuesday last week. He was absolutely all over the bowlers right from the get-go. So whatever the Mansour code is, these guys have cracked it.
And it's chipped down the ground. It will fall short of Shuvra Biswas long off. So just be the single. And again, this boundary drought continues. And look at that win predictor. Suddenly, Team Tigers Portugal, they're looking like the side that we saw earlier in this tournament.
Yeah.
Having had a shocker of a day yesterday, they're doing everything here to try and keep their finals day hopes alive. Brilliant Yorker to finish what's an outstanding over here from Nahid Ahmed. Just 4 runs coming off it, given that he's come up against Mansour, who's shown exactly what he can do in previous games, and Ahmed, who's got 23 off 15, 2 of them very powerful batters, but they just couldn't get Nahid Ahmed away in that over. And at the halfway stage, Falcons, they're faltering here, 47 for 1.
They are indeed. Tina, good call. I mean, look at that. That is not what we expected. The Falcons successfully chased down 100 and, well, they made 119, chasing 115 the previous match, albeit that they chased that in the 10th over with 5 balls to spare. So again, just missing a little bit of what we saw from them yesterday and the day before. Team Tigers Portugal, all credit to them. They've done everything right so far. The fielding has been pretty good. The bowling, I mean, that over is just, yes, exemplary from Nahid Ahmed. That is really well bowled for him. Only 5 runs from it. Just 1 wide in there as well. But yes, the drought of the boundaries is definitely worth a discussion point. Where are they going to come from? Mansour, is he about to fire things up? 3 from 9, very un-Mansour-ish, if I could put it like that.
But this one goes up in the air, and it could be a wicket to fall, and well, it falls out of the hands of Asif Attar, the captain, no less. You'd say that was a relatively regulation opportunity. Would have been a big wicket as well, as Mansour once more lives to fight another day, and I'm sure he's very pleased about that.
I reckon you couldn't wipe that smile from his face. Although he's probably cursing himself for playing such a rash shot. But yeah, he's just doing it in singles at the moment and looking completely out of sorts. Will the real Mansour please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up.
Well, it's the left-handed Ahmed who needs to re-inject some life into this Falcons innings, because it's gone all wrong for them. And well, maybe that will help, as it will skip away for a one bounce for more of that, please, if you're of a Falcons persuasion, as Ahmed hits the first boundary in probably about 2.5 overs, as the expected score here has plummeted to less than 100. And surely Falcons, they need to get something closer to 120 if they want to keep the Tigers at bay.
Unusual for the Falcons to only bring up their 50 in the 6th over as well. That just shows how far behind their usual service they are. Well, that bounce has gone right across the top of the helmet. Batter did not even have to duck even remotely for that, and indicated wide by square leg umpire. Nice director. That went straight across the top of the helmet, but cleared it by quite a long way. Obviously, we don't have the side-on replays to show you that again. But I can tell you right now, it's exactly what it did. You saw it there on your screen. So just rearranging the field here, bringing in mid-wicket, a regulation mid-wicket. Interesting move. Asif Ator, who dropped one just earlier, he's gone to that same position again.
Yeah, lots of tinkering going on here, and head on in hands moment there as that one just whistles past the stumps, as Ahmed, a bit of a rash thrash of the bat on that one, doesn't make contact with anything. And Halim bowling well here, given that he hasn't picked up a wicket. It's only the one wicket that has fallen so far, but the Tigers won't be necessarily too upset by that, because the two batters out there in the middle suddenly have lost their form. But that one has all form, as that one's going to land just about 5 meters in front of us, and Conrad, he's being made to sing for his supper today. That's the second piece of fielding he's done today, which I think throughout this week so far, Phil, the scorers and anyone else hanging around near the scorer's box probably only been called into action about 2 or 3 times. And now Conrad,
it's true.
Now Conrad's there. The ball can't stay away from him. He's clearly got the ball magnet tucked away in his pocket. Slower ball. Nice slower ball actually executed there. Just deceives Ahmed, who was swing from the hip once more.
It's a funny old innings, this, isn't it? We have not seen this kind of jittery moment here from Falco. Maybe hope they haven't sort of gone into sort of like sleeper mode, considering that they had the good win. They put themselves now to second place on the standings with that previous win. And maybe just, I don't know, are they taking this a bit easy against TTP? They shouldn't. They really shouldn't, because if they take a hit to the net run rate, then they're going to drop down to 3rd, and they will have to play the eliminator if that happens. Obviously, we'll know that at the end of the day, but just little things they need to be aware of here. As the 6 over finishes, 59 for 1, couple of boundaries in that over, so maybe normal service is resuming for Falco, but still only 12 off the over. Halim gets none for 23 from his 2.
Decent little spell from Halim. Unfortunate and unlucky maybe to not pick up a wicket. And you imagine here, it's a vital over for the Falcons. Mansour is on strike, who at the moment hasn't been able to really make contact with anything. Probably could have and should have been dismissed as well, as he hit one straight up in the air, which was shelled by the captain, Asif Attar. You can't give him too many opportunities. He is the kind of player that can turn a game with just a few big shots. As Naid Ahmed rightfully gets another over, but this one goes wrong for him, and Mansour finally, maybe that is the pressure releaser that he needs to bat himself into a little bit of form, and that one does race away to the boundary.
Yeah, it just strays there onto the pads, and Mansour gets a little tickle on that one just to help things along. Score jumps up then to 63 for 1 in the 7th. So not far away through this innings, getting towards the back end of it now. That run rate is hovering around that 10 mark. It's been for a little while. There you go, 10.2 now with that boundary.
Praise in the chat for Lucky.
Yes.
Always needs some praise because he's doing a brilliant job. And we're honoured to share the greenhouse with him. It's good though there's not too many other people in here, otherwise it would turn into a bit of a hot box. That one's drilled down the ground. Should be stopped, and is, by the stretching Amir Shahzad. And they do just settle for the single in the end.
Yeah, we got surprisingly less flies in here today as well.
Just a
because
few.
our mobiles is working quite well. I don't like looking at it, to be honest. It's a bit sort of freaky.
It's the fly mortuary.
It is. Just in here with Lucky and Tina and myself. And Lucky, yeah, the chat's asking about you, so and he gives us the thumbs up.
Miscued, which is the order of the day so far for the Falcons, but they do jog it through for a single. Fielding there done by Azam Johnny, who, well, you'd imagine, Phil, he'll be licking his lips at the moment at the prospect of a pretty modest run chase. That expected score just ticks over to 100. But certainly TTP do have firepower in their batting ranks, and, well, firepower no more, as Mansour finally is dismissed. It's probably the third time he should have been dismissed.
Yeah, true.
And his miserable innings comes to an end as he goes for just the 9 off 13 deliveries, and very uncharacteristic of Mansour there. We've seen him play much better innings, to say the very least.
100% agree with that. That's very uncharacteristic. Un-Mansourish is, as I described it before, unmonsterish, whatever you want to say. But yep, he's dismissed. His rotten little time at the centre comes to an end. Now, is that going to be a celebration for TTP? Probably is, because maybe they're a bit fearful that he could fire up. But if he keeps swinging and missing like that and chewing up those dot balls, you'd almost think, why don't we keep him in? Because he's suddenly no danger. If the predator has no teeth, then what's to be worried about?
Tell you what, though, Nahid Ahmed, he's very much deserved a wicket, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Brilliant first over, went for just the 5 runs and deserves to pick up that wicket. It's a big scalp, although maybe not as big as it would have been in previous games where Mansour has been the difference maker. Failed to make an impact in this game. Falcons need someone to. 65 for 2. 2 balls left of the 7th. This one's up in the air. It's been launched. The fielder is settling underneath it. Amir Shahzad, it bursts through his hands, and not only does it get dropped, it rolls over the boundary. It's been a mixed bag for Shahzad, hasn't it? He's caught a couple, and this time he drops one. And that one could be costly. The Falcons, well, I think they would have been on the ropes there had they lost 2 in 2.
Yep.
As it is, though, they get a bonus 4 runs to their name, 69 for 2. And it's Irfan Hussain, who we know can deal some damage as well, and he's had a lucky escape there.
Yeah, real lucky escape. Did some real damage in the previous match. Can he replicate?
He goes leg side, and there's 2 fielders out there. It could bisect the both of them, and it does. It was Shuvraz Biswaz who was the closest, but he couldn't reel it in, and it is insult to injury there. Back-to-back 4s. Still unfortunate for Nahid Ahmed, as he probably deserved more, but he can be pretty pleased with his figures of 1 for 19 as the Falcons move to 73 for 2 at the end of the 7th, and they need a big 3 overs here.
I need a massive 3 overs here to get to a competitive score. So just remember, in case you missed it, Team Tigers Portugal, they won the toss and wanted to have a bowl first. And their bowlers and the fielders have responded with an excellent effort in the field. And the bowlers really bowling to their fields as well. It's been a joy to watch. The left-right-hand combination hadn't upset them. They've managed to negotiate that. It's still ongoing at the moment because Raul Ahmed, the left-hander, is still out there, 34 from 21. Irfan Hussain, dangerous batter now. And I said in the previous match, he'd open and he'd be pretty much dismissed in the first over. Might have found his calling by coming in lower down the order, and maybe he'll add that impetus into the innings, which is what they sorely need.
Amir Shahzad, with a bit of making up to do after those butterfingers at the end of the previous over, comes back into bowl. Of course, the frontline bowler, but that one has been cracked away. Beautiful stroke there from Ruhul Ahmed, who's been a bit of a spectator at the non-strikers end in the last couple of overs.
Yeah.
Finally gets back on strike, and I do think if Falcons want to get themselves up to a decent total here, they need to give Ruhul the vast majority of the strike, because he's the only one that's really looked in any sort of touch so far. He moves to 38 off 22. He goes again, and that's an even sweeter shot. That's hit with incredible amount of force. That one flat as anything over cover, 6 runs, so 4 and 6 to start the 8th over, and exactly what the Falcons ordered.
Yeah, it could be a big couple of overs here. I just praised Team Tigers Portugal for bowling and for fielding very well here. And Shahzad, who bowled a terrific first over, absolutely watertight that first over. Only yielded, a handful of runs and I think a couple of extras there. I think it was a leg bye, maybe in his, or 2 leg byes in his first over and a couple of singles. He's now leaked a few here as well in this over. So can they return to form and try to get a couple of dots in here?
Again, it's cracked, and there's enough fielders on the offside. There's 5 of them, and they are all absolutely stationary as that one is middled straight to the boundary, and that's now 5 boundaries in a row for the Falcons. So they've suddenly woken up, and Rahan Ahmed is the one who is doing the damage here. 48 off 24.
Yeah, this is some really good carnage happening here. Raul Ahmed, who does take a little while to get going, but now he's getting going now. That's 14 off the over thus far. Still got 3 balls to come. We're only halfway through the 8th. Let's see if he can maybe notch up a little mini milestone here, possibly.
Shazad taking some hit here. Well, he gets the final laugh as that one goes straight through the defences of Ruhal Ahmed. He doesn't get the milestone. It's the second time today that someone's got close and just no cigar.
Yep.
But a good innings nevertheless. He gets a tap on the gloves and a tap on the head there, rightfully so, from Irfan Hussain as he departs for 48 off 25. But he's at least given his side a fighter's chance here. More than half of the runs of the team's total have come off the bat of Ruhal Ahmed, but he does have to depart now. The Falcons still need, you'd have to say, 20-30 runs to be competitive here. 87 for 3 is the score.
Yeah, still a good over, despite the wicket falling. Still a good over for the Falcons there. 14 off it. The wicket does fall. Yeah, feel for it, Raul Ahmed. I was hoping he would maybe just for his own little scoreboard, manage to give himself a half century. Doesn't get it though. 48 from 25 is still very good. And it was actually that man, Irfan Hussain, at the non-striker's end, who also fell on 48 in the previous match. But he got there in half the time. I think from memory, he was there, after 11 deliveries. He was absolutely steamrolling, dealing in 6s and 4s only. But still a bit of work to do here. Still, 2 overs and 2 deliveries. So 14 deliveries to try to muscle this score up over 100 and then some. Shazad with 2 left in this over. Let's see what he can do to the new batter. Just taking his guard. And now they've got 2 right-handers out there, so that's something less that TTP have to be concerned about.
Amit Shazad, good comeback from him, having gone for 14 in his first 3 deliveries, right on the money with the wicket, and stays on the money there for the first delivery against Shafiqul Islam, who will be looking to give Irfan Hussain a bit of support here. We know Hussain can hit a long ball. Islam equally so. And they just need to, I suppose, first get up to 100 and then see how many bonus runs they can get beyond that. As it's been a struggle for the Falcons so far in the opening 8 overs. And that one's a lovely stroke. Gets down on one knee, plays a conventional cover drive and gets duly rewarded for it. That point boundary completely vacant. And Shazad does pick up the wicket, but otherwise goes for a few runs in that over. 18 of them in total as the Falcons move to 91 for 3 at the end of the 8th. But you feel that they need at least one magical over in these last 2 to get themselves up to something they can defend. Yeah,
really do. That run rate, 11.4. I agree. I think they do need to have a big over here because that's what's been missing from this innings. Someone to just get in there and really go crazy. Okay, that over goes for 18. So that's probably the best over they've had. And they would love to get another 20 of one of these next 2 overs. And maybe even of the next 2 overs, 30 or 35 runs in total. Something along those lines. Team Tigers Portugal, I think you said a couple of times already, Tina, they would be absolutely rubbing their hands with glee at the moment, saying, look how good we are. We're going to contain this to a score that's very gettable for us. Azam Johnny will be thinking, okay, when I get out there, I'll play my normal style. Halim will be my support probably. He may open the batting. We're not sure. I'm not going to prophesise who opens the batting for TTP. But I guarantee there's a few players out there right now thinking about when it's their turn to bat, how they feel a little bit less pressured from chasing a lower score.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose the pressure will be on in that TTP have to win, but they've given themselves every opportunity so far. As we go into the 9th, that's clubbed into the covers, and there's protection out there. Nahid Ahmed is boundary riding, in fact, won't get as far as him. As the ball is bowled back by the fielder at point. Asif Attar, in fact, the captain, patrolling at point. And this 9th over will be bowled by Habib Masum, who did very well in his first over, went for just the 10, picked up that early wicket as well, looking to add one more to his collection here. Right on the money once more. And you have to say, in praise of TTP, that their bowling has been very decent. Not too many extras.
Yeah.
They've kept the pressure on, and the main thing that I've been impressed with is they've targeted those stumps.
Yep. Their bowling has been great. Their fielders backing them up. There's been a couple of moments in the field, but then again, all teams have those little moments in the field. But otherwise, I think that the noise, the hustle, and the backing each other up in the field has been pretty good.
And this one just cramps Hussain up for room and can't do anything more than just knock it into the leg side. They're just dealing in singles, 3 balls, 3 singles so far. And yeah, just to put a full stop on that point, just the 4 wide so far, which given the amount of wides we've seen in previous games is pretty impressive. 3 no balls, of course, 2 were in that 1 over where the bowler was just struggling a bit with his lengths. So it has been an impressive one for the TTP, and they might pick up another wicket here, and oh my goodness. That is an absolute goober. That should have been caught with his eyes closed. He starts saying, yep, this was the problem, that was the problem. He said something to me half an hour ago. The sun was in my eyes. Yep. Pointing the finger. No, the pink finger should only be pointing in one direction, because that was an absolute dolly and was shelled.
That was a howler. That was a proper howler.
Well, just as we were praising TTP, they go and break our hearts. And this one's clubbed down the ground. Again, it's in the air. There's 2 people converging underneath it, and it's taken. No. That's the most extraordinary of catches. It's dropped by the one fielder, caught on the rebound by Mohamed Russell. And excellent work by our cameraman, Ricardo, to get that one on film, because that's one for the ages, Phil.
That was terrific. I was with you. I was thinking, oh, please don't run into each other. And at the last second, Russell pulls out of the running towards where the ball is. Instead, he sticks out the left hand and plucks it out of the air from the juggling effort from the other fielder. That was really something else. That's worth replaying again. If unfortunately we can't show replay, I would advise you just to go back a few seconds, watch that again. That was a little bit of class, maybe a little bit of fluke, but it looked terrific.
Oh, I think they coordinated that before the game. They said, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to pretend to drop a catch, but really I'm just going to toss it up for you. And Mohammed, you're going to come steaming in and take it on the rebound. Sounds like a plan? Yeah, sounds good.
All by design, not by accident, is that what you're saying?
Beautifully executed plan there from TTP after the previous ball was shelled, which should have been taken all day and all night long. The next one, a much tougher chance. 2 fielders come flying in from all directions, and they managed to hold on.
Ricardo. I may have to buy Ricardo a cold, fresh beverage at the end of the day for that bit of work he's done, our roving cameraman. Well done, sir.
Oh, that's a brilliant delivery from Habib Massam, who's really up and about it now, and what an excellent 9th over. It all happened for TTP there. Just the 4 singles from it. 1 drop, 1 double catch, and a dot ball. And TTP well on top here. Falcons 95 for 4, needing a huge final over to get themselves up to something respectable here.
Yep, astonishing stuff. Looks like, well, unless this one can go magical, they're not going to get that magic over we said that they probably need. We also could be staring down the barrel of a low-scoring thriller here as well. You never know. The matches are a game of 2 halves, of course. Looks like there's a bit of a conversation here at the top. They're having a chat with the umpire as well. I think, is it a player wants to go off? Possibly. Maybe he's done an injury to his finger in that last catch attempt. Just trying to see who it is they're gesturing about.
Yeah, a bit of a press conference as we take a look. The analog and the digital all line up. Yep, 95 for 4 after 9. That's what we think. And that's what our friends by the scoreboard think too. Certainly not good viewing for the Falcons. It's just an innings that's never really got going. It started modestly enough, and then Mansour came in and decided to play anti-hero.
Yeah.
And actually the best thing for the Falcons was that he got out, and there was a bit of a revival after that.
Yep.
But Team Tigers Portugal have been rewarded for their tenacious, tigerish bowling and, well, fielding. We've had a bit of everything. We've had some comedy, we've had some drama, and we've had some great fielding in the end.
Yep.
So they are rightfully ahead in this game. Win predictor has them at 84%, as we'll finish with a bit of slower bowling here in the form of Shovra Biswas getting his first and final over of this game. You can see there's a fielder pretty much a very fine leg as that one swatted into the leg side, but not with much conviction. It will just be a dot as it's fielded there by that man Azam Johnny, who I'm sure we'll be seeing striding out. Well, I'm not sure, but I reckon we'll be seeing striding out in just a few moments' time to start the run chase. Lofted and it goes past the keeper. He double teapots it. Unfortunate there, and that jump of the ball suggests it went over the rope as well. And well, the Falcons get to the 100, and the fact that they get there without putting the bat on ball kind of sums up their innings. Unfortunate there, Foyers not able to reel that one in.
Have a look at Manhattan there. Only 2 overs worth better than 14 runs. Incredible.
That's the story of the game for Falcons. They haven't been flying very high at all. Been pretty much, as you said, Phil, 15 and lower. That one, though, gets absolutely battered. That will be 6 runs. It's taken Ahmed 3 deliveries to get his eye in, but he suddenly finds that bit of magic, and it does take them over the 100. Well, in fact, that previous one, I thought it must have gone for 4 the way it skipped up, but it must have skipped off the boot. So it was just the 2 byes rather than the 4.
Yeah.
So a lucky escape for Team Tigers. Well, there's no escaping this one. Crash, bash, 6-6. So there is a bit of a kick in the tail here for the Falcons as they go up to 110. Still 2 deliveries left, so 120 not beyond the realms of possibility here, Phil.
Yeah, 120 with 2 more big hits. Yeah, 120, which, okay, that starts to make it a lot more respectable. Gets it much closer to par than what we thought they might end up. I thought they'd be lucky to clear 110 at one point. Obviously, they're on 110 now. Let's see how this one goes. But a couple of big Maximos back-to-back from Ahmed's bat. What can he do on this third one? Maybe get himself a hat-trick of Maximos?
Oh, he goes for it, and that one's absolutely launched. It goes high. It's coming down with snow on top, and, well, the decision to go with spin has very much backfired here for the Tigers. Biswas, it's always sometimes alarm bells ringing when a new bowler bowls the 10th. It's a lot of pressure having not got your iron, especially he hasn't got his iron all day yet, and suddenly he's staring down the barrel of a magical over with 1 ball left, 19 runs coming off it, and that one skews away, and the chase is on for Habib. I do feel that the ball will win, and while the body language suggests that is correct. So Falcons, they do manage to get themselves up to 120, an unlikely score given at the start of this over. They were not even at that 100 mark, but they get 23 runs off it in the end, and suddenly it looks like this game is on again, Phil.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? They threw the ball to someone who hadn't had a bowl yet, which is Biswas, and yeah, it goes for 23, the biggest over of the game. That could be a bit of a difference. That could be telling, that decision to bowl him for that number 10, that 10th over. But otherwise, we were watching a Falcons team we hadn't really seen before, just a little bit reserved, a little bit sort of in their shell, maybe sort of still, like I said during the match, maybe thinking, well, look, we've got the win in the previous match, the first match of the day. We've got ourselves second place on the table, but they still need to hold that second place by not taking a hit to the net run rate. So, you know, they woke up towards the end there, Tina, and they have put a score on the board. TTP, I don't know, would they still be happy with the 120? Probably thinking that last over got away from, which it absolutely did. So the proof will be in the pudding, won't it?
It will indeed, and I think these games are always about momentum, and before the 10th over, you'd say Team Tigers Portugal had everything going for them, all the momentum on their side. They kept the Falcons pretty much at bay for the first 9, but then that 10th over, 23 runs coming off it, Falcons suddenly go off the pitch with a bit of a spring in their step, thinking, okay, well, we might have dug ourselves out of trouble here. Then again, Team Tigers Portugal, I think if you gave them 121 as a target before the game, they probably would have taken it. So either way, I think this one is going to be a thriller, and we're going to come back with the run chase in just under 10 minutes time. So just enough time to grab yourself some refreshments and come back here. Join the G-Force as we take you through the run chase. Can TTP keep their hopes alive here in this ECS Challenger Division in sunny Santarem on the European Cricket Network?
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to the European Cricket Network, where we're into the run chase here between the Falcons and Team Tigers Portugal. The target 1-2-1 for the Tigers in what was an up and down innings for the Falcons. Started off okay, went a bit wrong in the middle, and then they had that big final over that went magical that at least boosted them to a target which we'd probably call a par, maybe a slightly bit under. Which way do you see this one going, Phil?
You know, I have concerns for TTP. I think if Falco can go through the top order, I'm talking the top 2 or 3 batters here in the first 4 overs, I'm thinking TTP could almost fall by the wayside. They're hanging on by a thread here in this competition, and I kind of feel that this is a bit of a challenge for them. This is their competition right here, right now. For Falco, look, they didn't dazzle us with the bat at all. And as you say, Tim, I 100% agree with you. That final over, 23 off it, that's got them up to a decent score at least, something to work with. Oh, it's all to play for here. I'm looking forward to this one. Could be a close finish.
I feel something in the water, Phil, and that's not just because we're getting up to lunchtime. Ryan Khan opening the bowling for the Falcons, and well, as I'm Johnny, he's opening. That's not a surprise. More of a surprise, potentially, is that Cameron Islam opening the batting. The man with the blue helmet. As I'm Johnny, though, he pivots away and he gets this run chase up and running for the Team Tigers Portugal. And well, Phil, you mentioned it about that top order, and I think it's fair to say that Azam Johnny holds the key to this run chase here.
100%. He's the one, and Falco would have done their homework. They would have look. These teams know each other quite well. They play here in the local league. Both teams of a strong Bangladeshi background as well, and the players should be very familiar with how he plays. They must have a battle plan of how to negate his effect and how to get his wicket as well. So this little battle, especially in the power play, very interesting to see how it starts.
Well, the two fielders outside of backstop and backward point. And well, the backstop there launches that one over the boundary. Oh dear.
He's kicked that a long way, hasn't he?
Cristiano Ronaldo, eat your heart out. That was straight off the middle of his boot. I don't know how close it was to the boundary when he got to the ball. It certainly was this side of the boundary. He decided, nope, that's going the other way.
Yeah.
Bosh. Dearie me. Well,
it still went for 4 anyway.
Exactly.
So.
As I'm Johnny will say, well, cheers. I owe you on there. Back-to-back boundaries. And that one goes way, way wide. It's a bit of an unconventional action here from Ryan Khan, the skipper of the Falcons. He's all kind of arms and legs as he goes in to his delivery stride, and his back leg kind of kicks through like a donkey kick, and that one just took it too far past the left-handed Azam Johnny. That's a better line, and it's left by Johnny, showing some respect for the bowling. Oh, you've got 57 deliveries, you might as well leave one of them.
Well, I guess you don't need them all, do you? Or we'll see about that. Yeah, interesting. Also interesting to see skipper Khan coming on to bowl for the first over. Not usual for him to do that. Often seen bowling at least the second over. But taking it upon himself to try and give his team a good start.
Again, outside that off stump, and Azam Johnny needs to get his fishing rod out because he just has a little nibble at that one. Well, we have seen this a few times from him, haven't we? He can be the best batter in the world, and then he suddenly has a brain fade and just seems to be drained of confidence and starts to just play it a couple outside the off stump. So that one's clubbed down the ground. There's a fielder there, and Irfan Hussain does the mopping up. And well, this is something we have seen from Azam Johnny a lot, which is he is the world's best farmer of strike, because he's faced 5 deliveries. 6th delivery comes up, he says, thank you very much, I'll take a single, and he retains the strike. 10 runs coming off that first over for Team Tigers. So, well, it's okay. It's no better than okay. The win predictor still firmly in the Tigers' den.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. So, look, the required run rate from here on in, 12.3. 111 off 9 overs. Looks like it's going to be Irfan Hussain to bowl the second. Often see Irfan Hussain bowl in the first over. sometimes with success, not always though. He struggled a little bit with the ball in this competition. Let's see what we can do here with the second over. Kicks off things off with the dot as Johnny just pushes that and finds the fielder at that very short third position. So starts with a dot. Cautious start here for Team Tigers Portugal. You mentioned before, Tina. He's the key here for TTP. If he's around there about 5th or 6th over, could be a big win.
That's a beautiful stroke. That's one of the shots of the tournament so far. He just holds his shape. That would be not out of place in any tournament across the world. Just a textbook cover drive, and he lifts it all the way for 6 runs. There's the Azam Johnny we know and love. That's the first Maximo of this run chase.
That was a terrific shot. Yep, held the elbow nice and high. Really good shot. Shot of the tournament. Yeah, that definitely goes in my top 3. I couldn't tell the other 2 for now, but that was great. Oh, that's a bit of a... Didn't hit the deck with that one, and it's been flicked away with disdain. He says, I don't want that. Here, have it the boundary. Another 4 to the score. Things ticking upwards here. Well, look at that. 20 runs off 120 now being picked off. They're marching along nicely here in the second over.
Irfan Hussain just trying to overcorrect there, which, well, it's the trap that bowlers fall into if they've been smashed for a 6, but there was actually nothing wrong with the previous delivery. It was just a beautiful shot by Azam Johnny. Tried to do something different there, Hussain, and got punished for it. That's a better line length, just hitting the splice of Johnny's bat. Will be a valuable dot ball for the Falcons here. They know that they have to take any opportunity that comes their way, especially if it's off the bat of Azam Johnny. If they can get him, then they might see the frailty of the batting lineup, the soft underbelly of the Tigers. Need to get them to roll over and tickle them. They need to get past Azam Johnny first. He stretches for that one, I think, hoping for a wide ball, but it goes underneath the bat. 2 dot balls in a row, and Azam Johnny sometimes is guilty of this kind of boom or bust. When he's at his best, it's when he's got plenty of time. He picks the situation. He knows when to go for it and when to just knock over the strike. And, well, he's faced 3 dot balls in this over, has hit 2 to the boundary, but Islam at the other end is saying, well, I could do this as well. And the farmer, Johnny the farmer, he's back. Final ball. We all know what that means. Single for Johnny. He retains the strike. And Kamrul Islam must be thinking, well, I've been promoted up the order, but clearly my partner doesn't trust me because he's not letting me have a bat.
Yeah, well, we were a bit sort of surprised to see Kamrul Islam open the batting, but we shouldn't be that surprised because Azam Johnny's saying, I got this. You just hold down that non-striker's end, run when I go, and we will see this target in. It's only 120 runs. We've got 10 whole overs to get that. Stick with me. We'll get through this. 100 and even 100 required off those 48 deliveries left. Need to go 12 and a half. And that's another, well, it's 11 off the second over to go with the 10 off the first over.
Big question of this power play here is whether Islam will even get a bat at all as we go into the third, which will be bowled again by the captain. He's keeping faith with himself. Big appeal there. He's the only one that appealed. One-man appeal from the captain. He didn't really get the support of his 10 buddies out there. And probably rightfully so, as that one was quite wide, quite not so handsome. LBW appeal declined.
It's always an awkward thing when you're the lone appealer, isn't it? You just think, what did I see and what did everyone else not see?
Oh, well, in a momentous occasion here, Kamrul Islam will be able to have a bat.
Hang on a second. Here we go. This could be a game-changing moment for the for TTP here. You watch Kamrul Islam. He'll probably slam like 3 6s in a row or something like that, and we'll all start wondering what on earth was that.
Just a mic drop moment. Well,
yeah.
Azam Johnny, he's hit a few nice strokes, none more so than that sweet lofted cover drive, but it's not been his most explosive of innings so far. 21 off 14, and well. Ryan Khan, he's quite an excitable character, isn't he? Because that came straight off the middle of the bat onto, I think, somewhere on the leg region.
Yeah.
And I think as soon as it hits the leg, it's like a shark to blood in the water. Because Ryan Khan is like, yep, there was a leg there somewhere, and up he goes for an appeal. And his 10 buddies are saying, come on, Skip, pull yourself together. And he comes again. Good over so far, just the single coming off it. And it will remain the single. Kamrul Islam not yet justifying his march up the order. Curious one here.
As I'm Johnny non-strikes then ruining the single he took on the second ball of the over and saying, hang on a minute, oh, that's right, where's Halim? I thought he was opening with me. 2 to come.
Great over so far from the skipper as that one is launched. Just over the grasp there of Suhan Rahman. So Kamrul Islam does get himself off the mark with a boundary. A much needed one as well for TTP. As that required rate hovering around 13.5, which is comfortable for now. But certainly if you look at how many dots they faced, they need to make sure they just keep the scoreboard ticking over. 5 dots in the last 2 overs so far. Final ball of the power play coming up, of course, before the fielding restrictions are lifted. This one is slightly mistimed, but hit away to the boundary, and it's excellent fielding out there in the deep. And it's thrown back in by, I think it was Mahafuzur Rahman out there doing the work. And he stops that one doing any more damage. So an excellent over from the skipper. Justifies bringing himself back for the second. Good spell, in fact. Going for just 16 runs in his opening 2. It's always difficult to bowl 2 of your overs or both of your overs in the power play with that lack of protection out in the deep. But the skipper, he took on that responsibility and he's done well there. End of the power play then. Tigers 27 for no loss.
Well, Falco, they haven't done a lot wrong in these first 3 overs. A couple of boundaries coming along. All 3 overs have been under the required run rate. So they've kind of done what they need to do. They just need to find a little bit of an X factor just to try to find something else. A wicket, maybe even a maiden over, just something else. Protect the boundaries. Umpire gives the windmill signal, says the power play is indeed over. Field restrictions are lifted, 27 for no loss, as we look to start the 4th.
Faisal Ahmed, the left armer, will be bowling this one, and well, that one gets given the treatment. I'm not even sure where that's gone. Ricardo is looking for it as well. He's done a better job than me because that one went so quick off the bat that I blinked and I missed it. But what I can confirm is it was a huge boundary, and it was off the bat of Kamrul Islam, who's decided, well, if you get to farm the strike, then I'm going to do that as well. As I'm Johnny, you can have a bit of a timeout at the non-striker's end. 33, there was a big 6 in the end, so dream start for the 4th over here for the Tigers. Needed a comeback ball here from Tamim. That's a better delivery. Oh, it just sneaks down the wrong side of the stumps, and well, it will actually be leg buys. If you see there, signalled by umpire John. I was thinking maybe it just whistled past the batter and the keeper, but it must have come off a little something. Tigers won't mind how the runners come. 6 and a 4 to start off the 4th over.
Just noticing the chat has reverted to food chat, and they're talking about chippies now, their favourite chippies.
Stop it, guys, I'm hungry. This one's up in the air. Drops short of the fielder at long off. That's Tamim there. Well, I don't need a watch to tell me that it's sometime around lunchtime because my stomach is as accurate as any sundial. So I know that the goods are coming. I'm sure we're going to be treated once more by Zoe.
Oh, yes. Zoe, the resident chef here, is an absolute champion. Never has she failed on a plate of food put before me.
Left-hander against left arm bat. And this one will just be knocked into the gap. Azam Johnny deciding to employ the old tip and run. Maybe he's seen enough of Kamrul Islam's batting to think, okay, you seem like you can hold a bat. I'll give you the strike. You can do it. And I suppose rotating the strike at least causes a bit of confusion, makes the bowler change the lines because we do have the left-hand, right-hand combination. And again, just happy to tick it over for now, which, well, it works for the Tigers as long as they are able to hit a few boundaries. I suppose 6 and 4 to start off the over. So maybe they're thinking, well, we've kind of got what we need so far. They need to go at 13s, and that's exactly what they've got from this over. So this makes this a bonus ball, and this one's hit high up in the air, and it's landed and rolled over the boundary despite the best efforts of the skipper out there, Ryan Khan, who's done a good job with the ball, wasn't able to stop it on that occasion. So it is a boundary for Team Tigers, and that pretty much means it's a win for them in that over. Anything above that run rate, and Team Tigers can be happy with that. So this partnership, the opening one between Islam and Johnny, ticking along now, 44 for no loss at the end of the fourth.
Yeah, 17 off that over. That's well and truly a win for Team Tigers Portugal. 44 for no loss, as you say, after 4. Going on at 11. They need to be going at 12, so they're there where they want to be. There's no real panic here. Haven't lost a wicket. Haven't really looked like losing wicket either. Asm Johnny looks like he's playing a shot or two, then he's withdrawing into a bit of a cautious Asm Johnny. He wants to be there at the end. That's for me. That's what I'm seeing. Wants to be there at the end. Wants to be the one to guide the team home.
Into the fifth over we go, and this one will be bowled by Mahfuza Rahman, who's just making sure his fielders are exactly where he wants them to be. We've got a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep covers. Important part of the game here. Team Tigers could basically have one hand on those 3 points if they get a few big overs. Conversely, Falcons pick up a few wickets and it's a different game entirely. Well, freebie there as that one goes down leg side, and even more of a freebie because it goes through the hands of the Falcons keeper Faisal Mansour, who's not had a good game, and that one will be 5 wides. Yeah, fish chat at the moment. What's your favourite type of fish? And well, I had some lovely fish last night. Actually, I haven't mentioned yet what I got up to last night.
I heard about the wine, but I haven't heard about the food.
Yeah, so it was a local wine festival, and I'm talking like very local Portuguese village. I was told by Bucci, and we went with his wife. This is what happens in every town and village across Portugal. These kind of little festivals.
Yeah.
One off the 50 partnership here for the openers, and they get there with a little nurdle for one. We arrive and there's tractors. There's a horse next to the portaloos. The horse is being ridden by a child. I think it's some kind of attraction.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
And there's like a big tent, which my German mind just made me associate Oktoberfest, because it had these like long tables with the tablecloths, and clearly everyone just sitting around having a lovely time.
Yeah, yeah.
And we queued up for food, and then I'm not fussy when it comes to eating, so I just said, just order something for me. If it's got meat and carbs, I'm happy.
Get me a plate.
And we had lovely sharer dishes between the four of us. That's well bowled, and there's a big appeal. I don't think it's going to be given. Well, Asm Johnny ends up on his behind. I don't think he's hurt himself, has he? Well, he's taken his gloves off, and
he's up to his knees now. I don't know. I thought he put his hand to his feet as though he was going to give himself a stretch, like there was a cramp or something, but now he's sort of shifted around. A few people coming in to just have a little bit of a see if he's all right. He's on his feet now.
Well, it gives me an opportunity to talk about the food I had.
Please continue.
So there was 4 of us, and we got a sharer of this lovely Spanish sausage, kind of chorizo, and we had a whole fish. It was cod, so it was beautifully salty and flaky, and we had
very good
half a chicken. During the dinner, there was often like a crash, and I was like, "What is that crash?" It sounded like a child, doing something with a wooden block, and they were like, "Yeah, that's probably the chicken being prepared." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
No,
yep. I mean, I think the chickens were already dead at this point, but they were being prepared for the cooker. Not
prepared.
Yeah, there wasn't like clucking going on. And we had 2 bottles of wine just to share, because we were on duty today. Bottles of wine, €6 each. So I thought, if I get a glass of wine for €6 in Germany, then I'm happy.
Yep.
And then we had it all to share, and then some band came out, and they were playing. There was a saxophone, there was a trumpet, there was a drum, and an accordion. And then they started playing ABBA, but like Portuguese jazz ABBA. Like Gimme, 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 and Mamma Mia. It was
okay.
The moment of my life so far. And that one goes through for a dot ball. Asm Johnny seems to be okay, but still just ticking along more than racing along for the moment. And then we heard that the wine tasting, which we didn't do because we were very sensible and came home about 10 o'clock. For €2, you could try 8 white wines and 9 red wines.
Did you say 8 and 9?
I did.
Goodness.
So for €2, you could try 17 wines, and then we thought, okay, it's just going to be a little drop. They were quite generous portions.
Unbelievable.
So for €2, you could not remember your night. So we decided, let's not do that. Let's just have some food and a nice bottle and get out of here, because this is danger zone.
Yeah, that's one way to make a rosé.
Exactly.
Goodness me.
So when I'm maybe off duty at some point, I might have to visit another Portuguese wine festival, because they seem like the places to be. That one's up in the air, and that's a lovely shot from Cameron Islam. Gets that all of that one, and it's a Maximo, much needed one, because this over has kind of fallen by the wayside previously, but they do finish it with a flourish. Well, there's still one to come. And 56 then is the score. So we're just wondering why suddenly there's a 0 on the score sheet rather than a dot.
Yeah.
Well, we like
technically it's a dot. There's a black dot in the middle.
It's a large dot.
With a large dot with a small dot in the middle. Don't see that often.
Big appeal, from the man on 45.
What's he appealing for?
And leg buys. So, he appealed because it hit something on the leg.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough then.
So it was a single to end the 5th. 57 on the board. 3 dots, or 2 dots and 1 O in that, plus the 5 wides, the big Maximo and the leg bite. So you'd say it's still relatively delicately poised here. Team Tigers Portugal at least have the advantage of having 2 set batters in. But you still get the feeling here that 1 or 2 wickets could change the complexion of this game. So the Falcons just need to keep chipping away, trying to get that opening to see if they can dislodge one of these openers.
Yeah, 57 for no loss. So we've seen the sort of these overs and the run rates hovering pretty much very similar. So 12.8 is from here on in for the next 5 overs. That's almost where the game started. 12.4 was required, or 12.5 was needed. So still a fair bit of work here. But at the same time, they haven't lost a wicket. These two have maybe not looking as fluid as they should, but chasing a pretty modest total. Let's see what Tamim can do as he comes steaming in from the northern end.
Right on the money, as all Islam can do there is knock it into the leg side, and Tamim has enough energy to do his own fielding there. I suppose he has to, because everyone in front of the bat on the leg side is on the rope. Although mid-wicket has crept in now, as they, of course, for the left-hander, so it's not mid-wicket, he's moved to cover, and they've moved deep backward square out for the left-handed Johnny. And another swing and a miss, and there's an appeal from the fly slip, who looked and sounded very interested in that one. No support from the rest of his team, and Azam Johnny just looking a little out of sorts here. We thought that glorious shot over the covers would be kind of the valve that releases his innings, but no such luck, as he's 33 off 22, not the kind of strike rate that will win you many games. He gets that one away by hook or by crook. The man at 45 is appealing again. I think he just wants to get himself on the camera. That one, well, by hook or by crook, it was by, I think, leg in the end, as that goes for 4 leg buys, but Johnny needs to take them any way they come at the moment.
Yeah, third. I've been watching third as well this whole over. I think he's appealed for everything, which is interesting. But yeah, I think he knows he's probably just in shot, and maybe his family watching from overseas.
Maybe he's just putting in his lunch order, just yelling it across the field.
With rice. 63 for no loss. Halfway through this over. Oh, this is a tough over, this to watch, because it's going to be... Well, that's changed to a no ball. A no ball 4L.
A no leg.
A no 4 leg buys is what that was. Swings this one away. Well, that had to happen eventually. He does find the other side of the banjo rope, does Azam Johnny.
I don't think I've seen the N4L yet.
No, I had to decipher it for a second, because I thought someone's pressed the wrong button. Sure, the wrong button there, but no. It's a no ball and 4 leg buys off the no ball.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right, got that right.
The free hit was then hit into orbit for 6, so it is becoming a troublesome over here for the Falcons.
Yep.
Remember, the standings mean that actually this is probably more of a must-win game for the Tigers, and at the moment They're giving themselves every opportunity, and well, it's going from bad to worse here for Tamim, who has his hands on his head because that's a ugly leg side wide, and well, I don't think it quite goes to the boundary. Haven't seen the signal from the umpire. It certainly goes for 2, so that's going to be re-bowled, and can't afford to be giving those extra runs. Yeah, just confirmation of that N4L, the no ball, was because they had 3 behind square.
Gotcha. There you go.
Well, they're clearly bowling to a plan, but the plan shouldn't be falling foul of the regulations. Of course, you can only have 2 behind square. Otherwise, I suppose you would just play a bumper game, wouldn't you? You just go at their helmet every time and just have 10 men behind square.
Why not?
So this is going a little wrong here for Tamim.
Yeah, at a time when Falco needed a nice tight over, this is not what they wanted at all. This is getting blown away.
Miscued out to deep square leg. Fielder out there who was a little late to react and a little sloppy with his fielding, but doesn't actually concede any more runs. Faisal Ahmed out there in the deep as the 2 Tigers just jog through for the single. This partnership now, you'd call it certainly an impressive one, 74 runs, even if neither of the batters have really gone an absolute hot streak. But I suppose sensible cricket can win you cricket games as well, and that's what the Tigers are hoping for here.
True.
Oh, and he gets funky, and it pays off on this occasion as it goes all the way for a Maximo. And if anyone can get funky, Johnny can. Gets all of that one. And, well, a little bit of signs of Azam jumping to life here, because that was a beautiful shot.
That was a nicely executed shot, that one indeed. Also saw there was a little bit of frustration in the field there. I think it was Irfan Hussain threw the hat on the ground. He's seen enough from Tamim. He's not happy with the way this over's going, and neither he should be, because it's gone magical. 80 on the board, still got 1 more to come in the 6th. 41 from 25. It's looking a bit academic now for TTP.
Double teapot from Tamim. He's still got 1 ball left in this over. Just needs to get out of it. I suppose it all started going wrong with the no ball, which was a fielding error, which has to be laid at the door of the captain.
Yep.
Unfortunate for Tamim that marked the decline of this over, which subsequently has gone for 21 after the single on the first. And that one's just knocked away. Johnny's back. Here's Johnny, and here's Farmer Johnny as he takes a single off the last, as that over goes magical, and then some 23 runs coming off it. And Team Tigers now baring their teeth in prime position to take this with 41 needed off the final 4 overs.
Yeah, normal Johnny service has resumed indeed. And 81 for no loss. Still a 0 in the wicket column there. Falco unable to break this partnership. And on current form, I feel this could go all the way as a 10-wicket victory. They only need 40 runs off 4 overs. It's kind of where it's been thereabouts all the time. It's been between 10 and 12, the required run rate. So you kind of feel that, there's trouble here. Unless something happens in this over, there's going to be trouble here. And TTP will get that win that they absolutely need. They win this, those 3 points will knock the Panthers down to 5th place. So for the time being, they'll get themselves out of that dangerous 5th position in the standings if they win here.
Yeah, still an if at this point. Tigers won't be happy until they have the Falcons in their jaws with 4 overs left, and it will be Suhan Rahman to bowl the 7th, looking to make something happen here for Falcons. Going around the wicket to the left-hander, and Johnny stretches out for that one. There is a fielder in the deep who mops up. That's Faisal Ahmed. So Johnny hands over the strike to Kamrul Islam, who has played a good second fiddle so far, having been promoted up the order. We haven't seen him bat too many times for Team Tigers, but it seems that Asaf Attar, the Tigers captain, saw some potential in him, and it's paid off so far. 22 off 13 for him. Played the Adol Halim role of supporting Johnny out there in the middle. And that's up in the air. It doesn't have the legs on it. There's a fielder settling underneath it, and he takes it. It's a great grab out there, because that came down with a lot of heat, was up in the air for a considerable amount of time. And well, Phil, you called it and you cursed it, because it won't be a 10 wicket victory. Could be a 9 wicket victory.
True.
But it was a good take there by Tamim, who's put in an admirable catch there, given that he did go for a fair few runs in that previous over.
He did indeed. So maybe trying to make amends there for the team by holding that skied catch that really was in the air for quite a long time. So nice tackle. They do break the partnership then, but have they broken it a bit too late? 39 required off 22 now. Still got plenty of time, have TTP. And Falco have got all to do to try to defend this. Defend it they can, but it's going to be tough because the top order's still got a fair bit of talent. Asam Johnny's still there. He's at the non-striker's end. He'll be looking to farm the strike pretty quickly as soon as he can get on strike. And for now, new batter strides out to the crease. We continue.
Rahman picks up a wicket, and the new batter, well, he does something that Johnny's so adept at on that final ball, which is just stroke it away for a single. So he hands over the responsibility to Johnny, who's currently on 41 off 25, and it's Raju Mia, who is a perfectly capable batter himself, who knocked that one for the single. So still Team Tigers, you'd think would be relatively happy with where they are at the moment. Things might change though, especially if they can get that prized wicket of Johnny in this over. And here, Suhan Rahman making sure everything is just so. He brings the fielder out of fine leg, moves him into the covers. So he's going to have to keep this on the offside, as there's now no one at fine leg. And that's a shot. That's one of those trademark Johnny drives. This one a bit squarer than the one we saw go for 6 in the previous couple of overs. But the result is still a boundary, and Johnny moves closer to his personal half-century milestone and moves his team closer to what will be an invaluable win here.
Great shot that. Really good shot. Classic Johnny, as you call it, Dina. Yeah, lovely square drive. All the way along the carpet. Picked the gap perfectly. Couldn't hit it better.
He tries to go again, and he realises there's only 2 balls left in this over, so he decides to knock it into the gap. Gives Raju Mia the strike. And I always feel like in situations like this where it's the final ball, it's almost like a free hit for the batter. Because Johnny's there, you want to keep him on strike for the next over. Of course, you don't want to get yourself out, but if you can just swing as hard as you can to get that boundary, then it just adds that little bit of added bonus into the over. And well, that's an added bonus in itself, because that's wide. And it's 5 wides. Not quite at what I had in mind. Certainly not what Suhan Rahman had in mind. But the Tigers will eat that one up. So still 1 to come in the 7th. And Rahman gone for 12 so far. It was a decent enough over until that one. And I think their wicketkeeper Faizo Monzo was maybe just a touch surprised that Rahman did miss his length and line, because he's done well so far.
Yeah.
But it's that left-hand, right-hand combination, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Had to adjust there for the right-hander, and he got it really, really wrong as well. Raju Mia, so does he take the Tina coaching point of having a free hit, or does he farm it for 1?
Well, at the moment, he doesn't have to do anything.
Doesn't matter. Oh, no.
Just stand there and the Falcons say, here you go. Here's another run for you. That's 6 bonus runs so far. It must be so frustrating for Suhan Rahman. First 5 deliveries, went for just the 7 runs and picked up the first and important wicket so far, but it's all gone wrong since then. And that's better. And well, at least it doesn't get out, and he does, I suppose, still employ the policy of whatever I do, don't take the strike off Asam Johnny. There's a dot ball to finish the 7th, and TTP 94 for 1, so the equation now 27 required off the final 18 balls, so still very much in the driver's seat here. Team Tigers. Falcons need something to happen, and they need it to happen quickly.
I do indeed. Something has to happen here, because 25 from 18 looks like they're, I wouldn't say cantering, but they're trotting towards a win here. TTP. I mean, they're not going to get bowled out clearly. 94 for 1, 9 wickets in hand. But Falco, just a different Falco team, a different sort of mindset here. I mean, they will pick up a point, so they will, again, just hold themselves in second place on the standing with the result of this game, should it go against them. And it's looking more likely that it will. I'm agreeing with the supercomputer, saying 96% chance for TTP to pick up the win versus only 4%. I agree with that. I think it's pretty hard to argue against that logic. But we'll see. Still got 3 overs to do something here. Need to be going at 9 per over to get the win.
Shafiqul Islam into bowl the 8th, and Johnny just works that one away. It's fielded well by Faisal Ahmed at backward point. Just the single to start the 8th over. Some readjustments now in the field. Needed every single ball pretty much with those left-hand, right-hand combinations. So they've sent deep backward square out, they've sent deep mid-wicket out, long on, long off, and deep covers. Probably the most conventional field we see when it's 5 out. It's usually 2 on the offside, 3 on the leg side.
Yeah.
That one's cut away, but will just again be a single. So a good start here for Islam, who's bowling his first over of this game. Be interesting to see if it does go to the 10th over, whether he'll be given that responsibility.
Let's see if Islam can just find something different to present to Azam Johnny here. I kind of feel the last couple of overs, they've just bowled same old to him, and he doesn't look like he's under any pressure whatsoever.
He certainly isn't hurried in his cricket, as that one gets worked away into the covers, and the fumble in the fielding by Mehdi Tamim will allow the Tigers to run through for a second, which moves Johnny, in fact, to 49 off 29 deliveries. Hasn't been his quickest of innings so far, but I suppose he'll argue if he gets his side over the line, then a match-winning innings is a match-winning innings. Remains to be seen, because equally, if he gets himself out now, suddenly the thoughts are on, why did you take your time? We know how explosive you can be.
True, yeah.
In fact, did they not run on that one?
Yeah. Is that way of another 0?
I thought they must have run through for 2 because it was hit into the deep. I was busy tracking the ball and not tracking the runners in the middle, but it seems that instead of going 2,
they couldn't have done 2 short runs. That's impossible, right? I saw him run 2. I saw him cross.
Interesting. Well, they certainly crossed on that one. That was a single, so that does get Raju Mir on strike. It's easy to know who's on strike because of the left hand, right hand.
True.
And, well, there we go again with the left-right combination causing havoc, and, well, almost very nearly a run out at the non-striker's end there. It looked for a while that Raju Mir was running in treacle, and the ball got thrown in. Had the hands of Islam been quicker, he might have been able to affect a run out there. As it was, they managed to scamper through. So a bit of everything happening in this over apart from boundaries. It's the one thing we haven't seen so far, as Team Tigers Portugal just 1 away from bringing up the 100. And there's the 100 indeed, and there's the 50 for Azam Johnny, as that one's just lifted away in a trademark style, doesn't try to overhit it, just uses the pace of the ball. Johnny moves to 54 not out off 31 deliveries, and Team Tigers go to 105. So pretty much just over a runnable required now, 16 off 13, and that's the problem when you just bowl 1 ball astray. Suddenly the equation becomes much, much easier for the batting side.
Indeed. So, yeah, 1 more left to come in this over. Then we go to the 9th. I saw Amisha Gupta in the chat just saying, it could be a last over thriller coming. I'd more suspect we could see a second last over completion at this stage.
He goes again, does Johnny, and there is a fielder out there. And he does an outstanding job there. Stuck out his right-handed Shanto Ifritul. Looked for all the world that would fly away for another boundary, but instead, well, Johnny's might be not too upset because he gets his trademark single off the last, retains the strike with the equation now. 15 required off the last 2, but a top piece of fielding there by the Falcons.
Yeah, it was very good, wasn't it? The slap back was successful. Didn't sort of come off anywhere apart from the centre of the palm So we go to the last two. 15 required off the last two. You think TTP should do this. But a tide over here, anything goes. We've always said this the whole time, Tina, every time we commentate and anytime anyone commentates T10. Get it to the 10th.
Yep.
See what happens. Anything goes. Let's see.
Meanwhile, Johnny here, he's got one thing in his mind, and that's finishing off this game as quickly as possible. You feel that he's eyeing up that leg side, and in fact, I'm wondering why, knowing his strength in that area, there's no one backward of square. In fact, there was someone at fine leg. He's now been brought into the ring.
Oh,
there's
dangerous.
one fielder at deep mid wicket and one at long on, but that whole area is completely open. And Johnny says, yep, thank you very much. That's just what I wanted you to do. And curious field placement there.
How funny was that? We both said at the same time, there's no one there. They brought the fielder off the boundary line. He was watching the fielder come in. You literally could see him watching it all happen, going, I should put it there. And look what he does in the first ball, the over.
A bit of a head scratcher there from the Falcons and Captain Ryan Khan. I suppose he could argue he was trying to encourage or demand of his bowler that he bowls it on the offside with the fielders out there. Funnily enough, the player has now gone back to his original position of deep backward square leg, but I feel like that horse is now bolted. Johnny instead goes into the offside, pushes it for a single, and they do scamper through with now just 8 required. The Tigers certainly want to finish it off with the next couple of deliveries.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, just a handful of runs required. And yes, it's only 2 deliveries in this over. You kind of feel that they could knock this off pretty simply when it's only 8 required, the way they've been going. It's been a good run chase. It hasn't been a hurried, rushed run chase. They haven't tried to go for 4 points, despite the fact that it could have been a temptation to do so. But they're going to lock away 3 points here.
Mia goes for the big swing. The hand comes off the bat. And the dugout scarper, which tells you exactly where that ball has landed. And that's a big Maximo as Team Tigers Portugal now just a couple of runs away of what will be an enormous victory for them, because it keeps them well in contention to get through to finals day tomorrow. It will give them 3 points, which will put them up to 12 points in total, which will be, well, given that the Falcons will pick up 1 point, just 3 points behind the Falcons, so all still to play for. As this one is carved to point and it's taken as a catch. It's probably nothing more than a consolation. Ruhal Ahmed, the one with the safe hands. I suppose one thing you will say, Phil, is if net run rate comes into it, there was a bit of a brainless shot there with just the 2 required, and Team Tigers do lose their second, 119 for 2.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and I'll tell you why. Because you look at the live standings, which we have in front of us here, TTP do not have a very good net run rate, and if they're going to end up on the same points, sitting in 4th and sharing 4th spot with someone who's 5th, then they could rue just moments like that, just little brain fades like that, where you know what they're gonna do their net run rate every bit of goodness here by getting the win within the 10 overs. Obviously, again, hopefully for them they'll get this done the next delivery, maybe the delivery afterwards. But yeah, bit of a silly shot, that one, unnecessary. Could have just punched it for 1 and let Azam Johnny hit the winning runs, but as it is, it's a wicket in the book. Maybe 11 off the over.
That honour now falls to Adil Halim, who we're used to seeing with Johnny out there opening up, but now he's got the task of getting the last 2 runs. Big appeal here, and the finger is raised. Halim plays all around that one, and TTP, well, I don't think it's quite a wobble of catastrophic proportions just yet. But as you said, Phil, take it to the 10th. Anything can happen. And Rahman picks up his second wicket in just 2 deliveries as Adil Halim goes for a golden derrick.
That's our first derrick today. Our first sign. There is one more time, folks. Our first one of the day.
It is.
We're a bit starved yesterday as well, actually. I mean, there was a couple of, 4 and out sort of moments yesterday. But, yeah, there you go. Halim, unfortunately for you, you're done here. You'll get another chance very shortly, because we're going to see you back here for match 19 in about half an hour's time. No, scratch that, in about maybe 19, 20 minutes time. We'll see. And there's obviously a lunch break coming from one of the commentators. I can tell you now, it ain't going to be me.
was more alluding to the fact that we'll have to eat lunch quickly. Well, there is the end of the game. The end of the game does come quickly, just like our lunch. And it will be finished with a Maximo.
Yep.
And it's finished on the last ball of the 9th over. So Team Tigers Portugal do get over the line. Congratulations to them. And Azam Johnny, the chief architect, finishing on 62 not out after 34 deliveries. So a big win for the Tigers, who keep their chances of getting through to finals day alive. Falcons, well, it's not critical for them. They still have a decent chance of getting through for tomorrow, but it's all about momentum for the Team Tigers, isn't it?
Oh, it really is, yeah. They take this into the next match against the Panthers, and suddenly the Panthers, who now will find themselves sitting bottom of the table, they're going to start to have to think, well, every match today is critical for us to continue here in this competition. TTP, they've done this quite well. They've chased it down with, one entire full over to spare. So well done to them. And Falcons, yeah, a bit of a strange match for the Falcons. They do bank themselves 1 point, so that puts them pretty there on 16 points of the standings, and that's 1 point above the Werewolves. So they have managed for now to hold in that qualifier 1 spot for tomorrow. But you know what, there's still 2 more games to go. That standings is going to change. You just get that feeling.
All still to play for, isn't it, Phil?
All to play for.
Especially Team Tigers Portugal. They'll take that win into the next game. They don't have too long to savour that victory, because they will be coming back against the Panthers, and that's going to be another mouth-watering fixture. And well, speaking of mouth-watering, I think it's about lunchtime, so we're going to leave you for just a few moments. But the next one starting, if it does start on schedule, which we'll let you know if it doesn't, in about 15 minutes' time.
Yep.
And it's going to be another tantalising game as we bring you the final 2 games of this ECS Challenger Series here in Santarem, Portugal. It's the G-Force, and we're just going to go and scamper off for a bit of lunch, but don't go too far, because we'll be back to take you through the 3rd game of the day here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back, viewers of European Cricket. It's Phil G here to take you through the start, the first innings of this penultimate match here in the group stages. Match 19 about to kick things off. Players are out the centre, I can see that now. But welcome everybody, it's wonderful to have your company here. This ECS Portugal Challenger Division, and there's still places on the standings hanging in the balance as we look ahead to finals day tomorrow. But for now, two big matches coming your way as well. We've got the Panthers returning. They had the match off just previously, had the first game this morning. They lost that first match, not by too much though, and then they had the break. Now they're back. They got this game and they got the next game as well. So currently this game is going to be against Team Tigers Portugal, who are now in for their final match, having just won the previous match, done themselves a massive favour by putting their hand up and saying, hey, rest of the teams here, don't forget we're part of this competition as well. We want to be part of finals action. The first ball about to be bowled. Diamond Purvey's finds it going a little bit down leg side. If you have your ECN bingo card handy, you'll tick that one off, with the first delivery being a leg side wide. So yeah, the Panthers had a bit of a break there. They saw him in the nets during the last match. I think they also probably would have done well with a little bit of ground fielding practice as well, considering what we saw this morning. But the Panthers have got it all to do. Panthers play this match against Team Tigers Portugal, then they're back for the final match today against Falco, the team that beat them in the first match this morning. So that's what's happening. Two matches still to come. Match 3 has just started now. Team Tigers Portugal coming off a very good win, a good chase that they've just put in. Only had to chase down a modest score in the 120s. It wasn't a huge total they had to bring down, but they bring it down is exactly what they did in the end, with a hole over to spare. And throughout the entire innings, you just felt they weren't really threatened. Azam Johnny and Kamral Islam open the batting here, as they did in the previous match. Azam Johnny carrying his bat all the way through with a very well-deserved half century as well. Diamond Purvey's with the ball, looking to start things off. Johnny just pulls away, still looking around, still counting the fielders, looking to see where the gaps are and where the deep fielders are. We continue now. Well, he goes very fine with that big swing to the leg side. It's one bounce, two bounces, 4 runs. And a few Panthers just coming into the bowl and just saying, all right, let's have a chat about this. You can see there, just giving a little pat on the back and saying, look, put that behind you. Next ball is the important one. You can't do anything about that shot that's just been played, but you do something about the next one. And that's Siraj Butt with a tiny little word in the ear, just a whisper in the ear, but I think that's the kind of thing that he'll be saying. Hello to everyone in the chat who's joining us. I can see Johnny, he's joining us in the chat, although I'm not sure what Johnny is typing capitals for. What are you yelling about there, Johnny? You know, we don't like that. Maybe just remember that the caps lock has to come off, please. That would be good. John Gray. Hello to John Gray. Wonderful to see you. Paolo Campini still there in the chat too. I'm sure Ray Tipping's lurking around somewhere. I'm sure there's a number of my fellow moderators sitting there in the chat just lurking. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday wherever you are. Oh, good delivery this. Big appeal. Ball's doing a bit too much. Umpire says no, and they get through for leg by. So no tickle on that one. So hello to everybody in the chat. Hope you're doing very well indeed. And thank you for joining us here for this, the penultimate day and the penultimate match in this Challenger Division ECS Portugal 2026 edition. One more game to come after this in the group stages when Tina returns for the second half. Oh, now umpire changes his mind on that and indicates that was actually a no ball. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something to do with fielding. Have a little look to see if I've got any notes coming through there. I reckon that's what it might be. Maybe that extra fielder out. Free hit coming. Swings hard at this one. Oh, can you believe it? The no-he goes nowhere. So the free hit, what do we call those if you miss? That's right, it's a free miss. Bowler in again. Steps a little bit to leg side to give himself a bit of room, frees the arms and smacks this one over the point boundary. Very square swipe that was. Not quite the uppercut, but a slight bit of uppiness to it. He was looking for the boundary. He's looking to get across the top of the boundary, and does indeed. What a great shot that is. So the free miss as Kamarul Islam doesn't cash in on the free hit, but then the very next delivery he dispatches over the boundary. It's still 2 to come in this first over. Straight to Panthers fielder there, just in the covers. Looks like the lone figure, Mohammad Tabish there, patrolling the covers there. No Jawad Shah in this in the Panthers side. He's taken a rest. I suspect maybe he might have done himself a little bit of mischief in the field in the first match this morning. He took a few hits on the body and on the elbow, and maybe they're a bit worse than what we first thought. Well, this one's been put away as well through the covers. And then some for another Maximo. So this first over against the Panthers and against Diamond Pavés is getting out of control. It's going to go for 20. It's gone magical. TTP picked up the pace immediately. And these two opening batters get stuck into Diamond Pavés, who goes for 20 from his first over. And that is the score after the first over, 20 for no loss. So welcome once again to everyone who's joined us here on YouTube on our channel. Wonderful to have your company. Hope you're enjoying the telecast. And on behalf of all the crew here, even the mini blue crew, Lucky, Tina, myself, Paolo, and of course, Ricardo. Hello, welcome, and thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend wherever you're watching from around the world. Team Tigers Portugal, 20 without loss, looking very, very good. Looks like Tina's finished her lunch. I can see her patrolling in front of the comms area here. I haven't had a picture sent to me of what lunch was yet, so I'm not sure what I can report to you. I might leave that lunch report for Tina when she comes on comms. Tina will be back here to take you through the run chase in about 35 minutes' time. It's been placed nicely through the offside field. Hasn't found the gap, but placed nicely. Happy to turn the strike over. Reminder from the toss that the Panthers did win the toss. And thank you to Rado for bringing us the toss news. The Panthers won the toss and they wanted to have a field first. They were more content to chase and happy to put TTP in and say, look, you get a score and whatever you get, we'll go one better. I'll tell you right now, I reckon Panthers, if they don't get the win here, the match coming after this one could be pretty academic for them. Because Team Tigers Portugal have now drawn ahead of them on the standings. So Panthers are playing for their survival in this Challenger Series. And right now, with this sort of start, you have to say it looks like they could be the team that finishes 5th. It's entirely possible. So Lisbon Panthers sitting on the table on 10 points. For them to have any sort of shout, should they lose this match, of course, if they have any chance to play in finals, they would have to get a 4-point win against Falco in the final match today. But let's get through this game first before we get all sort of too carried away into what may happen in the last match. This match is super important for them. And super important for TTP as well. We came into today with 3 teams vying for only 2 spots in the standings because tomorrow is finals day. Make sure you join us tomorrow. It is finals day. Also, just remember, in Europe, the clocks will go forward by 1 hour tonight in most countries across the European continent. But our times will not change. It'll still be a 9:30 game to start things off tomorrow, and that of course will be the eliminator. Tina and I will go through the schedule later on today, and before we close tonight, we'll be able to give you those games tomorrow, who's playing in the eliminator and who's playing qualify 1. I can say now that the fighters and what looks like to be Falco will play in eliminator 1 tomorrow. Just remains to be seen who's going to play in qualify 1, and the eliminator, well, that remains to be seen. Nice bit of pace there. Tabish just rolling that arm over a little bit faster, a little bit harder. Had a bit of a chat with Mohamed Tabish. He's a good character. He's always happy to see me here at the Grand in Portugal. And he came over, and also I've seen him quite a fair bit during the night series as well. He's sort of becoming a bit of a staple whenever I'm commentating here in Portugal. He came over and he said to me, he apologises that the old Mohamed Tabish hasn't been able to get into the game this week. Obviously with tongue-in-cheek when he says that, because I think I might have said that, where's the old Mohamed Tabish that I remember from the night series and from last year as well, as he gets pummeled to the boundary through the point region for 4 runs. I can see a question there in chat. Can you please ask if Jawachar is playing in this match? No, he is not playing in this match. He's not named in the squad. I would try and find out why he's not named in the squad, but I suspect, because obviously I watched him play this morning, he looked a bit out of sorts, and in the field he took a couple of hits on the boundary line, the ball slamming into his elbow at one point, and ricocheting off for 4 runs, and that ball went like a tracer bullet. A couple of bounces in front of him, and he didn't take it very well. So maybe he may have a little bit of a an injury there. I'll double check for you. Chris Bazinange, I'll try and let you know what the story is, but he's not playing, he's not named in this match. If anyone's looking for the lineups, please check the ECN website, and you can just click down and find the Portugal series here and have a look and see who is in the lineups. It's all there for you on our website. And big thank you to all of our team back in the office and back at headquarters who are getting all that for you on the big screen. Oh, hesitation here. Double hesitation. 2 batters almost meet halfway and shake each other's hands, and then they both retreat back to from whence they came. And in the end, that is a dot for the start of the third. 32 for no loss. Swings at this one. There was an appeal there for leg before. It's fair to say that was very much sliding down leg side. And leg by's indicated as well, which would suggest that was the case. 33 for no loss currently in the power play. Najib Ur-Rahman steaming in there from the northern end. Well, hit a bit uppishly there, but he's worked that actually quite nicely. It was definitely far enough outside the outstretched, or the semi-outstretched hands of the keeper, who basically moved after the ball had gone past. And also you had third up inside the inner circle. No chance of getting that one. Has to go and retrieve it from quite a long way back. A clever boundary. Kamal Islam proving his worth into the side for the first time today for Team Tigers Portugal. It's nice that they're able to dig deep and pick up a couple of players like this. Get them into the squad. Swings hard at this one. This one goes out to the cover boundary again. There's no protection on the boundary there. The boundary riders, let me have a look, see where the boundary riders are for the right-hander. They are at point, slightly a backward point, not a perfectly square point position there on the boundary. And the other boundary rider is down the ground in the long-on area. That's where the boundary riders are for the power play for the right-hander. Everybody else up inside the circle. Not meant too many, actually pretty evenly spread actually, both off and leg. Just pushes that on the 45 to one of those players. Fine leg up inside the circle. Now for the last ball of the power play, Azam Johnny faces, so the fielders will have to renegotiate where they are standing and find themselves in a different spot. Let's see what happens here. Well, the player who was at long on for the right-hander comes up, although I'm not sure where he's going to go because he's almost gone to exactly... Well, he's gone to the covers now. Mid-off has gone in there. And backward square leg is out on the boundary rope as well. Oh, the catch is taken. What a great catch. Oh, Azam Johnny, just look. He loves that shot where he leans into it and pushes it and punches it out towards the point boundary there. This time, he gets it a little bit uppish, just maybe a little bit higher up on the bat, and that has been plucked out of the air. Oh, and the Panthers having a proper get around now. They are very happy indeed. Azam Johnny has to go. He goes for 6 from 7. So the dangerous Azam Johnny, left-hander for the Team Tigers Portugal, departs a little bit earlier than necessary. 42 still on the board. That's a run rate of 14. Still pretty good, but that is a dangerous batter indeed. Gone. As Paolo Campini has spelled the word gone correctly. Well done, Paolo. I notice you get that right every time. 100% G-O-R-N-E. He's gone. Power play done. 42 for 1 with that first wicket falling on the last ball of the power play as well. So Najib Rahman, his persistence pays off there. Again, just a little bit high in the bat. Went for a bit of a push through the point, which is one of his trademark shots, is Azam Johnny. And instead, he's just lifted it, and it's been plucked out of the air. The good angle from the camera there. Thank you, Ricardo, for catching that. And thank you to the player for catching that as well. Just plucked it out of the air as it was starting to go past him. Time now to bring on, looks like it's Siraj Butts coming on. Now, Siraj can cause issues for the batters. Seen him cause a few problems in this series already. Let's see what he can do now. The Panthers, their competition is hanging by a thread here. And how much will they love to bite back hard and get a few more wickets? Tossed up, but unfortunately tossed too wide. I can see Chris Bozenang is just responding to me saying about Jawad Shah. Yeah, it is a bit of an impactful loss for the Panthers. They will really feel that because he is a quality opening bat and he's also been very good with the ball as well. So they're really going to feel that. I know the Panthers have sort of struggled with personnel in this competition so far. Hit down the ground, should be cut off. A couple of players come around. Tabish is the one in front who gets the throw back. Yeah, the Panthers have struggled with personnel for this one, trying to get the correct team on the field. They've had to really dig deep into their reserves to make sure they've got 11 players ready to go. So I could do feel for them for a bit that they've now lost one of their stars. I'll try to find out, though, if maybe he can come back for the final game, because it'll be all to play for in the final game. Last roll of the dice, should they not get the win here. If they do get the win here, then it can give them a bit of buoyancy going into that last game. And they're playing against Falco, who looked out of sorts in the second match of today. And, in T10, if you're not on, you will get knocked down. Just one of those things about T10. The game goes so fast. Straight to the fielder. Oh, a good throw. Could have had him in trouble there as they scampered through. Halim was a little bit slow out of the blocks, but he does get there. Good afternoon to David Swan rejoining us in the chat. Hope you're doing well, David. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Saturday, a good start to the weekend, hopefully, as the umpire has a shoelace-related situation to resolve. His own. Don't often see that. Invest in Velcro, I say. Bowler in. Well, there you go. Looks to whip it. Absolutely whip it on the leg side. And completely comes undone there and has lost the stumps. They haven't quite gone stumps akimbo. It doesn't matter though. Rattles the timber. And that's a second wicket falling. Just a few moments after that previous wicket. So, you know what? Where there's light, there's hope. And Panthers are biting back here. Team Tigers Portugal lose their second. And it's Halim. And he's gone for a second ball. Oh, the timing of Wiki there was not quite right because that's the incoming player. Try and get that right again if I can. So, Halim. Azam Johnny has departed in the previous over. Halim now has to go in this over. Kamrul Islam, the playmaker at the non-strikers end, 33 from 15 and 33 out of 46 is about 75% of the runs thereabouts. Not quite exactly, I know that. Don't everyone get your calculations out now, but I know. Wasn't quite, but still. Just tapped away on the leg side. Easy singles there on the leg side if you want it. David Swan, you're saying you just got caught in the last hailstone shower. Hey, you got hailstones up there, have you? Oh boy, I tell you what, if a hailstone fell here, it would melt before it got anywhere near the ground. It's quite warm conditions out there in the centre now. Sorry to hear that, David. Hope you didn't suffer any injuries in that getting stuck by the hailstones. 47 for 2 after 4. So a couple of wickets falling in the last 2 overs. That over itself by Siraj Butt, sensational over, 1 for 4 from his efforts. When he came out to bowl, I said he can be a danger to batting. He can cause problems. He caused problems. He bowled a wide to start with, and then he really buckled down. Just made the batters really work hard for just a couple of meagre singles in that over, and then picks up the very valuable wicket. Gets Halim for a second ball duck. We continue now. So Mia is now at the crease. Big hitting Mia. Panthers with a bit of a spring in their step now. Good to see. Long off and long on combined to stop that shot down the ground. Just goes for 1. It's just been pushed nicely just towards that backward point area. Just a single again. So doing the singles at the moment. Maybe just a moment for Team Tigers Portugal just to settle into possibly a few deliveries of calm and serenity. You know, and mojitos by the pool, that kind of sensibility, and not sort of get too carried away with trying to muscle things around. They wouldn't want to give up another wicket now. Raju Mia, who I'm a big fan of, faces one that goes down leg side. The bowler's a little bit filthy with himself there. He knows that was a bad ball. Just relieves a bit of pressure there. Paolo Kempe with a bit of a zinger there. I was waiting to see how long somebody would do that, Paolo, who would resort to some ABBA lyrics. You've done it. Good shout. Nicely done. I like it. Oh, I like that too. Umpire turns around and says, how far back did that go? It went that far. Big 6 out of the park towards the dugout. Everyone from the dugout, look out. Grizzlies coming your way. And as Tina said in the previous game, we did have a grizzly go through the roof of one of those tents. That must happen yesterday when I was at lunch, because I don't remember seeing that. And during my lunch yesterday, I spent most of that, well, woofing down the lovely fish tacos, but also having a good chat with my good friend and co-moderator, Steve McVeigh, who came up to the ground and joined us. Wonderful to see you, Steve. Got a couple of happy snaps as well, which I haven't yet posted. Must do that. And a good dot ball to come after that big 6. So the run rate is at 12 and a bit. Team Tigers Portugal, what's 12 exactly now? Team Tigers Portugal 56 for 2 here in the 5th. What score do they need to take it out of the Panthers' striking distance? Oh, massive swing and collection of the ball. Dispatched quite a way over the line. Umpire watches to see where it lands. I'm not sure. I lost that in the sky. I'm not sure where that landed. All I know is there was everything on that one. The kitchen sink, the laundry sink, the his and hearth, shared bathroom sinks, whatever you want to put next to that, just boshed out of the ground. Properly out of here. Hello there to the little Alan who's joined us as well. Good to see you in the chat. Chris Smith, always a pleasure to see you as well. And once again, you guys talking about trips to the chippy shop. I wish I had a local chippy shop here in, well, not here, but back home in Prague where I am. Don't have that. Another wide delivery there. It's just one of those things I do miss from when I was living and working in the UK a few years ago. I can go to the local goulash and Svichkova restaurants. Maybe get myself a chicken schnitzel or a pork schnitzel with some Czech or Slovak potato salad. See, now I've resorted to food talk. It shows that I need my lunch as well. I've got about 20 minutes, half an hour till I get my lunch. We continue. Leg side again, not good here. These wides just need to be rebowled and giving things away here. A couple of maximos off the over, a couple of singles and a couple of wides. There's a bit of everything. And Mia not really bothered by this either. That's the catch. There's really no pressure on the batter. And it just gives him time to contemplate the next one. As I said, there's a couple of wides in a row. Still need to find that last ball of the over to complete the 5th. 64 on the board. 2 wickets down. And then he does things like that. This is the thing with Raju Mia. When he gets in his little zone, He's really, really quite good to watch. He's lofted that beautifully. He lands somewhere past the sight screen, quite a fair way actually. So score after 5, 70 for 2. Team Tigers Portugal looking to put on a big score here unless the Panthers can bite down hard and try to remove one of these two. But right now, it's a bit tough. David Swan asking me, where do I post my picks? David Swan, I post any picks I do on tour now, I'm posting them on the Spanner Squad. So if you have access or you want to get involved in the Spanner Squad. Oh, John Gray just jumped in for that one. Thank you, John. Yeah, that's right. I might post maybe a couple of bits and pieces on my Facebook page. I don't usually post much on Facebook or on Instagram. I have an Instagram account, but I don't really post much there. I kind of feel like I've kind of missed that one. Maybe it's a generational thing. I don't know. I haven't posted a single thing on there. Swings hard at this one. Catching opportunity. Oh, so close. So very, very close. It ends up going for 6, but I tell you what, it wasn't that far away from maybe getting plucked out of the air. That was a desperate, desperate attempt. Oh, Diamond Purveyors almost pulled in a one-hand screamer then. Oh, thank you, John Gray, for posting the Spanner Squad. We're always looking for people who want to get behind the scenes of the European Cricket Network and see what goes on. This one's in the air as well. Oh, it's just been put down as well. That's unlucky. That's really unlucky from the Panthers. They're bringing the false shot from these players. Unfortunately, it's not sticking in the hands. So, yeah, Spanner Squad. Let me just quickly give you a rundown on that one. So, Vinny set up Spanner Squad probably about 2 months ago now, I think, prior to the restart of European Cricket Network. And it's a place where we like to get behind the scenes, present you with a lot of content, videos, pictures, information about what's going on at ECN at the moment, give you live updates on all sorts of things. We have a weekly call as well, as that one is square cut nicely to the boundary line, 4 runs there. As once again, Team Tigers Portugal get on top of this bowling attack after a few near misses. Yeah, thank you, John. You've explained that perfectly. So yeah, it's a little private sanctuary where we can engage directly with the big fans. And that's what we're trying to do, you know, Vinny, Rico, Tina, myself. We're trying to engage directly with the big fans, the fans, you know, who've been behind us and love to get behind us and still with us all this, throughout all this time, even through the big pause that we had, and we had the rewinds and things like that. We want to give you more content, more information as that goes flying away from another Maximo. Sorry, I'm talking over the action here, but there is just no fear from Raju Mia or from Kamal Islam as they're getting after this bowling a little bit too easy. And Panthers, you are watching your ECS slip away from you, slip out of your fingertips. You're going to be chasing quite a score here. So that's what Spanner Score's all about. We post things from behind the scenes, and that's what I kind of treat as a little bit of a behind the scenes thing. Is that another one? It is indeed. Well, this over has getting blown out of proportion here. So sadly for Siraj, but he has sensational first over, and now it's all gone pear-shaped. So 6, just that single, then 4, 6 and 6. Raju Mia is helping himself to quite an expansive score here. And I think that Grizzly may have even gone completely out of the park. I think it's gone off to the neighbouring property. Yeah, the once a week call that we have with Vinny handling the call is always a lot of fun as well. He gives us an hour update, live update, where you get a chance to fire your questions and your comments directly to Mr. Maximo himself and get instant feedback straight away. It's always a good, fun engagement. Good place to hang out, the Spanner Squad. This one just squirts back off a length, goes down to a 45 behind the bat, and that finishes the over. I think Siraj would be happy to say that's it for me. I am out of here. He was treated very, very harshly there by the batters. They get 24 off his over, and the score now up to 94 for 2 after 6. So let's talk about Spanner Squads and what we post there. We have a couple of categories as well, by the way, in case someone's interested. Now, John Gray has very, very nicely posted a link to Spanner Squad, so thank you for doing that, John. Anyone who's interested in joining us in the Spanner Squad, we try to load that up with as much behind-the-scenes content, not just cameo videos and pictures, things like that, but actual information about ECN, what we've got planned, what we've got coming. Vinny really gives his live update on everything as well. It's a very open, honest, good discussion between all of us who can jump on, and it's a lot of fun as well, and it's wonderful to see people face to face, albeit through a camera lens. Is this another leg side wide? Panthers just infringing again here at the start of the 7th over. Bowler in again. Oh, that's a shocker. That's an absolute shocker. Dandywall, who I've been a big rap for his bowling so far, but I've got to say, so far, these first two deliveries, very un-Dandywall-like deliveries. His radar's usually completely clued in here, and that's just rank well outside the leg stump. Need to be tighter there. Got to do better. Uppish and put down. Dug it out. Oh, Diamond Purveyors puts down a red-hot chance. It came fairly flat, so it would have slapped into the hands. He does protect the boundary, though, so give him credit on that level. But sadly, he hasn't managed to hold the catch and can't break this partnership. Roger Mia screams along to 38 from 11. Kamal Islam, 41 from 18. That is exquisitely smacked over the boundary for 6. That was absolutely lovely. If you enjoyed Azam Johnny's shot in the previous innings, the lofted cover drive he played, Tina, you should see that one again. When she comes back, I'll make sure she has a look at that one. That was lovely. Got to admit, it was bowled right into the sweet spot, and the batter obliges by putting that one over the boundary. He races Cameron Lizam to 47 off 19. 100 up as well with that 6. 106 to 3 in the 7th. Sorry, for 2. 103 for 2. All the way along the deck, that one. Inches closer to a little personal milestone there, does Cameron. John Gray with the ECM Battleship Sudoku game is back. Nice one. I wonder if there's anyone, John, in the chat who's going, battleships? What's he talking about there? I used to love that game. I used to try to find so many unique ways to cheat. I used to play battleships with my father when I was growing up back in Australia. I used to ask him, you know, could you maybe sit at that end of the table? Behind him was a full-length mirror. Clipped, uppishly, couple of bounces, across the boundary rope, 4 runs, simple as that. These two are not bothered by the bowling, and that's the catch, isn't it? That this partnership is blossoming because they're not being challenged by the Panthers bowlers. They're not having to negotiate anything different apart from just the same bowling over and over again. They're not showing them anything new. Wides, too many wides, full deliveries, slot deliveries. Getting absolutely caned. I wouldn't be surprised if the Panthers are going to be chasing a 150 plus score here. Raju Mia, he's on 42. Oh, that sounded crisp. It's happening with regular monotony, and I don't mean that in an awful way. I'm really not trying to be rude there, but as soon as the ball was bowled, my first thought was Raju's going to wind up and smack this to cow corner and then some. Dandywell not having a good over. I may have to put away my praise for him because I was praising him this morning. I may have to put that away now because this over is just against character. One more to come in the 7th. 115 for 2 is the score. Well, there you go. Stumps akimbo. Chris Smith, are you still there? I'm sure you'll enjoy that. That's why I got that from you. And Dandywell does get the last laugh. It does go magical. So it's there. Roger Mir misses himself a well-deserved half-century. He gets bowled for 48 from 14 deliveries and a wicket falls. The last ball of the 7th. 115 for 3. Have a look at the Manhattan skyline there. With the exception of that 4th over, which was the Siraj Butt successful over. Apart from that, it's been pretty tough going. Maybe you could say the 2nd and 3rd over were the only respite they got as well. But these last 3 overs have been pretty damaging. All gone magical. 3 magical overs in a row. And that's why the score is where it is. And they've got such a springboard for these last 3 overs to really, really almost bat the Panthers out of the game here. So everyone draws their collective breath. We have a look and see what Mohammad Farouk can do as he comes in a bowl. Well, he starts us off with a wide. Let me quickly check the wide situation here in this game. So I got a funny feeling. Well, if I had to guess how many there's been, I'd probably start by saying too many. Probably the best way to put it. This has not been great. Bowler in again. Swings this to the leg side. Oh, now this is slapped into the hands of the fielder who probably should have held that. Really. It came a little bit flat, so I'm sure it stung. But that's just slapped the palms and just gone straight back out again. Yeah, a little bit unusual. That not good. Should have done an awful lot better there. So we've had 10 wides, 2 no balls so far. That's a big 6. That's going to roll down. Tina is going to rush out to field that one. There you go, Ricardo. Catch Tina. There she is. Obviously, lunch was very nice. And Tina's scampered out from underneath the awnings outside the hut there to field that. Oh, blink and you miss it, by the way. Shout out to Kamral Islam for his half century as well. He continues. Carved this one away very nicely. That's another one, I reckon. That's into the undergrowth. Nope, that's into the hand. So someone's actually held a catch here. Well done. I was a bit unsighted there. A little bit down the slope and taken. So Kamral Islam, a 58 off 24 deliveries. Well batted for you. A well-deserved half century as well. Apologies for not calling it when it happened on that 4 runs you got earlier in the over. But well done. Followed up with a Maximo, and now he's in an attempt to muscle things along. He's come undone there. But for me, I think the damage is pretty much done there. It's 126 for 4. There is 2 overs and 2 balls left, so 14 deliveries left. You expect this score to hit 150, maybe even 160 at this point with this kind of momentum. But with 4 overs gone, Russell hasn't faced the delivery yet. New batter comes in, facing the first delivery. Good work in the field to knock that down. Make sure it doesn't get through. Once it gets through those fielders, it could run all the way for 4. There is no one at deep backward point or at third to stop that one once it gets through that ring of fielders. Third, backward point, and point are all inside the circle. Wide there. Attempted massive swipe at that one from Russell. Amir Shahzad was the new batter who strode to the crease as well with the dismissal of Kamral Islam. That man Dandywell must be a bit happy now because he was the one who caught Kamral Islam. So after getting hit for 21 and then getting a wicket on his last ball of his over, he then takes a catch the very next over. So he'll be happy. He's amongst it now. Mohammad Tabish comes up to take the 9th over. It's 128 for 4 after 8. You see there that the manual scoreboard being adjusted. Hopefully it should agree with 128 for 4. 13 off the over. So, Tabish doesn't have a long run up as he used to have. I remember during the night series in Portugal up at Coimbra at the Estadio de Municipal de Miranda do Covo that his run up was a lot longer than that. Now he's dug this one out. It was actually a pretty good length, to be honest, but he's managed to dig that one out, Shazad. And that has gone a fair way back as well for another Maximo. So the runs keep coming. The score is mounting. John Gray saying 127 for 4 after 8 ain't bad for Challenger League side. Yep, you can say that again. Seen a few good scores in the 160s in this Challenger division. So a couple of teams have really picked up well. Werewolves have been batting quite well. I need to give them a proper shout out. They're probably watching from their little dugout somewhere close by. And they've batted pretty well. They've put on a lot of runs. They have the most number of Maximos per 10 overs on average across the competition. Oh, bit of a swipe at that one. So almost 2/3 of the runs being scored in front of the wicket and only 1/3 of the runs scored behind the wicket, according to our graph there. A rare dot. 9 deliveries to come in the innings. Where's that score going to end up? Hooked really well too. Middled that. I heard the clack of leather on willow as that went around the corner. That's a great shot. Tabish bowling a short one. He doesn't mind a few short deliveries. He sort of puts his hand up to the fielders and says, yep, sorry about that. Well, apology accepted, however. Well, it's very nice of Shazad to go and fetch the ball for Tabish, who wasn't interested in going after it. There's no other fielder anywhere near where that ball ended up. Everyone's on the boundary on that leg side. Swung away. It doesn't get all of that one. It just rolls out into the mid-wicket area. So finally the fielders have to come off the boundary to collect that. The fielder who collected got a pat on the back from his counterpart. Not sure. It was just picking up the ball and returning to the bowler. But that's good. Encourage the fielders at all times. That's the rule. Just whipped. All wrist. All wrist for a big 6. I can see Yagnani Srinath is saying 158 is the score that's going to be posted on the score. 156 some people are saying. Well, it's 148 for 4 after 9. That over goes magical yet again. The fifth magical over of Team Tigers Portugal. This will probably be their best score of the tournament so far. And we've still got one more over to go. So a score of 150, I'd say so. But a score of 160, I'd also probably say that's what they're going to get, barring any amazing reversal of fortune. The Panthers have got a mountain to climb when it's their turn to bat in about 15 minutes' time, so stick around for that. Tina Goff will be back here in the commentary unit to take you through that, as it's G-Force for today, tomorrow, and of course most of Monday. So you got G-Force taking you through finals tomorrow, which I'm really looking forward to calling the finals day with Tina. Last year, Vinny turned up for the Challenger finals, and I called that with him. And then he was here, of course, for the Premier Division finals, and he called that with Tina. But sadly, if you remember, that's been a Maximo smacked out of the ground. You remember that Mr. Maximo was here for the Premier Division finals last year, got rained out. All 4 finals matches were rained out. I can say with pretty much 99% confidence that's not going to happen this year. The weather forecast for the next couple of weeks looks absolutely outstanding. 150 up with that. 154 for 4. It's a wide. They're going to scamper through for a wide +1. Good running. Russell and Shazad just putting a little bit of an icing on the cake here for Team Tigers Portugal as they are putting on a formidable score. The kind of score that everybody should be a little bit nervous about. You know, they were bottom of the table at the start of today and they've come good. Lofted in the air. Oh, it was in the air for a little while, and unfortunately for all those fielders, a rig of fielders on the leg side, all on the boundary line, nobody got in to bring that one down. 157 for 4. Just waits on that one. Might have taken a little bit of pace off there. Didn't matter. It really didn't matter because that has been absolutely pummeled across the boundary line over the rope on that 45. Mohamed Rassel helping himself to some runs here. He got amongst the runs early on in the series for Team Tigers Portugal. Then he went a bit quiet the last couple of days, and now he's getting a little bit of a workout, and that's really going to be good for him and for the team, just to see that. And not for the first time, Amir Shahzad at the striker's end, the batter, picks up the ball and hands it back to the bowler. Very sporting of him to do that. 3 balls to come in the innings. Well, there's a lot of hands in the air and a lot of gesticulation going on as that dot ball manages to miss everyone. 163 for 4. Good time to bring out a dot ball, but this over's already gone for 15. Will it go magical? I'll let you know in a moment. Yes, it will. Right on cue. Thank you. Honestly, I've said it before, sometimes I think that the comms is mic'd up to the stumps at the batter's end and they can hear the sort of things we say, because that has been patched out of the ground one more time. Well, there's a tale of two cities. You can see there the Panther fielder, hands on hips, looking back, and another Panther in the undergrowth trying to find that Grizzly. 169 for 4. So looks like we should get to the 170s, depending what happens on the very next delivery, of course. Oh, let's see what happens here. I could see someone asking about the toss update for the 20th match. Harshu Jan, you need to wait until we've actually done the toss, and then we'll post those results. That's still at least 15, maybe 20 minutes away. So swings, comes off the pad. It does indeed come off the pad. Leg byes indicated. 170. Team Tigers Portugal have posted 170 for the loss of 4 wickets in their 10 overs. An outstanding performance from the team. As I'm joining leading the way, Raju Mia with a very helpful 48 as well. And that is a formidable score. Welcome back inside the commentary hut here. Whew, take a breath. It may be warm out there in the centre. It's nice and cool in here. The aircon's blasting. Myself and Lucky are enjoying and basking in the lovely cricket here. It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Team Tigers Portugal, though, what a good score. 170 for 4. Panthers, what can you do with that? The gauntlet has been well and truly thrown down. If the Panthers want to stay in this competition, they need to make 171 in 10 overs. Can they do it? It's going to be a tall order. It would be a run chase for the ages if they could actually pull this one off. We're going to find out very shortly because we're taking now an innings break. We're back in about 10 minutes time for the run chase. Tindergoff is going to step back in here. I'm going to disappear for a short break, but I'll see you back here for match number 20 later on this afternoon. We'll see here for that. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying, don't change that channel. Don't go too far. Get yourself a refreshing drink because ECS Portugal Challenger Division match 19 hangs in the balance, and so does the Panthers' chances of playing in finals tomorrow. We'll see you back here shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the Santarem cricket ground where the Tigers, they have shown their raw 170 they put on the board against a Panthers side who are down and, well, not out quite yet, but certainly they are hanging on by their fingertips in this tournament. If they want to get through to finals day tomorrow, you imagine they have to, well, at the very, very minimum, get 1 point from this game. But that feels a long way away even then. And if they somehow manage to pull this one out of the fire and get those 171 runs, then still they might have a bit of work to do to get through to the final. So it's an all-important run chase coming your way. And it starts with a bit of a vicious bumper there from the bowler and a swing and a miss from the Panthers opener. And, well, let's just take a little chat about what happened in that first innings. The Panthers, well, they had their claws clipped thanks to Kamrul Islam for 58 at the top of the order. Remember, he was promoted to the top in the previous game, justified keeping his place, and he more than made up for that. That one is just knocked away for a single. Azam Johnny, usually the one who is so powerful at the top of the order, he failed on this occasion, but it was thanks to the big hitting then of Raju Mia coming in at 4, scoring 48, and then a quick fire partnership between Amir Shahzad finishing on 15 not out and Mohamed Rassel an impressive 25 not out. In fact, 24 of which came through Maximos, which pushed their side to a formidable total here, 170 runs, the highest totals we've seen so far in this Challenger division, and the Lisbon Panthers have it all to do and then some if they want to keep their finals hopes alive. Remember, at the bottom of the table they are currently rooted, having won just 2 of their 6 games so far. They ideally need to make it 3 here. You imagine the power play, I suppose it's always important, but in some ways even more important here in this mammoth run chase. In any big run chase, you need to get off to a good start, otherwise you find yourself constantly chasing the game. Meanwhile, TTP look like they've put that wobble of yesterday behind them. Remember, they played 3 games yesterday, lost every single one of them, but are on track here to win 2 in 2 as that one is hit firmly and over mid-off, who's standing in the ring, and it will be the first boundary of this Panthers run chase. Comes off the bat of Diamond Pervez, who's joined out there in the middle by Mohamed Tabish. You think these two, if they can get off to a big start, give themselves at least a chance of getting near that total. Amir Shahzad, the frontline bowler for Team Tigers, wants to have a response to that one. Final ball of the first. It is a good response indeed. Cramps up Diamond for room. Isn't able to get that off the square, and in fact wears that one. Gets a sporting tap on the gloves, plays the shot he probably should have played, but at the end of the first then Panthers 7 off it, and, well, you can already see that required rate go up and up. It's north of 18 now. So any over pretty much that doesn't go magical is one over that goes the way of the Tigers. Quick look then at the table. Panthers propping up the table, as I just mentioned, with 10 points. I suppose the solace for them is that they do have the final game against the Falcons, but they need to get points in this game to even make that one worthwhile, because if we assume, and it's too early to assume of course, but if Team Tigers Portugal pick up 3 points from this game, that would put them up to 15. That would put them actually level with the Falcons, and it would mean that the Werewolves would be on 14, the Falcons on 15, and then Lisbon Panthers, if they pick up a consolation point, would be down in 11 with 11 points in 5th place, meaning that they'd certainly have to win the final game to have any chance. And then it would be the Werewolves who would be jittering at home, seeing if they will still be able to get it through. But the trouble is, the Panthers net run rate may take a battering here, and even if then they pick up 3 points in that final game, it might not be enough to overhaul the Werewolves' net run rate, which is just about negative, 0.077 in the negative, whereas Panthers at the moment 0.7 almost. So lots of number crunching to do, all to play for still, but the headline is that the Panthers, if possible, need to win this game. I mean, stating the obvious, but even just getting that consolation point could do wonders for their chances of getting through. Remember, that final game of the day then is the Panthers against the Falcons, and the Panthers need to put themselves into a position where they are still playing for something in that game. Still a way to go though in this one, as Adil Halim bowls the second, and well, that one gets big on Mohamed Tabish, but he sends it and it's caught there on the boundary. I lost sight of it there. I thought it went long, didn't quite go long enough. It probably went about 49 meters, and the catch is taken. That's an early blow for the Panthers as they lose one of their top batters, Mohamed Tabish. He has to depart, never really got going at all. Took 5 of the opening deliveries, only managed to get 6 on the board. The first wicket does fall. All the ones, Panthers 11 for 1. Remember then that the bonus point is in play for both sides. And the total that the Panthers have to achieve to get even just a solitary point is 119, which, well, is around par score in a normal game. So keep that in your minds. 119 is what they need to get for a point, which at this point almost keeps their hopes alive. Slim hopes at all of getting through to finals day. Whereas if they take nothing from this game, it would just be a mathematical improbability that would get them through to finals day. It would mean that they would have to win the game coming up, the final game of the day against the Falcons. They'd have to win it with a bonus point and hope that it's such an extreme margin of victory that they overhaul the Werewolves' net run rate, which seems unlikely. But you never know, as that one just scuttles away into the leg side, and they run through for a single as Siraj Butt has joined Diamond Pervez out there in the middle. Gets a good bit of lift on that one. We were talking earlier in the day, Phil and I, as we get to the end of the second, 14 for 1, about how those bumpers don't quite work earlier in the day. They just get stuck in the pitch a bit. That early morning dew means that they don't quite fire through, but as the sun bakes down here in Portugal, that pitch dries out and suddenly that grizzly flies through a bit quicker into the gloves of the keeper. It's Foyers Udin, the regular keeper there for Team Tigers Portugal. Of course, I'm flying solo for this one, as Phil did in the first innings, and he takes his very well-earned lunch. I heard him already teasing what was for lunch, but I can confirm it's kind of like a chicken pastry with some lovely mustard potatoes and salad. Very much hit the spot. I'm sure he's enjoying it. I can hear his cheers of delight from here as he tucks into his lunch. Back to Amish Azad then to bowl the final over of the power play. So that one zips through to the keeper, and well, you already fear for the Panthers here, don't you? That required rate up around 20. Well, there you go. Thank you very much, supercomputer. Exactly 20 now. And just a handful of boundaries so far in the opening 2 overs, and of course that big wicket of Mohamed Tabish. So this feels like one-way traffic for the moment. It gives me an opportunity to welcome everyone back into the chat. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday wherever you are. I see John Gray's there. John, lovely to see you again. And Steve and Paolo, David, trips in there as well. And Chris, great to have your company in the absence of my G-Force buddy. Batter there, hoping that one would be called a wide by umpire John, but a perfectly legal delivery, and this over already seems to be passing the Panthers by, and there's a fear already that not only is this game, but this tournament is also passing by, as they just haven't been able to pick up points with enough regularity. Yes, no, maybe. Tortuga off the pitch. If you look back at the results that the Panthers had earlier in the day, it really was day one that set the tone for them, which you wouldn't have thought given that they won the very first match of this Challenger Series. It was that tight contest against the Werewolves. They won that with just 3 balls to spare, but maybe that was already a sign of things to come. It was a relatively modest total. They were chasing 112, and they made pretty heavy weather of it, chasing it down on ball 9.3. Then the other 2 games they played that day, they lost both of them. And lost them, well, the first one they lost relatively comfortably. The second one they actually lost on the final ball, but both times it was their batting that hasn't really impressed. And of course, then they came back on day 3. Lost both of those games as well. Oh, in fact, they won 1, so only 2 victories so far. But when you have 8 games and you only pick up 2 wins, and you're always going to be trying to push water uphill as we get to the end of the power play. A brilliant over, it has to be said, by Amir Shahzad. Mr. Consistent for the Tigers. He finishes his spell with impressive figures of just the 8 runs conceded. No wicket for him, but he'll be more than happy with that. And well, those 2 overs just by themselves have more or less wrapped up this game. I'm calling it, and I'm calling it early because that run rate has gone beyond 22 now. Just 2 singles coming off that over. And the Panthers, well, less of a roar, not even a meow. Just a splutter here for the men in green. Into the 4th over we go then, and it looks like it will be the diminutive form of Nahid Ahmed to bowl this one. He was very impressive with the ball in the previous game. Very tight with his lines as he makes sure his field is set just so. We are out of the power play now, so 5 fielders are allowed outside of the inner circle. It looks to me that they only have the 4 out so far, unless, yeah, they are sending a further one out, so they've got deep backward point in, deep covers, long off, long on, and cow corner. That one goes in the direction of deep backward point, should be cut off, and is. Maybe we can just have a quick discussion then about Team Tigers Portugal and their changing fortunes in this tournament so far. Can be summed up perfectly by the fact that they'll probably, if they win this one, which I think is more of a when than an if, despite that one rolling away for 4 runs, if/when they finish this game, they will finish with a completely balanced record. Played 8, won 4, lost 4, and they've had very up and down fortunes as well. They came into the tournament late, only started on day 3, where they won their first 2 games, then lost in that game against the Fighters, where they actually lost with the bonus point. It's the only bonus point win/loss we've had so far, maybe up until this game. But they had a real shocker on day 4, so yesterday as well. There's a chance of a run out here. Just about manages to stab his bat down, almost skewers himself, does Diamond, but he gets himself and his bat over the line. Tigers yesterday lost all 3 games, and we did fear for them coming into today, knowing that certainly they'd have to pick up something in their final 2 games, and they already managed that, of course, in the game we've just seen against the Falcons. And it looks for all the world that they will again have a perfect day as they had a completely imperfect day yesterday. And we will be seeing them in finals day tomorrow. And in fact, they could still be going through in those top 2 spaces. That's a decent enough delivery, but a dismissive shot there from Siraj, but a nice clean swing of the blade as that one is launched over long off for a Maximo. Well, we need maximum Maximos for the Panthers here if they want to get anywhere close to that total. Phil G in the chat. Phil, you're supposed to be on break. Turn off your devices. He's starting up every mode of transport already, and well, I don't disagree with my GeForce other half. That is just about cut off, I think, on the boundary, thanks to some fancy footwork there from Amir Shahzad. But yeah, David rightfully asking if the cab on standby, which has been hailed by Paolo, whether that's the earliest it's ever been called. Well, I think there was some calling of the cabs, or at least punching in of the numbers at the halfway mark, and the first 4 overs here haven't exactly encouraged us to hang up. 30 for 1 at the end of the 4th. A better over at least for the Panthers. 14 runs coming off that Nahid Ahmed over. But that required rate, well, look away now if you're a Panther, because you do not want to know what that rate is at, and I think 98% is probably underselling the Tigers' chances here. But as I was saying, the Tigers, if they pick up all 4 points here, then they will leapfrog the Falcons into second place. Of course, for now, with the caveat that the Falcons will be hoping to get a point this afternoon, as that is the next wicket to fall. And I'll be honest with you folks, I missed that one because I was reading the table, but the fact that he's walking off the pitch suggests that that is the end of Siraj Butt. So anyone in the chat wants to tell me what happened there, because I didn't see it. Lucky has just played charades with me and told me that it was in fact bowled. Usually I look up when there's some kind of celebration, because then you know something's happened, but there was no celebration to speak of there from Team Tigers, and not from Habib either, who, well, he could have been forgiven for celebrating given that he picked up a wicket there with his very first delivery. But the Panthers here, all bark, no bite. Pretty sure Panthers don't bark. That one will go over the head of the keeper, and 4 runs to the new batter. But it is very much afternoon siesta vibes out there, as Team Tigers Portugal, well, they did all the hard work in the first innings, didn't they? Getting that total onto the board. 170, which I did want to check, and that was in fact the highest total we've seen. I can't be looking at my laptop too much, otherwise I'm going to miss the action again. Someone tell me if something happens. But 170 was always going to be a formidable total. Slower ball comes out cleanly into the hands of the wicketkeeper. The closest we had to 170 is the first time we've cracked that total. We had 168. The Falcons, that was actually in the chase where they overhauled the score of 166 by the Werewolves. We also had the Werewolves once again proving their strength with their bat, scoring 162, which Team Tigers Portugal responded with 147 thanks to 5 penalty runs as well due to a slow over rate. So 162 and 168 is the most we've had so far. It's the first time that the 170 mark has been cracked, and I don't think at the moment there's any chance at all of the Panthers getting anywhere near that. It's a chance for another wicket, and it's dropped out in deep covers. It was a tough opportunity there for Mohamed Rassel. Came at him sharply. He did see it all the way, and it just burst out of his hands, and well, maybe hit his shin on the way down as well. one hurt his soul, hurt his shin in the same breath. And there's a lot of exhaust fumes going on in the chat. I can see the smoke cloud emitting from Phil's monitor. All this chat of the engine starting up. Well, nowadays, to be fair, most taxis are some form of hybrid car or e-car. So start your engines, but maybe run your batteries. Nowadays, as we get to the halfway mark then, Panthers limping along here. And that target of 171 seems a distant, I would say memory, dream. Even the bonus point marker of 119 seems like it will be a step too far, if not a whole marathon too far for the Panthers. As Naid Ahmed is rewarded with a second over. His first was pretty decent. He's one of the most accurate bowlers, I think it's safe to say, in this Challenger Series. We've had a few who've been fireworks, but also some duds in terms of extras. But Naid Ahmed, yes, he went for 14 in his first, but he's been pretty decent throughout. He's clearly a very tricky customer. He knows exactly what he wants from his fielders, happy to position his troops where he wants them, and just trundles in. Has that low action as well. He's not the tallest of blokes, but he does get it to zip through. And that one again into the hands of the keeper. Up in the air, calls of catch it. Two fielders converging underneath it, and the keeper goes for it, and the keeper misses it. I think he was slightly put off there by his teammate who was careening in, and Foyazudin puts it down, and I'm sure he's going to lay the blame squarely at the doorstep of his teammate who came charging in from covers in the end. Neither of them were able to get it. It did burst through the hands there, it seems, of Foyazudin. Probably should have taken that one despite the onrushing Adil Halim. Up in the air again, two fielders once more converging underneath it, and it's dropped. Question mark, exclamation mark. Certainly it was a juggle there, and that body language seems to suggest it hits the deck. He took 2 or 3 bites of that cherry. It looked like one of those where you might be able to grasp it to his body while he's lying on the ground, but he didn't manage it. So another let off. Certainly the Panthers, well, they're going to go down in a blaze of glory here because they're swinging at everything. Not with too much success, it must be said. And again, Naid Ahmed remains undeterred. Just keeps bowling away that nibbling line. John saying he'll be off shortly for some semi-professional football at Avranches. I read that as Avalanche, which would be a different type of football entirely. So that one's drilled down the ground, should just be the single. Mid-table clash in the French 5th tier. Now that's my kind of football. And they're going to go for buzzers here. A bit sloppy there from Team Tigers, and Naid Ahmed throws up his hand in apology because that was unnecessary. I suppose the runs will go against him, so he's only got himself to blame. He finishes with figures of 18 off his 2. Yeah, I'm getting slight football withdrawal symptoms because of course, the international break. And international friendlies just don't quite do it for me. Although there wasn't an exciting game yesterday between Switzerland and Germany, the clash of the neighbours, which Germany took 4-3 in the end. But yeah, maybe I need to get myself to some 5th tier French football for where it's at. There is, of course, women's football, which David Swan rightly points out. Scores on the doors. Apparently, Man City women beating Man U in the Manchester derby 3-0. That one's flicked away, and that's a lovely stroke over the jumping figure of Kamrul Islam. That one came right off the middle of Diamond's bat. So a rare highlight there for the Panthers, as that one's flicked away dismissively. As we go into the 7th over and will be bowled by Habib Masum, who had a brilliant first over, went for just the 7 runs and picked up the wicket, but gets hit away from Maximo on his 7th delivery. Comeback ball wanted here from Habib. And it's dug in, and well, he's not quick enough to trouble Diamond with that kind of pace, and Diamond says thank you very much as he goes back-to-back Maximos. The Panthers, at least something for them to smile about here, as there's a friendly arm put around the shoulders of Habib by Azam Johnny, experienced operator who, well, he hasn't been the most successful himself with the ball in hand, it has to be said, but it's always nice to be a backseat driver since there's so much talk about cars in the chat. Well, it's going to be another couple to the collection. I suppose the one thing that we can level at Team Tigers here is it hasn't been the tidiest of fielding performances. It's always easy to get complacent when you have such a monster target to defend, and you know, well, as long as we get through 60 balls, we're probably going to have a win under our belts. But certainly it's a good habit to get into, and they're just giving away a few too many runs here. It has to be said, though, that was another glistening shot from the Diamond as he flicks that one away with impunity. Another 6 runs. Diamond, in what's otherwise been a rough innings for the Panthers, well, those few boundaries have brought up the 50 at least. They move now into the 60s, in fact. There's this over. Already goes magical, 20 runs coming off it. It's the first magical over we've seen from the Panthers in this game. And Diamond goes for another big swish, this time only hitting thin air. Slower ball, but it's picked nicely by Pervez, and it squirts away between the 2 fielders out there, who I must say weren't exactly in a real hurry to pick up that ball. And it does go for a boundary. So by far the best over of the innings for the Panthers. Unfortunate there for Habib Masum, wasn't able to follow up on his excellent first over and let that one just get away from him. 24 runs coming off it, just the solitary dot ball. Otherwise, 4 times did the Grizzly find its way to the boundary. But still, the Panthers are just putting a bit of a shine on what's otherwise been a miserable game for them. It has to be said, a pretty miserable tournament, as they do still have that one game this afternoon coming up in just about 35 minutes time, but otherwise does seem that this will be the last we will see of them for this season. The ball is now in the hand of Azam Johnny, who was full of advice for Habib. Now has the opportunity to walk the walk after he's talked the talk. Of course, he's usually the chief architect of the batting innings for Team Tigers Portugal, but only managed a 6 from his first innings just about an hour ago. And now he's got a chance to add a few MVP points into the bowling column for him. Farouk on strike, run a ball 9 for him. This one's gone monumentally high in the air. In fact, he's going for the corn pole, but he gets nowhere near it again. Maybe just had one eye on his wicketkeeper there, did Azam Johnny. Foyez Uddin came into the frame, and Seemed like Johnny used that as a handy little excuse for not getting his hands anywhere near that one. It did go a long way up in the air. Maybe I'm just being a little unkind. And then a reminder then of what's to come tomorrow. Starts off with third versus fourth place in the eliminator. Before the teams that finish first and second will have 2 bites at the cherry, with the winner of qualifier number 1 going straight to the final, and the loser of qualifier number 1 playing the winner of that third, fourth place eliminator, with, of course, the winner of that going to the big final to win that coveted ECN trophy. And of course, for those of you over in the UK, we have the clocks going forward tomorrow, and don't ask me what that means in terms of the timings, because I struggle to get my head around it, as that one is launched by Diamond, who's pretty much the only shining light for the Panthers. There's that one. There's another Maximo in what's been a pretty sloppy over so far. 3 wides from Azam Johnny. I think we should just do away with daylight savings. That's my hot take for the day. Especially when I lose an hour's sleep. I think daylight savings is the best invention ever when you get an extra hour in bed, but fortunately not the case tomorrow, although of course it does mean the start of summer and the start of more cricket coming your way, not only on the European Cricket Network, but of course the Northern Hemisphere cricket season gets off to a start. I know the County Championship is up and running next week. Team Tigers, Portugal. Well, they could be guilty of playing a bit of walking cricket here. Overthrows, not for the first time, but it's all rather academic at this point. So that one's launched. Well, it's not academic for Diamond, who wants to at least reach that personal milestone, and now he's only 2 runs away from that. 48 to his name off 19 deliveries. Azam Johnny, well, maybe he'll be a bit more circumspect the next time he goes to dish out bowling advice, because it's not been the best of overs from him, going off 4 balls for 18 runs. That one, though, he does manage to keep to just a single as the ball rolls to Adul Halim out on this long off boundary in front of us. David Swan does say, yeah, lighter evenings. I must say, I do love those summer months. That's a big shake of the head from umpire John at square leg, so attempted stumping. Those summer months where you can sit outside till 9, 10, well, in some cases 11 o'clock in Hamburg. Feels like it never actually gets dark. So certainly looking forward to that. Let me know in the chat. What are you looking forward to most in summer? Of course, the obvious answer is cricket, so I'm not allowing that. But what things do you love doing in summer? Good piece of fielding there by the backstop, who, well, we often question that position, but he's there for a reason. And if the wicketkeeper, Foyazudin, isn't going to do his job, then the backstop is there to save him and to save his blushes. End of the 8th. Johnny does go magical. 20 runs coming off it, thanks in no small part to those 4 wides. So 2 overs left in this one. I suppose the bonus point or the consolation point is still possible. That is, what, 33, 34 runs away. So they'd need 2 pretty big overs to get there. I'm not sure if they're aware of how big a point that could be if they do manage to get it. Going into that final game, the Panthers against the Falcons in just under half an hour's time. Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. No daylight savings make the summer times the permanent ones. Yeah. Let's just have eternal summer. 12 months. Clubbed into the leg side. And it's gone for a 4. It's not Pavez who's at the non-striker's end on 49. This time Farouk gets in on the act. Yeah, David Swan says he enjoys leaving the windows open for more than 10 minutes. Yeah. See, I always think that, and then I forget about all the bugs in summer. Luckily, we've got fly screens on all of our windows because we are very much a permanent window open household, even in winter. I just love a cold bedroom, and we have a temperature monitor in the bedroom. I think it went down to about 8 degrees in winter, which probably some scientists out there will say is not quite healthy. But there's no better feeling than being tucked up in bed with a thick winter blanket and it's freezing cold. The problem is then when you need to get up, and then it's unbelievably awful trying to get out of bed when your bedroom is 8 degrees. But yeah, permanently have windows open, need that fresh air. The Germans call it Luften. You've got to let that fresh air into your house. Well, fresh swing of the bat here. It doesn't have the legs on it. Will it be taken? Yes, it will. And, well, poor Diamond Pavez. The only one of the Panthers, really, that's shown any kind of fight. He would have deserved his half century. I don't think anyone would have begrudged him that, but he falls agonisingly short as he has to drag himself off the pitch for 49 off 21 deliveries. Nicely taken out there in the deep as Adil Halim picks up his second wicket. Impressive figures for him so far. And Diamond, well, he shone brightly. In the end, he does have to depart as Panthers now 91 for 3. Nine balls left then in this run chase, which was always going to be a struggle. It'll be 2 wickets and 2 balls potentially. It comes running in, and that's a brilliant catch. Amir Shahzad. First one might have been regulation. There was nothing regulation about that one. And it's a diamond. Well, not a diamond. I see D, and I want to say D for Derek. It's a golden duck. A golden Derek. As Rashid comes in, says hello, and leaves again in one breath. Thanks to a brilliant piece of fielding there by Amir Shahzad, who, well, certainly has a taste for the spectacular. Whether that's spectacularly good or spectacularly bad, we've seen both when it comes to his fielding this week. But that certainly was one of the good variety. And suddenly, we've got a bit of life in this, not for the Panthers, but certainly for Adil Halim, who finds himself on a hat-trick. Something we've not had in this Challenger Series so far. Of course, we've not had that coveted GB. Don't think that's going to happen today. But Adil Halim here on a hat-trick. Can he do it? No. Full bunger. No ball. And just checking. Nope, didn't go all the way. So it's a 5 rather than a 7. And I gave him the big up. And Adil Halim, rush of blood to the head. Almost a grizzly to the head. But luckily, Gurpej Singh equal to it, says thank you very much. Still, I suppose 3 wickets in 4 deliveries won't be bad. As for Panthers, well, again, still an outside chance of getting that consolation point. That one's dug in short again, and I think it hits a bit of something. I think there, Gurpej Singh giving it a rub. Looks like it hit maybe his shoulder. Bit of a vicious bouncer there from Adil Halim. Came out of nowhere. You have to say, it's been a decent bowling performance. I know there was a couple of wides, but generally Team Tigers, yes, they've been a bit lethargic in the field. I don't think we blame them for that when this game basically already been wrapped up at the halfway stage. But it's been a good opportunity for their bowlers to put themselves through their paces, and it's a big swish and a miss. Final ball of the 9th. Adil Halim finishes on mighty impressive figures of 3 for 17 from his 2 overs. So 1 set to come here, 6 balls, Panthers. Outside chance of at least getting their consolation point. They need a magical over here, which they've only managed once off that over of Azam Johnny. Otherwise, it will be 4 points that go the way of Team Tigers Portugal, which will be a pleasing turnaround for them, given, remember, they lost all 3 of their games yesterday. And it will put them momentarily into second position, but I'm sure the Falcons will want to snatch that back off them as they take on the Panthers in the final game of today, and indeed the final game of the group stages. So by the end of the last game today, we will know exactly the fate of all 5 teams and the names of those 4 going through to finals day tomorrow. And well, like the engraver for the FA Cup trophy, they don't quite write the name before the final whistle is blown, but there's already a P for Panthers in that 5th spot, the way this is going, and especially if they don't get that bonus point, which looks to be the case as the first ball of the final over, which will be bowled by Mohamed Rassel, goes harmlessly through to the keeper for a dot ball. This one is launched. It's a chance for a catch, but in fact, Azam Johnny sensibly backs off, as he knew he wasn't going to get to the pitch of that one. And they just jog through for a single. Another one goes into the gloves of Foyazidin. Now just 3 balls remain in this Panthers Run Chase. The chase is probably putting it a bit too strongly. Clubbed into the leg side for a single. So we can already look ahead to what will be the final game of the day. Let's assume here, I don't think I'm wrong in my assumption, that the Panthers will go empty-handed from this one. This means that they need 4 points from the final game. This one goes into the leg side. Will be 4 runs, so they do bring up that 100. The Panthers, nothing more than a consolation. If they pick up 4 points from that final game against the Falcons, well, Team Tigers Portugal will say thank you very much and will take second spot. But that's the only possible way that the Panthers even put themselves into the equation. But assuming they do that, they'd still have to win with such a monumental margin, because their run rate will take a significant hit here, and it was already significantly worse than the Werewolves side, who would be the side that they would overtake. So this game does come to its conclusion. 103 is the total that the Panthers make it to, so it's a commanding win here for Team Tigers Portugal. The winning margin in the end, I think, was 67 runs. So certainly the biggest winning margin we've seen in this tournament so far. And Team Tigers Portugal, well, they can be very pleased with their day's work today. Remember, they lost every game yesterday, come back today, and have shown us exactly what they are all about. As for the Panthers, haven't really seen the best of them. We've got one more opportunity to see them in the final game of the day against the Falcons. And as I was saying just then, it's not quite a dead rubber, but the rubber is just about on life support, as Panthers, well, their campaign is equally on life support, as they need to get 4 points as a bare minimum from this final game to even be in the conversation about getting through to tomorrow. But you always know on the European Cricket Network that the games are going to throw up some surprises. It's going to be a roller coaster ride, whatever happens. And I'm looking forward to joining Phil in the commentary box for that one. And it will be in about 20 minutes' time. So this one is in the bank. The Panthers have it all to do in that final game of the day. It's the final game, so throw in your random questions, anything that's on your heart or your mind, and me and Phil, I'm sure, will have a lovely chat as we go through that one. So grab yourself a bit of refreshment and join me, Tina Goff, and Phil G back on the European Cricket Network for the final game of the group stages of this ECS Challenger Series in Santarem.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground here. Myself, Phil G, alongside Tina G, take you through the final match of the group stages in this Challenger division, and it's going to be the Panthers and Falco. So Panthers, oh boy, you know what? They're down on the mat. The referee's given the standing 8 count, but if they can pull a 4-point victory here, something could change. Is that right? Something could change? Have I got that right, or are they knocked out?
Could change.
Things could possibly change.
Yes, I think. Well, that was my party line in the previous innings, that the Panthers need 4 points and a prayer.
Yeah.
If they get 3 points, then it's already game over. And well, they won the toss, and they've decided to bat.
Yes.
So again, they're just looking for a big score here, basically, and then leave the rest in the lap of the gods.
That's the best way to explain it, actually. Yeah, need a big score, need a massive score. And they started with a boundary, started with 4 runs. I can also tell you now that Team Tigers Portugal, with their 2 very big efforts today, they've pushed themselves up into 2nd place in the standings behind Fighters. So at the moment, the live standings table tells me, or tells Tina and I, that Team Tigers Portugal, they are looking to play in qualifier 1 tomorrow. And at the moment, it would be Falco and Werewolves to play in the Eliminator. Now, the finish of this game, the outcome of this game, is going to likely change every little bit of that. So stay with us. We'll talk you through the standings a few more times, but when we get to the end of the game, we'll be able to give you the very clear picture of what's happening tomorrow, and we can tell you what those games are going to be. But I can tell you right now, these 2 teams battling it out. Falco are in the finals. They'll play tomorrow. It will be up to the Panthers to try to pull off an amazing 4-point victory if they can get there. But that's a really big ask from them. Jawad Shah is back in the side. That's good to see. However, I was going to say, there's someone down with a little bit of cramp, I think. Yep, indeed. Every time I see that kind of action, I know there's a little bit of cramp going on.
I think that's the keeper, isn't it? It looks like he's got some pads on.
Oh, is that Mansour?
Mansour, who's
the monster.
Already had not the best of days. Maybe that will impact his batting later on.
We'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, so we'll just take a little pause here after 2 deliveries. Panthers hit a nice boundary off the first delivery and then dotted up. And it looks like wicket-keeper Mansour has gone down with a little bit of cramp. He's getting some close attention. Hopefully that can be hurried up and moved along. Hopefully he's okay, of course. So player safety is our paramount importance. So I'll continue now in terms of the standings. Right now at this point in time, the Fighters sitting at the top of the table, of course, 21 points for them. 2nd place, Team Tigers Portugal, with 4 wins and 4 losses, 16 points with a good healthy net run rate. They're in the green. Falcons, they've played 7. They're 4 and 3 on 15 points. Werewolves, underneath them in 4th place, they've got 3 wins and 5 losses, 14 points for them. And then the Panthers, 7 matches, they've played 2 wins only and 5 losses. They're sitting on 10 points. So they're 4 points astray of Werewolves. Hence, they need a big win, get 4 points, and also need a healthy boost net run rate to try to knock the Werewolves down. Hopefully I explained that well enough without the aid of any graphic, but that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, it's certainly been ifs and buts all day, but the one team that has come out of this brilliantly is Team Tigers Portugal. Because yesterday we were thinking, oh, maybe they're not even going to make it through to finals day. 3 games, 3 losses. Come back today with 2 big wins, including that bonus point win. Only the 2nd bonus point win we've had in this Challenger Series so far, and they'll be very pleased with their efforts today.
Yeah, they had a shocking peak up Friday. So the race is on. Oh, it takes a moment to line up the stumps and hits them from side on. Just one stump to aim at. Oh, it's funny watching the Falco team. They're all standing there just holding their breath. I think the umpire said, no, he was home. They've just held their breath. Bowler just held fire in the shot. He took a split second just to line them up, and it was a very good throw from, probably about 7 or 8 metres away to the side. He's hit the stumps, but it allows the Mohamed Tabish to get home.
A bit of spectacular fielding there to open up this game, and hopefully some spectacular batting as far as the Panthers are concerned, because it was a bit of a dud in that previous game. Well, that one's a a bit of the spectacle there as he dances down the pitch there. Does sharp, doesn't go all the way, but certainly enough to take it over the rope. And the Panthers maybe just kind of freed from the shackles of the league position now, knowing that, well, they might as well go down in a blaze of glory, and then who knows what will happen. It's the only way they're going to get into this one again.
Yeah, so true. I get the feeling the Panthers missed Jawachar in the previous match. He was unavailable. But he's back for this one. That's good to see for the team and also for him as well. Gives another little dance down the wicket. And that shuffle really sort of gave himself a little bit of trouble as he found himself nowhere near the ball. And it gets through for a dot. Hands on the head from the bowler. Ryan Khan thinks maybe I could have had something there. Maybe for bowled straight, possibly. That's going to end the over. There's 10 runs off the over. So there's the start for the Panthers. 10 runs. They're going to want a score that's going to really challenge Falco, because as I said, if they can get a 4-point win here, and by batting first, they need to get a big score on the board and then try to contain Falco in the run chase that's going to come later on. It's a lot of ifs and buts. I think Tina said it perfectly in the sum up just before we kick things off. A lot of ifs and buts in our comments in the first innings here, but let's see how it all goes. Irfan Hussain starts the second. Driven uppishly, goes down the ground. Couple of bounces. No, it does actually just clear the rope near the sight screen. I thought maybe it was going to land just inside the rope. It doesn't. Mohamed Tabish goes bang downtown, 6 runs. Nice shot.
Mohamed Tabish missed out in the previous game, got out relatively cheaply. Wasn't the only one for the Panthers, so maybe he's the one that can set a match under this Panthers innings.
In again. Irfan Hussain has to swing this towards the leg side as it gets a little bit big on him. Along the ground. Happy with the single. Mohamed Tabish just practicing that shot yet again. I have to play it again. We'll see. So 17 for no loss. Unfortunately for Panthers, they are up against the wall because of that big defeat they suffered at the hands of Team Tigers Portugal, who picked up a 4-point win that last game. And that's why they're staring down the barrel now, having to replicate that kind of result. If they can do that, then they'll be happy. But it's still a lot of ifs and buts for them. There's still a lot of things have to fall into place. But at least, they'll probably say, at least destiny's in their hands. It's all up to them. For the Werewolves, they're going to be sitting at home or in their clubhouse close by, watching this game very closely. Hooked around the corner, all air. No net, and that's a big 6.
It's already a more positive start here for the Panthers, isn't it, than in that run chase, which was always going to be a difficult one, of them looking to try and get anywhere near the 171 target, the biggest target, in fact, we've seen in this tournament so far. I was saying earlier that we've had 2 scores in the 160s, but it's the first time that 170 mark has been breached. I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be breached a few more times next week, because in the Premier Division you do tend to have bigger hitters.
Yeah, we do. I would like to think that is exactly what's going to happen. Typically, Tina's absolutely right. Yeah, the Challenge Division, the past score, we think is around about sort of 125, 130. For the Premier Division, well, we look forward to seeing them all arrive. Well, 3 teams arrive on the Monday and get stuck into each other there. And I think past score is usually a good 20 runs more than what the Challenge Division does. It gets a lot warmer at the centre as well. And checking the weather forecast, looks like Tuesday, Wednesday next week are going to be the warmer days, pushing up to 24, 25 degrees. That means in the centre, more like 30, 31, maybe 32 degrees, with that lovely Portugal sun beating down on the players. Chases wide one, misses that one, Tabish. He loves that uppercut shot, misses it, doesn't connect. There's no one deep on the offside behind the stumps. You would have got away with that if you found the edge. 2 players out for the shot towards leg side, deep mid wicket, and long on only here in the power play. 24 for no loss, still one to come in this second over. Cuts this one away, goes into the covers. Cover field, runs across, picks up, threatens the shy, holds fire, and allows them through for that single. And that's where the second over is going to finish, 25 for no loss. And as Tina said just a moment ago, healthy start here for Panthers, much better than what we saw in the previous match when they had to climb that absolute mountain, north face of Everest sort of chase. And they capitulated quite badly there. But this is not a bad start, a brisk start for them.
Yeah, you'd say it's not the most explosive of starts, but certainly something they would have taken, given, remember, that they did win the toss. They decided to bat. It's always one of those where if you are chasing a run rate, I suppose if you bat first, you know, okay, we're just going to get as many runs on the board as possible. It makes it very simple tactics-wise. I would say, though, sometimes it's easier to chase just so you know usually exactly the over that you need to win on or the ball that you need to win on. They're trying to just leave nothing to chance, rack up the runs, and then probably try and skittle the Falcons and somehow wrestle that run rate in their favour, because at the moment, well, the Panthers are up negative 1.5 and the Werewolves are the only team they can overhaul, have just a small negative net run rate. There's that one. Drops comfortably safe, and well, hands on hips there for Rahman. I do think he was the closest to it, so he only really has himself to blame.
It's quite amusing that, because Shah had sort of gone for the big hit down the ground. It's just skewed off into the covers. On his follow through, he dropped the bat, and Tabish had to wait a good 3 seconds for him to lean down, pick up the bat before they completed the single. And I'm almost surprised they went for that single in the end. There you go, they did it. Good running, and good running again. Another single. Obviously, they have the mantra in their head about don't let the dot balls get on top of you. Least amount of dot balls usually means that would be the winner in a competition of this type. Usually. Tabish on 10 from 6, Shah 17 from 8, 27 for no loss, just inside the start of the third. Whipped off the pads. That's found the gap. 4 runs all the way along the carpet. Nice shot. Score moves up now into the 30s, 32 for no loss, halfway through the third over. Manhattan Graph tells us a story there. Good second over there, 15 off it. And the previous over before that was a 10, so a 10, a 15, and who knows where this is going to go. So far, it's yielded 7 runs. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us here today for the penultimate day of this Challenger Division Series. We finished the group games with this match. Shouts to catch it. Someone's going to catch it. Someone does catch it, and that is a good catch. Tina holds her finger aloft to say you are out right in front of my eyes, just to let me know.
Well, I thought maybe your vision might have been blocked by the beam of this window. We were talking earlier about the blinds. And the beams it'll be seared into my retinas. You know how if you have a monitor and you always show the same thing, you'll have that. Is it screen burn? I think it's called. I have blind burn on my retinas.
Do you like that picture of Butters that I put on your comment? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
With the in jail with the bars. Yeah, that's how I even though it's actually horizontal.
We're in a horizontal jail.
I see it vertical.
Yeah.
A bit more often than not. Wicket falls. They've had a breakthrough, and that's a big one too. Jawad Shah has to go. 21 from 10. Tabish is still out at non-striker's end, and that's the first blow for Panthers. 32 for 1, with 1 more to come in the power play, and then the field can spread a bit. Falco, though, they've been bowling pretty well. That run rate just over 11. Supercomputer is liking the bowling side's chances of picking up the win here. Clearly, they're not giving Panthers too much love. But I think, in fairness, the Panthers have to do a lot more with the bat in the next couple of overs to get that back. Well, that's going to help. That has been swung quite well. It bounces just inside the rope and across the rope, across the line there for 4. That's a nice way to kick things off. You get a nice, juicy slot delivery outside the off stump. You welly that one, which is exactly what Diamond Pavez has done. So he gets off the mark with a boundary. 36 for 1 after 3.
Well, Diamond was the bright spark for the Panthers in that previous game. He was unlucky, wasn't he, to fall on 49. I think the neutrals were willing him to get over the line because he was a bit of a one-man show as the Panthers around him were falling like dominoes. He did stick around and he was unlucky in the end. So he's started off well here. This is the end of the power play as well. So he just finishes it with a flourish with a 4. And has a little rest.
The neutrals were being a bit vocal. I was up at the clubhouse having my lunch, and I went out to the decking to watch the last couple of overs, and they were making a lot of noise. And when he went out, there's a genuine groan. So good support from the neutrals watching on. Good to see.
Was that genuine groan just your delight at the lunch?
Might have been lunch settling, possibly. Yeah. That's the thing with me. Sometimes as a groan, I realise, oh, that was me.
Sometimes you just can't help it.
Scamper through for a buy there.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you.
Yeah.
More MCC.
Yes,
MCC
please.
chat.
Please.
In case anyone didn't know, I'll drop it into conversation once or twice. But
As you should too.
I got an email the other day saying that I could get my MCC kit. So this is actually unrelated to me being an employee of the MCC. So when you become a full member, which I have, just a couple of weeks ago, you are entitled to some kit.
Okay.
And it's free kit, but you pay a bit of a registration fee and membership. So
Yeah. Okay.
So I went onto the Lord's website to pick up my kit. Very happy because I get like a cable knit as well and a white shirt. We mostly play in blue kit, so I don't think I'd actually use them, but I want a cable knit.
Okay.
That brought me to the gold mine that is the MCC shop, and I don't have a house, but if I did have a house, I'd have to put another mortgage out on it because I want to buy this whole shop.
Are you impressed or what?
Have you ever thought, what my garden needs is an MCC commemorative 4-seater bench?
Are you kidding? A 4-seater bench?
And it's only £1,315.
Oh, yeah, you're not kidding. I'm looking on the screen, Tina's screen here, and you're not kidding. They've got benches.
An MCC director's chair. So the classic kind of Steven Spielberg director's seats.
Yeah.
One that Lucky should really be sitting in.
Well and
Absolute
truly.
bargain. £580.
Excuse me?
I'd like to get Steven Spielberg with the chair for that price.
Can you say that in my good ear? Wow.
Some of the I'm in love, Phil. I'm in love with this MCC merchandise.
Oh, I hope your bank account is as well, because that looks pretty steep.
But it's beautiful kit. You can get a little urn replica. No comments about.
No. We're not going to go there.
No,
we tried that once and we haven't been able to close the door since.
Oh, it was just fell short. It was good effort, wasn't it? It would have been a specky one if you did get it. Just goes out of the grasp there of the fielder there at the covers. Suan Ramen there doing the fielding.
He's not shy of throwing himself around the ground trying to get that catch. 45 for 1 after 4. We're listening to the sounds of Tina's shopping drill as she goes through the MCC shop. Oh, what is that? A little pair of MCC shorts?
MCC
striped shorts?
Boxer shorts.
Oh, they're boxers.
£30. Get
All
them in your basket. A pashmina scarf, £195.
Good call.
But it's pashmina, Phil. It's pashmina.
What is that anyway?
A limited edition Oris timepiece. I mean, I'm not a watch gal. I've got a smartwatch on.
Many of that.
£2,700. I feel like that's a bargain.
Hang on, who's actually made that?
I think you get Steve Smith attached to the watch for that price.
I'd want to get Steve Smith as my personal servant attached to that. Oh, shy at the keeper's end. Got to be sharp, and it's not. Get through for a quick single there.
I think I'm going to have
Amazing stuff. So what do you got your eyes set on? I mean, I saw the park bench there and the director's chair.
Both.
And the boxer shorts.
I do quite like the rucksacks. So they have this kind of blue MCC trim rucksacks and backpacks and a weekender bag as well. I think they're stylish. They've got the mostly blue, but of course the trademark egg and bacon trim.
Okay.
I like that.
Very nice.
I'm going to have to look at this in peace and without the evidence of my prolific spending on air.
Actually, I need to get myself a new rucksack. Speaking of that, mine is lost its all shape and form. I've had it for about 15 years and it's just completely melted away. Nice brand. I won't say the brand. We're not into branding here, but it's a very nice one. Lofted up and just to the side. I think it's bounced just inside the rope. It has 4 runs. These Panthers, they're getting on with it. They haven't lost another wicket since the fall of Jawad Shah. So Pervez and Tabish are trying to force things along. The run rate is still only around about 11. You can see there, though, that Manhattan graph is telling us that the runs are drying up bit by bit by bit. But they need a couple of big overs, they really do. They're swinging hard. Not a lot of dot balls, really. There's a lot of singles. The singles will not cut it, unfortunately, for Panthers. You just feel that Falco are a bit better than that. But we'll see. It's the last game of a long, warm day as well. Falco have played 2 games prior to this, so have Panthers. So these are some teams that are probably running on some probably quite tired legs, to be honest, as they get back for a second there. And the fatigue factor is something we could probably talk about in the last innings too. Be interested to see how that run chase goes, and also how the fielders bear up as well in that final innings.
It has been a long old day and a long old tournament as well.
Mm.
I know we've given them credit before, but worth crediting all the teams for chipping away every single day, especially those with the long shift. So the Falcons in particular have played the first and fourth game today, as of course have the Panthers, repeating the game from this morning. So it is a long day, especially when that sun is beating down.
Yep.
And they're tapping into all their reserves of energy here to try and get that final win over the line, especially the Panthers, who won't be going down without a fight here. Remember, they need 4 points to have any sniff of a chance of going through tomorrow.
Hit hard in the air. Well, fielder, now, I reckon he's held that. What do you think? Fingertips under it okay? Yes, indeed. Just hesitated for a split second and then realised, no, I'm on here. I can get that one. And skipper Ryan Khan holds the ball aloft, even gives and turns us a little bit of a smile. And that is a great catch indeed. How about that for looking happy? Look at that, arms held aloft for the camera. He's posing for Ricardo, isn't he? Good catch, skipper. Good catch.
Brilliant catch. It was a case of one step forward and then one step back and about 5 forward. You're exactly right, Phil. He thought, okay, am I going back here to stop the boundary or am I going forward to take the catch? And it was that split-second decision. He goes forward, makes absolutely the right call as he scrapes his fingers off the turf, and you could tell by his reaction.
Yeah.
He knew that was a clean grab, deserved that one as well.
He's now picking the grass out of his elbows too, by the way. Just here in front of us. You can see there he is. He's just going, ow, 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 ow. He landed pretty heavily, but took a very good catch nonetheless. And he's going to have some grass stains there on the elbows. And we continue. The second wicket falls on 55.
Diamond doesn't then repeat his antics of the previous game. Goes to 49 in that one. Only manages the 11 here, but Tabish, he's still out there. He can be a tricky customer. He's joined out there in the middle by Sukraj Dandiwal, who gets off the mark with his very first delivery.
I don't think I've had a chance to say a good hello to Trip Denny. Hello to Trip. I know you've been in the chat sort of thereabouts, but now I finally get just a moment's breath to say hello to you. As Paolo closes the door after hitting a few more grizzly balls.
That door is definitely closed, by the way.
That ain't opening again. They're going to have to feed us through the air vents after that. So hello, Trip Denny. Hope you're well. Hope you and the family all doing well. Doing it tough over there on the other side of the pond. So obviously giving a big nod. Big fan of European cricket is Trip, and of course Kitty as well. And obviously sending you our thoughts and big love hearts as well. Loving your work. Bowler in again. Swings, looking for the rafters here. Now that is given. Got a little feather edge in that. Watching the batter, just a little bit sort of adjusting the helmet and almost taking his stance again, keeping you edge. That bowler was a little sedate. But then again, because I can't hear the bowler, maybe he was roaring. Umpire had no hesitation saying, you're gone. So this over, changing things about. And the Panthers, those 4 points are looking a long way away. You need a telescope to see those 4 points now if you're a Panther.
The IPL has just started, and I've just been sent by Housie, a friend of the show.
Yeah.
An absolutely insane catch by Phil Salt for RCB. If you haven't seen it, go and watch it. The ball is past him and he puts out a right hand as a full tilt. You want to see it in normal speed to see just how much ground he covered there. Went full Superman and caught it.
Crazy.
So the gauntlet has been laid down for the Premier Division here next week. And speaking of good fielding, well, there's an ankle breaker there for the skipper Ryan Khan to go with his scuffed elbows.
I think he was expecting that to bounce up. It didn't. It shot through, and I think he's worn that somewhere on the lower leg area. He's not showing any sign of discomfort. If that was me, I might have gone down like a footballer. Oh dear. Goes leg side now with a big swing. Race is on, and the ball wins that race quite easily in the end. So the score jumps up now to 62 for 3 after 6.
needed balcony. I need a balcony to sit in the sun. A needed boundary there for the Panthers because it was otherwise an outstanding over for Rahman. Before that, just the 3 runs coming off it and the 2 wickets. I wouldn't say lets himself down with the boundary, but certainly a boundary that was needed off the bat of Mohamed Tabish.
Yeah, 2 wickets in that over. Very good striking from Rahman. Just, that last boundary, just unfortunately put that one a little bit too full, a little bit too much on the legs, and it was in a nice slot to work it round towards the leg boundary for 4 runs. We start the 7th over now. Looks like Mohamed Umar, the tall figure of Mohamed Umar taking strike. And Mohamed Umar is on his way, as simple as that. Bat under the arm. Well, he took strike all right, but the ball struck the stump. So bang, crash, wallop, 4th wicket falls at the start of the 7th. And as I said just a few moments ago for the Panthers, they need to build a massive score. And you're starting to run out of artillery now as the big guns are heading back into the pavilion.
Danger zone here, isn't it, for Panthers?
Yeah.
3 wickets in just 7 deliveries. And what started off as a decent platform has now plummeted. That expected score just a touch over 100. I think, to be honest, Phil, they'll be doing well to get to that mark at this point. Maybe if Mohamed Tabish stays in, they can get somewhere close to that. I have to say, though, been decent bowling from the Falcons. If you look at that hot spot, pretty much all on the stumps or thereabouts. Good evasive action there from umpire Asim. He's on the ball, or the ball was almost on him there.
Exactly. Yeah, it was interesting, that bowling graph, the old Sudoku puzzle bowling graph. It showed exactly what's going on there. Oh, I wouldn't. That'll make a smush of your computer. I could see what's going on. Tina's about to hit a fly that's on her keyboard, and all I'm thinking is, I hope we've got some tissues.
I missed.
Did you manage to type something, though, with that?
Yeah, any comment on that YouTube, that's not me. That's the fly and my book.
That's a fly-related comment just appearing on the YouTube chat from Tina Goff, so don't worry about that. It may sound like... That's all it was. 64 for 4 here in the 7th. Oh, swings hard at this one. That's going to go a long way back. It's even lost the camera up. There it is. Big 6. Ahmed gets taken out of the ground by that man, Siraj Butt, who doesn't mind exercising his right to put the Grizzly over the rope, and he does so. Nice shot.
The Panthers have shown glimpses of what they're capable of, haven't they? They certainly haven't disgraced themselves by any stretch of the imagination. Just haven't quite been able to have those 1 or 2 batters that have been Messers consistent throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
It's just been relying on 1 or 2 innings to try and scratch away to a total. And, well, that's kind of the role that Mohamed Tabish is playing here. Supported for the moment by Siraj Butt, although supported by Byes on that occasion, as that eludes the grasp of Faisal Monzor.
Oh, that was a little bit funny, that. The throw that came back towards the bowler, it just bounced on the pitch and it rose up and smacked Mohamed Tabish just on the side of the helmet there. He's okay. Oh, this has been lofted up in the air. Chance of a catch. Player settling himself and holds the catch. Just for a second, I thought maybe it let slip through. No. Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw him take the catch, then went to ground like that. And I thought, why are you doing that? Don't put the ball near the ground, mate. 74 for 5 at the end of the 7th. Another wicket falls. 2 wickets fall in that over. And the middle order of the Panthers now are going to be stretched. Mohamed Tabish, though, he's still out there.
Yeah, he's the only one. He needs one of his mates to stick around with him, doesn't he? There's been 2 wickets to fall in each of the last 2 overs.
Yep.
And that's really been the sorry tale of the tape so far for Panthers. Expected score still optimistically putting them in triple digits. I suppose this isn't a blowout. We haven't had too many blowouts at all this Challenger series so far. I mean, we're often seeing kind of skittled out for 70, 80 with teams having to go hard or go home. Panthers here, well, you'd like to think they'd still get into the hundreds.
Yeah.
As long as Tabish is there as well. They've got every opportunity to do that.
Well, Tabish is on strike now, so if he can get a bit of a rush of blood on here in the 8th, maybe push towards that 105, 110 mark, that would be handy. It's been clobbered into the covers. Race is on, and that is going to be picked up. Coming back for a cheeky 2. Oh, well done. Very well done. Batter running to the danger end then, and put the head down and absolutely went for it. Is that Najib Rahman, who is out there, the new batter, with that previous wicket that fell, running to the danger end, and Tabish called him through immediately. Probably was pretty confident the ball would get thrown to the bowler's end as well, so happy to call it. It is indeed Najib. Good running. So there's a couple. I think they should be aiming for 110 now at this point. I think 30 runs, maybe 36, 37 runs, something like that in these last 3 overs would be really good for them.
Shot.
Well, that's going to help. That's a great shot. He has to lean into that one. He has to try to find it, doesn't he?
Well, he tried to step away from it, and then he realised, oh, crumbs, the ball's over there, and he almost hits it on the run as he's stepping to off stump. And the result is he absolutely cracks that one. I'm glad there wasn't a point in play, because I think it would have taken him and the ball to the boundary. Such was the force of that one.
Yeah, he has middled that. Just when you think he's going the wrong way, well, he did. Have a look at that. Only 5% of the runs have been scored behind the wicket on the offside. Quite astonishing, really. Especially when you look and you see 3 fielders currently sort of patrolling that area. Anyway, there we go. Tabish goes to 33 from 18. A lot of work to be done here for Panthers to get a respectable score to give their bowlers something to work with against this Falco batting lineup. Ooh, that's a slinging wide. You could see that was going to be going wide from where it came out the hand.
Yeah, it was threatening to be a no ball there. Just managed to keep it on the pitch. I have to give a shout out to the shoes being sported here by Mehdi Tabim. Certainly the brightest shoes in Santarem. That orange number to go with his relatively short trousers. It's quite a lucky sporting there.
Yeah, you miss him. You wouldn't miss him crossing the street at night time. Chance of a catch here. It's in the air. Now, that was interesting. That was very interesting. I'm not sure what Rahman was doing there. He put his hand out so to say to everyone, this is mine. There is nobody within 40 metres of him. And it's going to go for buzzers. And it's going to go for 4 of them, is it? Oh, watching closely. I think, have they just managed to save it? Oh, that was so close, Tina.
Everything on that ball.
Oh.
I mean, you see the skipper there, Ryan Khan, with his hands on his knees. He didn't really fancy that catch, which is a surprise given that he took that outstanding one earlier in the innings. He then launches it in fury down at the keeper's end. The keeper and the 45 aren't able to stop it, and it's only thanks to an intervention on the boundary that less damage is done in the end.
Crazy. So just mishit uppishly there. Also, by the way, that resulted in a rare 3. Thanks to the buzzers, of course.
We're already playing ECN bingo in this over.
Oh, totally, yeah.
We've had 2, 3, 4 wide. We had that 5 yesterday.
Yeah, we did. We remember we had 7 different scores in one over.
We did.
Because of the wides and no balls. Oh no, we missed a no ball, didn't we? Okay, so what do we need? We've got a 1, 2, 3 and a 4 and a wide.
And that was a dot.
And a dot. There we go. Oh, we've got one more to come then, haven't we?
Here comes the 5.
This will be a 5 or this will be a maximo.
Or maybe a circle that we had in the previous
Circle.
game.
Yes, we've had a couple of circles, haven't we?
Yeah.
Not sure about that. I did see one of those circles change into a 2. So
okay.
Maybe it's one of those, or like a placeholder thing. I'm not sure. I don't want to give any secrets away. Now, are the umpires sure the over's finished? Or are we waiting for scoreboard? I'm not sure. Wait a minute. There's probably going to be a quick radio mic moment here. Because score is saying 7.5. Oh, now. Tina and I are pretty confident that there's still one more to come because there was a wide there. Maybe scoreboard's just catching up. Okay, so they did catch that, which is very good. And that has... Let's watch the umpire here. No, his signal was a 4. We let down a little bit there. That's a shame. But only because we were playing bingo. 89 for 5 after 8. There was indeed one more to come. We thought for a minute the umpires were about to change over. They then went back to their positions and they made sure the bowler came back to complete his over. And he ended up being sent to the boundary for 4 runs. That's going to come up in just a moment when the score goes... Bloop. 89 for 5 after 8.
What was the sound of that scorecard?
Haven't you got that button on your computer as well? The one that goes... Bloop.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not going to make that sound though. I'll leave that to you. It's terrifying regularity of that.
I know.
You've been practicing that in your mirror at home.
No, it's the effect. It's what I call the Rico effect. And big shout out to Rico, who's doing a great job in Malta as well, by the way.
Oh,
Interesting bit of running there. Now, do you think the fielder who actually was going to field the ball was put off by somebody running in front of him for reasons unknown? Why on earth would you run in front of the fielder who's trying to field the ball? Run behind him.
Well, I think that the guy running in front was actually trying to catch it, and he wouldn't have caught it in a munch of Sundays.
No, not at all.
A month of Sundays.
I like a munch of Sundays.
That's my kind of Sunday.
Up in the air and over the boundary line. Well, adds insult to injury there with that big Maximo. So in the ninth, we've had a 4. We have now had a 6. That's 10 runs off the first 2 balls in this last one. The score is 99 for 5. They're about to go over into triple digits, so that will be something that they'll really, I don't know. It's probably more psychological at this stage, because I'm sure Falco will be thinking 100. Yeah, no problem. Gets an edge there. It flies away behind the stumps, but goes straight to the fielder at that fine leg.
You have to credit Mohamed Tabish here for sticking around. In a similar fashion to Diamond in that previous game, of course, in that unsuccessful run chase, it was always likely to go one way. But Mohamed Tabish at least given his Panthers something to play at here. Well, that's the old reverse nick. Everyone was looking to the leg side. The ball goes careening towards the nets on the offside, and the 100 is brought up in curious fashion there. 103 on the board.
I was looking on the 45 to the leg side as well until I saw a belated run from third, chasing after the ball that goes to the boundary. Indeed. Still, take him any way you can get him. Yep, so the 100 up 103 for 5, with still 8 deliveries to come. Still hunting for that elusive 120. Goes for a bit of a pull hook shot and ends up playing it pretty much when the ball had not quite even passed the bat, just to slow the pace down. But still a good bounce off the deck, though, from Santarem. One more to come in the ninth. Oh, it's full. It's a full bunger. Picked up and taken. Well taken. Sets himself as well. Was that Mehdi Tamin? It certainly was. He's taken a few catches in this tournament, so he can hold his head up high in the field. Maybe for his bowling and batting he can't, but for the catching he's done very well. No, I take that back. Tamin's been pretty competitive. I think he's played almost every game as well, so credit where it's due. But that is another wicket that falls this time. It's going to be Najib Rahman has to go, and it's 103 for 6 after 9. One more over to come.
And that was a tough opportunity, really, because he had the rope right behind him, and he did what all good boundary fielders do, and that's set his feet first, knowing exactly where the rope is, and took it with a few centimetres to spare. Excellent catch to round off. Excellent figures there for Rahman, who gets 2 wickets for 24. That's Suhan. So a good spell from him there as we go into the final over, and it's the captain who returns, Ryan Khan, with the ball in hand.
Clobbered. That sounded pretty woody. Sounded pretty good. But that is going to be caught in the deep. It is indeed. So a couple of wickets across the end of one over and the start of another, and that has put the brakes well and truly on. It's like someone driving in a car and throwing a massive anchor and chain out the back. It just grinds to a halt. And the Panthers here, just struggling after. Look, 14 runs off that previous over, which is, hey, pretty good. But then wicket, and of course the big hitting Tabash has to go. So it's 2 fresh faces at the crease now, and they have to negotiate 5 deliveries to try to make as many runs as possible. And I'm not sure they're going to make enough. But hey, it remains to be seen. Falco, I think they'll be quite happy with their display with the bowling and the fielding so far.
And remember as well that there's a lot on the line for the Falcons. They want to secure that second space, which gives them 2 attempts to get through to finals. That one's going to go over the top of the keeper. Luckily, the backstop is there. He picks it up nicely on the bobble, so it will just be a 1.
Yeah, they just chopped through for a single. They weren't looking to motor to put pressure on the fielder. Just happy with 1.
Yes.
Rashid is out there.
It's looking increasingly likely then it will be fighters. The 2 Fs, fighters against the Falcons in the qualifier. which means the eliminator will be TTP and the Werewolves, barring something strange happening here. This one's up in the air, cause of catch it, or in fact it ends up bobbling along, and a bit of not so fancy footwork, as that one is just bowled back in as they trot again through for a single.
Bowler gesturing and saying, well, I would have caught that if I was out there. Along those lines, I'm sure of it.
Well, he's caught one. He's also dropped one as the Falcons skipper. So
That's true. He took it, like you said, Tina, he took a terrific catch, and then suddenly just a bizarre moment of, I'm not going to catch that. Something I thought was a bit easier. Hit the air crisp. Is there another chance of catch here? There is indeed. And they're starting to drop like the flies are dropping inside this hut. Although the flies aren't really dropping here. They're getting stuck on that little mobile behind me there. Oh, hang on. Wait for it.
Oh, I needed
not the phone.
I'm not swatting a fly with a phone.
There's no, he's taken off.
He's gone.
No, there he is.
Oh, I missed.
Oh, did you get it?
No, I missed.
We need a fly swatter in here.
0 for 2 on fly swatting.
Cheeky. Yeah, we need a fly swatter to the commentary hut stat. Anyone who can hear us?
Well, the Panthers are dropping just like the flies aren't in our commentary box. That's 3 wickets in 5 deliveries. And it's a race to see if they can get 2 wickets in these last 2, or whether the Panthers can add any more runs.
With a chance of getting bowled out here. 2 balls, 2 wickets. Ryan Khan, he's got 2 for 12. Let's have a look. No, he just tucks that one away. Just straight onto the pads and easy pushed away just for 1. Score up to 106. Yep, 106. Maybe, or wouldn't they love to finish with a 5?
Well, we want the 5, don't we?
We'd love a 5.
We've had everything else. We had a 5 yesterday. In the absence of a golden ball, we'll take a 5.
Okay, let's see what happens. It's going to be Rashid facing the final ball of the innings. Panthers, hit it as hard and as far as you can.
Oh,
well, we'll have one more. Well, hang on a minute. That is a wide. It's just a wide +1. So there's 2. We'll try that final ball of the innings again, of course.
I saw your air quotes there, Phil.
There's a few happy faces around. I can tell you that right now. There we go. 108 for 8. Let's try it and see if we can get that final delivery in now from skipper Ryan Khan. He's got 2 for 15 plus this. Here we go. Shafiq swings and misses. And Khan has got his hand on his head and he's saying, Khan, you got to be kidding me. He's talking to himself, of course. So that is going to be the 10 overs completely bowled there. Thanks for joining us for that amazing innings. Panthers 108 for 8 after 10. Phil G with Tina G calling the action there in this game. And Tina, 108 for 8 when you need to get a 4-point victory and also get a boost to your net run rate. Probably 50 runs shy where they want it to be.
Minimum, I'd say, Phil. If we're looking at the bonus point now, it means that they have to restrict the Falcons to 70, less than just about over 70.
Yeah, 72, 73.
That would not even probably be enough. We're looking at some kind of monumental collapse from the Falcons, which would even give the Panthers a chance of going through to finals day tomorrow. I think, though, the Falcons and the win predictor agree they're going to go for the win. They're probably going to go for the bonus point win as well. If they get those in 7 overs or fewer, then all 4 points will go their way. And, of course, the Falcons, they want to secure that second spot.
Exactly. And for the Falcons, I believe if they take just the 1 point away from here, which is what you get for a standard loss, which is not the 4 point, obviously going to the opposition, then they will hold that second spot. And that is definitely something they want to achieve. We're going to find out when the run chase continues here in about 10 minutes' time. Myself, Phil G, alongside Tina G, to take you through that call in about 10 minutes' time. So join us, don't go too far away. This is European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. It's the final innings coming your way. Please stick around here, or the final innings of the group stages. Don't forget that. And we'll see you here shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the sunny Santarem Arena. This is a super Saturday in Santarem. A lot of S's there and that. Luckily Phil G can do that. That's what he can do. And it's going to be Phil G alongside Tina G to take you through the last innings of the group stages here. As we've just seen the Panthers put on 108, losing 8 wickets along the way for their 10 overs. And Falco now to come out and see what they can do for the very last time in the group stages. Match 20 is the last of the group games. Just want to make that clear that after this, finals tomorrow, that's it. So it's a bit to do here, and we talked at the start, Tina, about how Panthers did this a 4-point win here. This is going to be tough to get 4 points from this score that they've made.
I think they'll be lucky to get 1 point, the way the Falcons also have a lot to play for in this game. They want to secure that second spot, which of course gives them 2 chances to go through to the final tomorrow. So
true.
I predict that Falcons will be in a hurry here, but that also means that the door might be open for the Panthers to rattle through them.
Swings this around to start with. Well, how about that for a start? Just chases one that goes flying down towards the leg side, and I think that's gone along the deck 4 runs.
Well, it goes along the deck and straight through the eager defences of Noman Shafiq, who went into an approximation of a long barrier, but it was neither long nor a barrier, and went straight in for 4 runs. And if that doesn't sum up the Panthers' competition, I'm not sure what does.
I think you've nailed it in one sentence there, Tina. That is pretty much the Panthers' campaign right there in one image. Oh dear. Oh well. Need to try again. Mohamed Tabish opening the bowling. Don't see him opening the bowling very often. Obviously, he's a big competitor. He's got a big heart as well. Let's see if he can try and make some sort of impact here, as the Panthers have one last roll of the dice to try to do something quite astonishing and amazing here. I want to give a shout out to everyone in the chat for today, and also for the last 5 days, including today, who've joined us here for this Challenger Division Series. Hope you've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. I know Tina's enjoyed it as well.
Absolutely.
It's been an absolute blast being back here in Portugal. But don't forget, we've still got one more day of Challenger. Tomorrow's finals day. We'll talk about the teams playing in that before we get to sign off today, and we'll give you all the information we can about what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm already looking forward to tomorrow. Of course, the fighters probably go into it as pre-match favourites, having gone through the group stages relatively unscathed. But we also saw it's a series where anything can happen. Anyone can beat anyone. Werewolves, for example, top of the charts of the Maximos. They've been brilliant with the bat, not so good with the ball. And it's just a case of what happens on finals day, who clicks, who's made the most of their recovery days, who maybe Team Tigers Portugal will come into finals day with a bit of momentum, having won their games to date. So I do think it won't be as cut and dried as fighters won the league stage that they'll win tomorrow. I think it's all still to play for.
I agree. Finals day tomorrow is going to have, I think, a few more little twists, which is kind of what we used to hear in Portugal. We love to see that. Portuguese cricket, there's just something about it. Gets a bit infectious sometimes, so that's driven out towards extra cover. Shy at the stumps. Cannot affect a run out there. Gets home. So quick singles here, but Panthers, well, this is important stuff for them, the power play. If they can contain the Falcons inside the power play, then good for them. But I agree with you, Tina. I think this is, a bridge too far, a fjord too broad. And now, what's going on there?
Was that a wicket?
No, I think it was a wicket. Oh, it was run out. The lack of animation, and I didn't see the umpire raise a finger. We've been watching them clearly. I didn't see the finger raise, Tina.
It's that Santarem sun is getting to us. I missed a dismissal in the previous game. Unfortunately, missed that one as well.
Did we both blink at the same time? Is that what happened? Or is our blinking in unison? We both missed the umpire raise the finger?
The G-force blink.
But also, the Panthers, no Panther got across to whoever broke the stumps at all.
Are we sure the stumps were broken? Are we sure everyone's not just gaslighting us?
Was there maybe it was retirement? Maybe that's what it was. No,
he didn't do enough in his 4 deliveries that he faced.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's the glare. They just chipped there towards backward square. It's going to run down that hill, and it's going to run for 4. We definitely saw that, and so did that poor The poor fielder who had to chase after it here in the dying moments of this group stages in the Challenger division.
Well, Ray in the chat says he missed it too, so we're not the only ones. Phil
Thanks,
says,
Ray.
little Luca with the kit on, having a whale of a time. Obviously Saturday, so he spent pretty much all day at the club here, and you know what? I don't think there's a better way to grow up than in beautiful Portuguese countryside, living with a cricket ground in your backyard.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that growing up in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Yeah. Here we go. We continue there. Hit down the ground, start of the second over. Just chip down for one. Of course, losing a wicket in that first over as well, in case you missed it. It's Rahman.
We certainly didn't miss
We
it.
certainly did. Ifan Hussain, who's out there as well, who came to the crease and immediately hit a 4. Oh, now this is going to go. This time they got a fielder out there at deep backward point, and he cuts off the boundary. So that's the deep fielder, deep backward point, and we have a long on for these batters.
Bit of a weird mixed message with those two fielders. That you're saying, I'm going to bowl straight, but also not.
I might put it into the slot for a hit towards deep mid wicket. I'm not sure yet. Skip, I'm not sure. Can I get coverage?
Very much hedging his bets, isn't he? Well, this one's up in the air, and I think they would have been better off served with a long off, as that one bounces just shy of the rope, despite the on-rushing Mohammed Tabish. And it will be the first boundary of the second over.
Yeah, Rahman skips along to 5 for 3 balls faced there, a couple of singles and then a 4. Falco don't have to chase big runs here. They're just in another 94, 51. Run rate required is at 11. Swinging hard, swinging like they're chasing a bigger score here as that bounces again just inside the rope. Haven't found the other side of the rope yet, but still happy to take that 4, of course.
Do you know what I think is going to happen now? I think they're going to put long off back. Now that there's been 2 straight down the throat of the invisible long off.
Wait for it.
Shock horror. Long off is now back.
And he's waving to, Tabish is waving to his players saying, I'm here now, it's okay. I'm here now.
It'd be funny if this one went through backward point where they've just taken that fielder in. Oh.
Wow, it was outside off. You could have played it there too.
There's an appeal there. Certainly
big appeal.
Yeah, the keeper and the bowler went up in unison. Umpire John unmoved. I was watching the umpire very carefully there, Phil. I wasn't going to miss another one.
At least one of us is. I was watching the bowler wondering, wow, that's a massive appeal from Umar. Well, swings hard towards leg side and it goes straight to cover. That might have come off the back of the bat, you know. I don't know how it ended up in cover. Everybody had their eyes looking towards deep mid wicket there and ended up in the cover fielder's hands on the bounce. And that is going to be 2 overs gone. 19 on the board for loss of 1 wicket. Only 10 from the over. They need to be going at 11s. But Falco don't seem too bothered from the loss of that first wicket. And these two just going to maybe just motor along for a couple of overs. We'll see what happens.
We'll see indeed. It's one of those targets again. Just can prove to be problematic for the chasing side, especially late in the day. Tired limbs out there. It seems psychologically there's a huge difference between, say, a target of 109, what it is at the moment, to, say, 99. I know it's only a difference of 10 runs, but just having that psychological effect of getting into triple digits. So they at least did that, Panthers, even if they haven't been too impressive throughout this tournament.
Swings hard towards the long on area. Just a single. There is protection out there at long on. And just looking at seeing deep backward point coming inside the circle now. And Tabish dropping back to give protection straight on the offside. We continue. Bowls it outside leg. It's a wide. Doesn't really favour the field. He's just placed either, bowling it there. Najib Rahman. He's bothered the wide balls a few times in his bowling today. He needs to try to get a little bit tighter there. Small score being defended here. Remember, the target is only 109. 88 of 47. That's what's required for Falco. Oh, no single. Sent back. Wisely sent back as well. Irfan Hussain gesturing to Rahman. Surely what he's saying is that's a fair call, because one of them would have been run out then.
Yeah, getting slightly itchy feet, isn't he? Irfan Hussain at the non-strikers. I mean, Rahman has gobbled up 7 deliveries so far. Well, he goes funky. How many times have we seen that a batter is unsuccessful in a few deliveries in a conventional shot, so he thinks, I know, what I'm going to do here is an even more difficult shot and see how that works out for me.
I've never understood that, and I don't think I ever will. Someone could explain it to me in a graphic. I still will not understand it. It defies pure logic. Yet, you know what? If you're out there, maybe just the heat of the moment gets to you, and you think, I know what I'm going to do. Watch this. Swings hard over the covers. Nice shot into a vacant area there, because that is the other side of the boundary rope. Poor old Mohammad Tabish, who seems to be retrieving a lot of the Grizzlies throughout this week, has to go retrieve one more. Yeah,
Famously vacant area, the other side of the boundary rope. Although
it's very vacant.
Maybe we could make that an ECN rule, regulation. You can have one fielder outside of the rope. You can just roam around, and all he can do is catch it and launch it back into play, and someone else has got to catch it, and then that counts as a fair catch.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
Tina's innovations coming at you. That's a lovely check drive, isn't it? And back-to-back boundaries here. Suddenly, Falcons swoop towards that victory. Well, that was a lovely shot. Didn't try to overhit it there. Saying mid-off is up. So he knew if he got it past the inner ring, it would be 4. And that indeed is what happened.
Lovely high elbow on display there as well. Last ball. Well, one more ball needed to complete the power play. It gets hit just in front of square on the offside. And that is going to finish the over with a dot. So it is that's 13 off the over. That's what's required. Just something like that. No rush, no mess, no fuss. 32 for 1 after 3. Looking in control here, Falco, aren't they? They just lost that 1 wicket in the first over. But since then, these two, without any panic, they know that it's not a big score required. 77 from 42. Need to go at 11. It's really not a big ask. And for Panthers, who needed 4 points here to even be part of a conversation about who's playing tomorrow, it's looking to me that Panthers will not take part in the finals tomorrow. The way things are going, still got to cross that magical line to make sure they don't get the 4 points, and we think that, well, that's 70% of 108, which is approximately, 74, 75 runs. Call it 75 just for argument's sake. So they need to get 75 to Falco in order to, well, basically knock Panthers out completely. Wow, that's been knocked. Stumps sent just rocking back slightly. The bails go off in 2 different directions, and that's another wicket to fall. So Rahman has to go, and successful start to the 4th over.
Well,
so
if they weren't chasing such a low total, the Panthers would be a bit more buoyed by that. But because they've only got 108 on the board, they know that they're always one pour over away from basically being out of here, and that's the danger when you have a target of 109. Even if you have an over that goes for 5, 6, 7, one magical over and you're back in business.
So true.
That's why the Falcons maybe not quite so rushed here, although they need to rush a little. It's the new batter, Faisal Manzoor, comes in.
Now, which Faisal Manzoor have we got at the crease now?
Yeah.
Because we've seen one today who hasn't been the same Faisal Manzoor we saw in the last couple of days. There's been no monster, maybe a Cookie Monster, but not the monster. Swings hard at this one towards leg side, just along the deck, and fielded just slightly backward of square towards the leg boundary. Just one. He's off the mark though.
Well, this is actually quite an important innings for Manzoor, isn't it? Because it might not be decisive in this game, but certainly looking ahead to tomorrow, Manzoor is the kind of player that the Falcons need on his best form if they want to go deep in this competition. So this is a perfect opportunity for him to play himself into a bit of form, because this morning he certainly seemed to bat himself out of it. But we know that the fortunes of these players can change very, very quickly. So Manzoor, he's 1 off 1, and he's being ably helped here by Irfan Hussain, who's ticking along nicely, 16 off 7. It's been a good over though so far from Dandewell, picking up a wicket with his very first delivery. And otherwise, getting 2 through to the keeper, 2 dot balls in a row.
Yep, dotting up here. Dandewell's been impressive. He didn't have a great game in the previous match, Got, I think, hit for 21 and then picked up a wicket on the last ball of that first over he bowled. But overall, across the tournament, he's been pretty impressive for Panthers. But today in this match, well, specifically this match, yeah, he needs to do an awful lot more. His whole team needs to help him out as well. Can't just do one person. It's taken off the toes. And a little bit of confusion on the boundary line. He went one way, went the other, and then he's managed to find it. So that's good work in the end to stop that from getting across the boundary. So just a single there. Doing the singles off Dandewell, Falco.
Excellent over, isn't it? Just two off it and that wicket. Can he escape without a boundary to his name? Well, he's going to have to run up again. Faisal Monzor clearly seeing something in his peripheral vision that he doesn't like. Maybe one of the Panthers was still encouraging their teammate as he was running in.
Here we go. One more to finish the fourth. Just to push a yes, no. Oh, he's almost sold his batting partner into a little bit of strife there. Hussain has to hurry back, quick, smart, and dive. The throw misses. Oh, that could have been real trouble.
That was a bit of a miscommunication there. Faisal Manzur, well, he did see it all the way into the hands of the cover fielder and was probably correct in sending his teammate back, but he would have had the moral high ground, but nothing else if he did see the stumps there of Irfan Hussain go a splattering. It's a lucky escape, but an excellent over there for Dandewell. Look at that. We've just crept back into that Goldilocks zone.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a turn up for the books here, thinking that the Falcons would just trot their way to victory. Could still be the case, but that required rate just creeping up ever so slightly, which is what the Panthers need to happen. And a couple more wickets here, and suddenly we could have a game on our hands.
Yeah, it really could. Let's just put the standings aside for the moment and just have a look at this game. This is shaping up nicely. Oh, short ball hooks and has hooked pretty well for mine. I think that may have gone all the way. It has indeed. Umpire says, yes, Phil, you are correct. Was saying he's not a bad little hooker. He's not a tall chap, but I tell you what, he's very quick to play those sorts of shots. Seen him a few times play that sort of hook shot. Whether he gets a top edge or he gets a full-blooded strike, he goes for it. He's not shy.
That was a squat hook, wasn't it? He ducked down.
Yeah.
I think he was initially taking evasive action. Then he thought, actually, if I get a bit of bat on this, it's going to go.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. Great shot.
6 off the first ball of the fifth. Well, plays the uppercut and plays it very nicely. That's going to be one bounce, maybe a couple of bounces across the rope for 4 runs. Umpire, I think, is just waiting for a call there from the fielder. And finally gets it. That is indeed 4.
Yeah, it's Yasir bowling this 5th over for the Panthers. And it's not gone Oasis' way so far. 6 and a 4. And it's Irfan Hussain who's currently driving the Falcons' wagon on the way to victory. I was trying to think of mode of transport there. Came up with wagon.
A wagon?
Do you drive? You don't even drive a wagon, do you? You usually have it driven.
A station wagon?
Okay, yeah. He takes the tumble. It's going to go for what? I was thinking more of a wagon that was, I suppose, pulled by
a horse.
And then it'd be a car.
Right, yeah, like the Wawas, like the old covered wagons.
Yeah. maybe that's
okay.
The Falcons wagon. It's being driven in any case by Irfan Hussain.
Well, it's funny you say that because we have a car in Australia called the Ford Falcon.
Oh, really?
It's a very popular sedan model. You can obviously get it in others as well. But yeah, I only drove Ford Falcons when I was living in Australia. My first car was a Ford Falcon. My last car in Australia was a Ford Falcon.
There you go.
No, actually, no kidding, that last car, just a quick one for you. It was stolen 6 times, returned 5 of those 6 times.
I mean, were you leaving the keys in the ignition? Or?
Absolutely not. Here's the catch. On the Ford Falcon XF, you can take the dipstick out of the engine, put it into the lock, and it starts the car.
That seems like a design flaw.
It was a major fault, but it was something that was exploited by car thieves. And I knew about it because I read about it in a book about the history of the Ford Falcon. And I thought, that's why my car kept getting stolen. Because the windows were never broken, the lock was never jimmied. Somehow they managed to steal the car.
How did you get it back 5 times?
The police would ring me and say, come and get your car, Phil. Seriously, the 4th time, that's what they said. Mr. Gowers, please come and get your car. Big hit. Someone's got to go get that ball. That has gone a long way out of here.
Come and get your ball.
Come and get your ball, sir.
I have more questions. Was it always stolen from the same place, and after like the 5th time you're like, I probably should stop parking my car here?
No. First time it was stolen in front of my girlfriend's house in North Melbourne when I was staying overnight. Second time it was stolen was from a car park railway station used in a bank hold up as well.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, even had the police come to my place of work and ask for hair fibres so they could exclude me from the hair fibres. Samples they took from the headrest and the driver's seat. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
Crazy stuff. And the third and fourth time I don't remember, but the fifth time was stolen from my house, and the sixth time stolen from the car park of my girlfriend's work where she borrowed my car and they never came back because they took it into a paddock and absolutely bombed it.
Well, I was going to say, at some point, car thieves do have a bit of a hot streak as well, and I'm surprised it came back 5 times.
And came back fine. Nothing broken, nothing stolen. It was just joyriders.
Full tank of fuel as well? Or?
Not quite.
Are you sure you just didn't take it to a valet?
Well, I'm wondering, did I have blackouts? Like Donnie Darko style blackouts, and did I actually go for a midnight drive and just forget where I parked it? It is conceivable that could have happened. It is conceivable. I hope not. Anyway, giving a bit away here. So that's the story of the Ford Falcon. More later. Driven nicely towards leg side, all the way along the carpet. Deep mid wicket gets down and stops that one. Coming back for a dangerous second. And home. And we'll put the foot down here in this over. Look at that. This over's picked up very nicely. And it's going to finish with 18. No, that's going to go magical, isn't it? No, 18 off it.
Yeah, we were too busy on Ford Falcon chat. We missed the fact that this is the start of the 6th.
Yep, indeed. So
I'm beginning to think that you did just forget where your car was, Phil.
No, I'm not kidding. The police rang me that time and said, Phil, come and get your car. And that is a wicket falling. So that's going to break the momentum of this Ford Falcon talk, as it is now 54 for 3 in the 6th. And well, look, Falcosh, they're still motoring nicely. That required run rate is still around about 11s. So it hasn't really gotten better, but it hasn't gotten worse either. And it's 55 required from, it's going to be tick over to 28 deliveries in just a moment. There it goes.
Big wicket as well. Irfan Hussain looking the likelier of the two. Mansour clearly still the Jekyll to his own Hyde, because he's only on 7 off 5 and Hussain has to depart. So a little tetchy moment here for the Ford Falcons. 54 for 3. They certainly can't afford to lose a couple more wickets with that required rate up towards 12. And they don't want to blink and it suddenly be nearer to 14.
It's true now. And with 3 wickets down, suddenly we start to tap into that middle order, especially with if another wicket falls. Mansour, can he stand up and take control? What's going to happen here? Swing and a miss. Dots up.
Ray making the very good point. He thinks you were the getaway driver. That would be a good ruse, wouldn't it? Oh no, my car's been stolen again, and then you just wait for the police to phone you up. Come and get your car.
I was shown a picture by the police of the getaway driver sitting in my car in front of the bank waiting for the bandits to come out of the bank, and they said, "Do you recognise this person?" And it was someone who had very dark hair, so I said, no, I didn't recognise that person.
And I definitely didn't buy a wig last week.
But they still wanted to take hair samples. So I was literally pulling hair out of my head. It was bizarre.
Cracked away for 4 runs there. As Islam, well, he missed out on the first one. Second ball, though, Shafiqul does hit it to the rope as Diamond is bowling this 6th over. Picks up that wicket, but gets hit to the rope.
Interestingly poised this game. It's, Supercomputer's tipping it pretty heavily in favour of the batting, 62%. I feel it's a bit more even than that right now.
Yeah, I think I'd go along with that, especially 2 relatively new batters at the crease, and Mansour, not his usual explosive self. Dropped.
Oh.
Deary me. Awais Yasir, who went for a few runs, but it's going to be a run out. So confusion there in the middle. This happens quite often, doesn't it, on the network? Yeah. And a high five for Awais Shah for the tactical drop. He throws it in, and Islam, who was probably just about smiling that he got a second life, he didn't get a third because his stumps were upended at the non-striker's end, and an eventful ball does in fact end with a wicket. And certainly now Falcons in a bit of trouble, 58 for 4.
They are in a bit of trouble indeed. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Look at that, 2 wickets in the over, 6 runs off it. Faisal Mansour not up to his usual standard of explosive batting at the moment. New batter coming to the crease, going to go to the non-striker's end. I guess that's a small win for Falcosh. Run rate at just over 12 now, 51 required at 25. Yet just inside a bit of a dangerous moment here for Falcosh. They really wouldn't want to drop this game. and take a hit to the net run rate, and that way they would lose that opportunity to play in qualifier 1 tomorrow. They'll have to play the eliminator if they don't get out of this. Onsor has worked this one away to the boundary though for a big 6. So maybe that was a little jarring moment he needed. So it's 12 off the over, but it is 2 wickets. It's 64 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, it is an interesting one, isn't it? Falcons, they get 1 point. So let's assume they might, if they collapse here and lose, but they get the consolation point, that won't be enough to put them into second place. So they need the win here. The Falcons, you'd say they're still favourites, 45 off 24 required, but they're playing with a little bit of fire here, like those carjackers with your Ford Falcon on the 6th and final attempt.
Use the dipstick out of the engine to start the car.
Who are you calling a dipstick?
It's unbelievable. That's what we call it, a dipstick. What do you call it?
I think we call it a dipstick.
Yeah.
I think you can also call an idiot a dipstick.
I was going to say, it's also not a term of endearment.
No.
Yeah. But I tried it. When the police told me about it and I read it in the book, I took it out and I tried it, and sure enough, started the car. Easy to like. It opened the lock and it started the car. So, down the ground, catching opportunity. Oh, juggled and dropped. Can you believe it? Mohamed Tabish drops a hot one just inside the boundary rope. Imagine the pressure on Falcoish if he'd held that one.
Yeah, that was a tough one. He was running away to his weaker left side, but he saw it all the way and he got 2 hands around the ball, and he probably should have held on, and that could have been a key wicket. 64 for 5 would have looked pretty tetchy for the Falcons. This one's hit very high, and that one, it is caught on the rope. That one went high rather than long, and well, we don't have 64 for 5, but we do have now 65 for 5.
Wow. Okay, I thought maybe this is where Monsor is going to sort of free the beast and get all over this game, and he's freed a mini beast. The mini beast doesn't have the power to get over the line, and has been caught on the boundary rope. It's got to go. 5 down. Falcoish collapsing here before our eyes. This is not good. 3 wickets falling in the last 7 deliveries. Nice. And Panthers here, well, I'm not sure if there's going to be enough here for them to score 4 points. I still think that's gone. But you never know. Funnier things have happened.
It's been a poor day, hasn't it, for Faisal Monzo? We were bigging him up before the start of the 3 games today, and I think 13, in fact, was his top score for the day, which sums it up for him. He'll hope that he can start his redemption arc tomorrow, and he'll be hoping that he can start a bit later in the day with that qualifier rather than having to go into the eliminator. So it's still a lot to play for in these last 3 and a bit overs. Slashed away, backward point, and that will run away for 4 runs. So the new batter in and immediately just releases a touch of that pressure. But let's not forget that the Falcons have lost 3 wickets in the last 7 balls.
Yep, exactly.
Not a trend they want to continue.
So the story, though, look at the standings, is this, that Team Tigers Portugal are in second place. They're going to play the qualifier tomorrow unless Falcoish can get at least 1 point plus a boost to their net run rate. Doesn't have to be a big boost. So they take the loss here. They'd want to make sure that loss is not a heavily significant loss. But they'll still get a point. However, they do need a positive impact on the net run rate. So they need a win here, because if they lose, their run rate will take a hit in the wrong direction.
Indeed. So
Team Tigers have done everything they have to do.
Yeah, and Panthers, to be fair to them, if this is the last time we see them, and well, it almost certainly is, they've done themselves a bit of credit on the way out. And that's another one. There's a nick on that, and this is getting into proper danger territory here for the Falcons. It's a 6th wicket to fall, 69 for 6. Muted celebrations from the Panthers, because I think they know it probably will not help their cause too much, but certainly I think I can hear the celebrations from Team Tigers Portugal, because they think now they're still within a shot of keeping that second spot.
How good would it be for Team Tigers, for them to hold on to second spot? Falcoish were in second spot earlier when they had the win, and now, oh dear, I think they've kind of blown it. I'm not sure what's happened here. They were so buoyed, they were so sort of full yesterday, but today just hasn't really worked out for them, has it? They had this win at the start of the day over the Panthers, but then they had that loss to TTP, and now this is starting to go right up against them. Okay, in the air. Who wants it? Can someone get it? Tabish. Oh, has he got it? Has he got it? He's going for a bit of a celebration run there. He has got it. 7th wicket falls. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but is that 5 wickets in 10 bowls?
I think you're right.
Goodness me. That is quite an astonishing crash. And that, of course, is a golden wicket. There you go. Escorting the player off the field there. Come with me. Dry your eyes. Here, have a handkerchief. He does actually cry quite a fair bit there. It's a lovely graphic, by the way.
It's getting dehydrated.
Oh dear. This is a very ECN-esque collapse here that Falco are experiencing. It can happen to the best of us. It can happen to the worst of us. It does happen though.
So just on that, I'm doing the calculations.
Yeah.
75.6. So I mean, I assume we round up.
I would round up to be safe.
76. Yep. Let's call it 76 to be safe. That's what they need to get to even get a point here.
Okay.
The Falcons.
So now they still... Okay, so still need a handful of runs. 7 wickets down. We're down towards the tail. The tail... I don't think the tail's really been tested here for Falco, so there's that. 3 wickets in that over. Dandewell finished with 4 for 8. A sensational effort from him. Match winning and possibly player of the match effort there from Dandewell.
Absolutely.
70 for 7 after 7.
You got to say, even if he ends up on the wrong side here for the Panthers, that you're not going to see much better figures than that from Sukraj Dandewell. 4 for 8.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, Falco, they're 39 runs astray where they want to be. They've got 18 deliveries to try to rectify that. They need to be going 13 per over. So this over is huge, absolutely massive. If Falco want to secure that, qualifier 1 position against the Fighters in tomorrow's finals. Otherwise, they will go into the eliminator where they will face the Werewolves. Still need to get those few runs to make sure that there's no 4-point win for Panthers. Once that happens, the Werewolves who are watching from somewhere very close by are going to breathe a sigh of relief to know that they're playing tomorrow. Werewolves will play the eliminator. Fighters will play in the qualifier 1. Team Tigers and Falcoish here. Let's see what happens with Falcoish. If they get the win, Falcoish go up into 2nd place. That's how it works. That's why we're waiting with bated breath to see what happens. Connects with this one. Has it got legs? Has it gone all the way? Umpire says yes, indeed. Big 6, just what the Falcoish doctor ordered.
Oh, we need to be on the hotline here to the net run rate bods because I don't know if you're across it, Phil.
Vinny.
Yeah, Vinny, where are you? Do we have to say his name 3 times and he appears like Conrad?
I'll tell you what, one of those military jets is going to deposit Vinny in the middle of the field via parachute in a minute.
Ooh, that's a vicious bouncer. He wobbles his head, puts his helmet back on and runs to the other end. Every run needed here. Look at that win predictor. Panthers up at 83%. Because just to reiterate, as you said, Phil, a win here for Falcons, job done. They will be safely in 2nd place.
Yep.
If they lose, and they, in all likelihood now, will lose with a point, because they've moved to 77 for 7.
There we go.
Then they will be level on 16 with Team Tigers Portugal. But as you rightly say, Phil, if they lose, their net run rate's only going to go in one direction, which means that Team Tigers Portugal will keep that precious 2nd spot because their net run rate is in the green, and Falcons will only lose runs or lose the run rate if they lose this game.
Yeah. I wonder if any TTP is still here at the ground watching, because obviously he'd be there throwing their support behind, that's for sure. I wonder if they're still here. I can't quite see the clubhouse from this angle, but I just wonder if there's still some Team Tiger Portugal team members still here cheering on the Panthers. 81 for 7, 2 to come in the 8th. A lot to play for here in these final moments. Swings hard, takes it off the pads. Fine leg comes up and keeps it to just 1. Can't do it in singles though. They're going to need, what's that now, 27 off 13. Oh, these last 2 overs, and you got some. Well, I don't want to say they're unrecognised batters, but they're not the recognised batters of Falcoish. They're all back in the shed.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Need someone to step up and be the hero here. And that'll certainly help. It's crunched, and well, there's 2 out there. One of them was interested for a good while, but it ends up going straight through the middle of both of them. Just checking the umpires on field, whether it was a 4 or 6. Shockingly, the batting side in front of their dugouts are saying 6. Of course, they're completely unbiased in their opinions, but 6 has been given.
Yes, across my heart, Your Honour. That was definitely 6. And it definitely is given 6. So 88 for 7, 2 overs to go. It's 21 required from the last 2 overs for Falcoish to secure their qualifier 1 berth. And how big an effort would that be if they can get that? They haven't done it very easily here in this match. They've been shaken, rattled and rolled by the Panthers, who have thrown absolutely everything into this fight. They've been gallant here along the way. The game's still there to be won. There's still a fair way to go here. I might say 12 deliveries, but this is big coming up now. 9th over. All happens in the 9th, and it could definitely all happen in the 9th here. We could see a handful of wickets. We could see a bundle of runs. Don't know what we're going to see here.
Well, the proverbial fighter jet has landed because I am on the Maximo hotline. And well, the situation was that the Panthers would have had to have won by over 100 runs to keep their tournament alive. So that was always going to be unlikely, especially when they only scored 108.
Yeah.
But of course, we've mathsed it out between the two of us, Phil, which is that the Falcons won't be enough if they get that consolation point, because their net run rate will go down. Absolutely. Which means TTP will go home with a grin on their faces because they know they'll have secured that second spot. But Falcons, if they win, and it will only be a 3-point win at this stage, will take that second spot. And they've got 10 balls left to do it, as that one just knocked away into the leg side. That should just be a 1, despite the little juggling act there in the deep. So now the equation is 20 needed off 10. Bit of a tingle here, Phil.
Yeah, I'd say a bit of a tingle. Just a slight little nudge there on the old spider sensors. 20 off 10. Next 4 deliveries. Yeah, I mean, how many do you want to get in the last over? That's the question.
Slower ball.
Oh, dot ball.
Oh no,
it's gotten through. Oh no. Ouch. And I mean that very explicitly. That's 4 buys.
That's a bit of a shocker, isn't it? Panthers wicketkeeper is the captain. He's only got himself to blame, Faisal Mushtaq. But that was a brilliant disguise slower ball from Mohamed Tabish. Just needed a clean pair of hands on it and go straight through.
Ouch.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's tough. That's hard to watch. But you're right, there's no one else to blame but himself. He's got his fine leg and his third are a little bit wider. They couldn't get over to that. So 4 buys, 3 to come in the over. Tries a slow ball again. Just gets a miss hit in towards a very squarish short position there. Very quick work also for fielder to get to take the stumps at the bowler's end. Good to see. I'm a big fan of fielders who have that presence of mind to come in and take the stumps when the bowler's often running away. Sadly, you don't see it often enough, but wasn't needed. Doesn't matter. I love the drill. Good to do. So 94 for 7 after they take that single. 2 balls to come. Ahmed, where's he looking to put this one? Another slower ball coming up. What's going to happen here? It's being clipped out. Oh, it's a bit of foot fielding, which, well, for one of the first times pays off, but oh my goodness, if that had a miss, that was going for 4.
Oh, I felt that on my ankle. That was right, a cruncher, wasn't it?
Look, he's slight. There's definitely a little bit of a, I'm going to smile now. It was a long way to go down for Mohamed Umar to pick that ball up, so he put out the big size 11, and it's ricocheted off it. And he saved a boundary, though. If that gone through, it would have gone for 4.
Ugly but effective. And yeah, as you rightly say, could be the difference when it's getting so tight towards the end there. That ankle was worth the bruise as he saved his side there. 1 ball left of the 9th. Big ball coming up. It's been a great over actually so far from Tabish. Just the 7 runs coming off it, and 4 were very much not his fault. Those 4 buys that sneaked through. He's used the slower ball excellently so far. I wonder if he's brave enough to use it again on this final delivery, or whether he thinks, well, they know it's coming now.
Oh, it's a bit short, and it's been lifted. And just over the outstretched hands. That was so close though, wasn't it? I could just see through the blinds here that the field had leapt. And oh dear, a few hands on heads. They can't believe that's cleared the boundary rate for a big 6. The 100 up, 101 for 7 after 9. It's 8 required off the last over. We're going to a thriller here in match 20. The last game of the group stages before we hit the finals tomorrow. What a great game this has turned out to be, Tina.
It's been an excellent game, and it's a game of fine margins, isn't it? There was the 4 buys, which were cruelly given to the Falcons after it went through the gloves of Faisal Mushtaq, and then it was maybe 20 centimetres between a 6 and a wicket, so that's a 10-run swing and a wicket swing going into that final over. It's the difference between needing 18 and now needing 8. It's just 2 strikes away, but things get a bit funky in the final over. Nerves are a-jangling, tournaments are on the line.
Oh yeah.
And Jawad Shah has been given the responsibility here to bowl the last one.
If there's any Team Tigers Portugal who are lurking in the chat, make yourself known. Tell us just how sweaty those palms are right now. You're in the finals for tomorrow, but are you playing the qualifier or the eliminator? We're going to find out in a few minutes' time. We start the 10th, swatted, cross-bat style, flies out to deep cow corner just for the 1. So that's 1. So 7 required off 5 now.
We love a low-scoring thriller, don't we?
Do we ever?
Gives you the tingles. It gives you the GB tingles.
Yep. It's a photo finish coming, folks. Do not adjust your sets. Here we go. It's full. It's hit on the full. He doesn't really get it away. Long on comes off the boundary rope. It's just a single. Oh, it was a full delivery. Oh, wait for it. It might have been a buzzer. No, Muhammad Umar. He threatens to throw the stumps down. He's got a little bit of aggression about him too. Oh, Panthers want to win here. They're going to be bundled out of this competition no matter how this turns out. But it's all about the other 2 teams. It's all about Falco and TTP.
1 hit away now, though.
That's it. 1 clean hit will finish the game. It's 6 or 4 required. There's still 4 balls to go. Here comes one of those. Oh, he's missed it. They're going to scamper through, I think, for just a bye. Did it come off legs, possibly?
Yeah, straight off his stomach, I think. Oh, saying actually glove. Thank you very much for that clear signal from umpire John.
Thank you, John. Yes, indeed.
So it will be runs to the collection. I'm sure the Falcons don't care how the runs get into the book, as
3
long
singles,
as they're there.
But 3 singles aren't going to do it. Someone's got to hit the boundary here, or they've got to go for at least 2 just to try to square that ledger up. 5 from 3. Oh, it's a slow ball. He's got everything behind that. It has gone all the way. Falco get the win. Oh boy. With 2 balls to spare, they get the win over the Panthers. What a game that was. I tell you what, just for a little while there, Tina, I was thinking, maybe you were thinking as well, I was thinking, have we got that special shaped and coloured little orb coming our way? We don't. Unfortunately, we don't. Hey, thanks for sticking with us for that game. What a great game, though. To take it to the 10th is so exciting. We've had a lot of exciting games that have finished in the 10th over. That was a cracker. Absolute cracker.
It was a cracker, and you've got to say fair play to the Panthers. They knew, especially going into that second innings, that it was pretty much game over for them in terms of the tournament, but they made such a fist of that, getting that many wickets and really taking it to the final over when a lot of the talk before was, well, are they going to get it in 7? Are they going to get the bonus point win? So commiserations to the Panthers. Not only is this their last game of the group stage, but of course we won't be seeing them tomorrow in finals day. As for the Falcons, well, they squeaked home. Maybe not the most impressive of victories for them, but it's a win nonetheless.
But it is, and for them it's important because it does secure them as feeling second place on the ladder. We're just waiting for the life standards to be updated, but that's how we see the standings right now. Falco get the 3 points there. They should go up into second place, and they will play qualifier 1 tomorrow. And that, of course, means that Team Tigers get knocked down to 3rd, and they will play the Werewolves in the eliminator. That's how we see it at the moment. Wait for just that confirmation to come through. And unfortunately, as you say too, Tina, the Panthers, once that the score from Falco crossed that 75-76 mark, that was it. There was no 4-point win for them. They needed, as you said, a 4-point win and victory by like 100 runs or something. They need something well outside the realms of possibilities. So we thank the Panthers so much for their competition, but unfortunately it's time for them to bow out. They will not be in the action tomorrow, which of course is Finals Sunday. Big Finals Sunday. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to it as well. And I think Team Tigers Portugal, they'll be, I think, happy, disappointed maybe, but they've also got to have the perspective that they lost all their games yesterday. They were fighting just to get into finals day. So the fact that by the end of the day, they may be a bit disappointed that they're not in the top 2 shows how good a day they had. But it's all still to play for tomorrow. Then I'm excited because I think it could be anyone's. Of course, fighters go into it as pre-day favourites because they did boss the league. But they've lost a couple of games. They don't have an unsullied record. So I think it's all still to play for. And I wouldn't want to call it.
No, wouldn't want to call it, but I will want to call it here with you tomorrow on the commentary. let's make that one correct too. So tomorrow, just to recap, tomorrow what's going to happen is at 9:30 tomorrow morning, we're going to have the Eliminator. The Eliminator match is going to be between 3rd and 4th, which we believe is going to be Team Tigers, Portugal, and the Werewolves Cricket Club.
Correct.
The winner of that will survive. The loser of that will then bow out of the competition. We then go to qualifier 1, which happens 2 hours later. That will be the fighters taking on Falco here. The winner of that straight into the final at the end of the day. The loser will face the winner of the Eliminator, and that is qualifier 2. So they're the 4 games we've got lined up tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day's cricket tomorrow. The weather's going to be the same from what I've seen in the weather forecast. I can't wait, and I can't wait to see your reaction there on the chat for when we present to you finals for this Challenger division.
I'm absolutely buzzing, and I think I'm buzzing now to just
Yeah.
decompress from that, gain our energy for tomorrow. I don't think there's another wine festival going on, so I think we're good to go for tomorrow. We're going to lose an hour of sleep as well, remember?
Yes,
so
we are.
for those of you with that clock change, remember that, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. Just be here early tomorrow, and then you won't miss a beat.
Exactly. We do still start at 9:30 tomorrow. I've double checked that. We are starting 9:30. We haven't moved our time. So please make sure you set those alarms. Do what you got to do. So for now, it's going to be myself, Phil G, and Tina. We are G-Force, as you see by the logo behind us. And we're signing off for now because tomorrow is going to be finals. We need to get our sleep. You get your sleep. We'll see you here tomorrow for a massive day. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching ECS Portugal Challenge Division 2026. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.